It is I, low energy. Or is it? Yes, it is. Greetings. It is I, low energy. Or is it? Yes, it is. It is I, low energy. You get the gist. Welcome, one and indeed some of you. I bid you welcome and hope for your glorious, fantastic, amazing new day. The best day, even. I want to apologize for no wasted Wednesday yesterday. If you're on my Discord, you'll know that Landon realized he couldn't get drunk with us because he has today a trip across the border to Canada. So that was off the table. But as for Raisin, got a message from her, she just couldn't pull it off. Something came up. And I said, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. I had already bought all the booze though. So although it's terrible timing, although I have a podcast in a few hours, and although I love you all, I'm afraid there's no other way around it. I'm going to make a stupid decision and get drunk before noon. Because I got drunk yesterday and there's still tons of alcohol left. Now that I've established the lore, the backstory, would you like to know more? There's no more left. It's time to do the shill. Can you do the shill? Should you do the shill? Always. Stream goal. Anything given, greatly appreciated, not required. Shots4Donos. I have a bottle of Mickey Finn's, and I have a bottle of Absolute. Well, a tiny bottle of Absolute. And Mickey Finn's is not that much either. I have a can and a half, and I've already downed 2 cans. I was absolutely sloshed yesterday. And you know what? First time in ages I went up to the pub, came up there, and everything's gone up in price. £6 for a bottle of San Miguel. A pint of San Miguel. 6! $5.50 for everything else. Oof! Pure, unadulterated oof. Let me tell you. So I had 2 pints, and then I bought some food, came back here, prepped. Turned out I didn't need to prep for anything, so I just got drunk and watched... What did I watch? Music videos, I know that. Stuff about Batman and Superman. A lot of stuff about Batman and Superman, actually. Yeah, so much Batman and Superman. Then I went to bed around about 11-ish. Not much else. I didn't chill for the rest of it. Check out the links in the description. You'll also find Streamlabs down there. But you will find, very important, you will find the link to my Twitch, where if you subscribe over on Twitch, you'll be able to join our watch party, which is on Wednesday. And podcast later on today. That's it. That's the whole shabuski of it. Now, a few basics. I've got some footage I want to watch. And that's it. I'm open to suggestions if you throw it into channel suggestions. I'm down to clown. Egghead sent me a video that I want to have a look at. I was debating whether or not to have a look at it here or in a few hours with Krendar. I don't know what Krendar has, if anything, planned, but we'll see. I'm also aware this is terrible timing on my part. A lot of Americans are going to bed. A lot of Europeans are just waking up. It's not a good time to do this. What can I do with the information? I am still going to go ahead and do it. Because, well, if anything else, I've hit play, haven't I? Inside 3D black and white checkerboard optical illusion, endless room, 60 frames a second, 1 hour video loop. From Incredi VDX. I'll keep that open. Oh, this is the first one I want to show you. This is a bit goddamn weird. Arrests as man uses Pierce Brosnan's outdoor shower after defecating in neighbor's garden. Suspect also allegedly dedicated in the garden of actor's neighbor. It's not clear if James Bond star or wife Keely Sean Smith were home at the time of the incident.
Man arrested after entering Pierce Brosnan's Malibu estate and using his...
Never forget, this is AI assisted. They used the voice of an actual Sky News person, and then just went to town.
Outdoor shower report. Brosnan reportedly filed a restraining order last year against a woman he said was harassing him and his family.
Oh, a woman.
A man has been detained by police after allegedly urinating and defecating in Pierce Brosnan's neighbour's garden before going onto his property, according to a report. The suspect rummaged around in the neighbour's rubbish bin on Monday before moving over to the actor's James Bond-inspired Malibu estate, where he used the actor's outdoor shower, a representative said. TMZ said that the man was found by a police helicopter some distance away and taken into custody. It's not clear if Brosnan, known for his stint as 007, was home at the time of the incident. Brosnan, 70, lives at the California property with his wife Keely Shea Smith, 59. A representative for the actor told Fox News that the man came onto the Brosnans' property from the beach and used the outdoor shower. He accused the 55-year-old woman of parking in front of his house and stalking him, his family and guests.
Oh, I see. The house looks like the original GoldenEye, which is, I think Naomi Watts owned at one point. That's the house where Pierce Brosnan, Ian Fleming, wrote his stuff, and it kind of looks similar to this, so I guess that's where he's taken his inspiration from.
The LA Times reported.
He
was escorted off the property by the staff, they added. The incident is not the first time someone has trespassed on the star's Malibu estate. Image Pierce Brosnan's Malibu home.
Image. AI still got a way to go. Yeah. He's, what?
Man admits performing sex act while kneeling over captured seagull.
What the fuck?
He denied that he was watching pornography at the time and claimed instead that he was searching for a vet's phone number. Sentencing was adjourned to allow for a psychiatric report to be prepared. He appeared in court.
He looks stable as fuck. What are you talking about? He looks like a dude. In jail for 24 weeks. David Lee held Bird between his legs while carried out an act on himself. He was watching pornography at the time. It took place in a back street in Sunderland. Was caught on CCTV. Arrested in a nearby takeaway. He claimed he was trying to help the seagull because he believed it was hurt. Night he was watching pornography and claimed he was searching for a vet's phone number. However, police check revealed he was looking at an adult website. Lee appeared in the South Tyneside Magistrate Court, where he pleaded guilty, causing unnecessary suffering to the bird. The plumage is already white. It wouldn't notice. Handed him a immediate 24-week 12. Imagine being in jail and saying you jacked off with a seagull. Unstable personality disorder, and he was detached from reality. He was also a pathological liar whose lies served no purpose. Okay. Yeah, can we still talk about the fact that this dude jacked off to a god? He stole my necklace! The dastard!
Again on Wednesday. However, police checks later revealed he was looking at adult websites. David Lee, 40,
such as Pornhub and Xtybe,
held the bird between his legs while he carried out the act on himself. The incident, which took place in a back street in Sunderland in August last year, was caught on CCTV. When Lee was arrested at a nearby takeaway, he claimed he was trying to help the seagull because he believed it was hurt. Lee of Sunderland appeared at South Tyneside Magistrates Court in April, when he pleaded guilty to causing unnecessary suffering to the bird.
Yeah.
He was watching pornography at the time. A man has admitted performing a sex act.
So what if he uses memory or his imagination or looking at porn? That's not the issue. The issue is that he was fucking jacking it while holding a bird between his fucking legs in public. Good thing the thing wasn't turned upside down or else it bit his cock off.
While kneeling over a captured seagull. He was also a pathological liar whose lies served no purpose, the court heard.
I bet you he's got some tragic backstory that some people will think is an excuse. No one will deny the tragic backstory. Everyone should call him out for being a pathological liar.
Annalisa Moscardini, defending, said Lee was a heavy drinker who experienced blackouts. He accepts he must have done this act, but he didn't have a good recollection of it, she said in explanation of his initial denials. To some extent, he cannot explain what happened.
Yeah, it is kind of a hard one to pin down. Although at the exact same time, he also did exactly what they said he did. So, oh yeah, TikToker who stalked footballer. I looked at that a while ago. See, guys. You don't want sexy crazies. Because while they're sexy and crazy, they're also more focused on the crazy side of it. Where's the actual usually an X. Began asking her to stop messages before we blocked the number. They started receiving messages from new number. Each time we blocked those numbers, we messaged from a different number. Total of 21 different numbers were used to contact. Some messages included colleagues of photos of the player with other women. Okay. Another, look, I will be faster than you. Fucking crazy. Don't stick your dick in crazy. Yeah. Well, usually not always crazy.
This is Walter, and I'm back here with more stories I found on Reddit. Today we're going to be asking ourselves, who is wrong in these stories I'll be reading? Reddit Am I the Asshole is the place where you can post your stories from real life and ask who is wrong to random Redditors who probably spend a lot of time reading this kind of shit. Well, anyway...
Wait, did I already watch this one? I think I did. I don't remember this one.
Hey everyone, my name's Walter, and I'm back here from a bit of a break to bring you more posts and/or stories from Reddit. Today we're reading about some nice guys once again. Nice guys are men who have
Poor Crendar Adjicus
decided that they should make being nice their entire personality. So they come on too strong and give gifts and stuff. But it's not really who they are. You'll see if you don't already know. So let's just begin with nice guys from Reddit.
No, yeah, we watched this one too. Okay, Walter, we've milked you dry. Ooh, I destroyed a 500,000. Might end up watching that CoffeeZilla video. Yeah, fuck it. I got nothing but time. I got nothing but time. And so long as I keep altering it, no one can complain. I'm just fucking mooching off him.
This savant that is the man behind Trader's Domain.
It took me weeks to go through all the documents. But eventually,
his videos are very well put together.
A pattern started to emerge.
I was in my room one day and I overheard a conversation and I thought I caught something about B-booking, switching people from A-book to B-book. And so I asked Dave about it.
I do not like that guy's voice. I do not like that guy's voice. I do not like that guy's voice.
And he blatantly said to me, he's like, yeah, he's like, if people are going to be losing, you might as well B-book them because we're just leaving money on the table.
We traced even more money that had come in. According to them, roughly 450 million went into Trader's Domain.
CoffeeZilla, I don't think he's ever dealt with someone my size before. Nobody knows anything about his family because they don't have the resources I have.
Clearly that ended well for the person.
Hello?
Oh, episode 3. Oh no. I thought this was like an actual episode. I can't go and watch a whole fucking series on it. I mean, I can watch the Christian one, I suppose, but like I can't watch a whole hour at a time long thing. Oh, I missed Spinty Spew. Alright, I love his shirt, but then he tucks it into what looks like work pants.
Oh, this babe here, the one appearing on PlayStation TV screen right now, on PlayStation TV on Sky.
Sky!
I thought...
English Shabisky voice going on here.
I got it wrong anyway. Yeah, I thought this babe here, pretty young, was supposed to be my online friend, but obviously she isn't. You know, after what she did to me on Twitter by breaking my heart and blocking me on Twitter.
Oh no! Oh, you got no one.
For no apparent reason.
No reason whatsoever. I can't think of any reason.
She's supposed to be a real life friend to me, but obviously she isn't. How could she do this to me? Honestly, you know, how could she? I thought she was a good person. You know, a good person to speak to by attention TV.
He has his own Discord for his fans to mock him. I love this.
But she isn't. All she does is shout at people on the phone and all that. Goes, I don't like being shouted at on the naughty phone line. Please don't shout at me. I don't like it.
Oh, sweetie. You didn't get consent first to try something different. These are the sort of things you have conversations with your call line girl.
That's got pretty like on it. She's not been shouted at on the PlayStation phones that they shake. She's not been shouted at. What a pity, what a shame, isn't it?
What a shame.
Some PlayStation babes are quite...
Even if this was a troll, it's not worth it.
nice guests on there. You know, like Sophie Hart, Layla Rose, Amber Page. Oh, yeah, baby. And Beth Bennett. Cool, you're on one gun with her. Bella Mendes. Yeah, baby. Ding dong. I like
Ding
her.
dong.
And Alice Goodwin, see? And Brookie Little. Of course, yes. And all the rest of the babes too. They are nice people to talk to, they are. But Pretty, she's not a nice person to talk to at all. She isn't. You know, she really isn't. She ought to unblock me on Twitter.
No. Ruined the joke. Myself digging the first Ding Dong video I saw from the archive out. He's actually just mental disability. Of course he's mental disability. Don't stop just because he's mentally disabled. Double down. Where's his handler to basically backhand him, destroy his phone, and all you hear is, no, bold. We talked about this. You don't get your phone if you're going to do that. Other people matter too. And I'm like, no. You know, like, no, don't coddle. Don't coddle. Never coddle. Go at. Look at this. Who let him do this? This is Gale shit, okay? This is, Tila Tequila shit. Don't let them be this way. Someone has to look after them. With a harsh hand. I stand by that too. They need handlers. Cobbs needs a fucking handler. He'll kill himself at this rate. Bite Size and Grease podcast episode 1. The May recap. I actually haven't checked in on Cobbs in a long while. So let's see what's going on here.
Sometime in May, for some unknown reason, Josh's ex-girlfriend Stephanie deleted her YouTube channel, Volpa
Drago. Oh, that's Pickles was her icon. Cool.
Drago. On May 1st, Josh posted pictures of Puff on his Facebook, perhaps to stick it to the trolls. Later that night, Josh posted a video of himself drinking in the public parking lot outside of the CY bar.
What, can you not actually drink? Can he not go in the bar?
Stating several times that he was at a random location.
Picked a random spot just to hang out and have
a smoke and drink at a random location that they won't let me in. I mean, hey, we told you, Combs, you're not welcome here. You see, it's the same shit. He's not as bad. He's a different type of bad.
Cigar real quick. Oh, that is tasty, YouTube. I'm here for that cigar. Just kind of hanging out, enjoying the random spot in the beautiful Wyoming weather.
He'd been banned from the CY in September 2020.
Yeah.
A bit later that year, he called the manager and was told outright he was not allowed back on their premises and would be considered trespassing if he returned.
I do love how it sounds almost like a sort of City Crown Court today. So the defendant, such and such, go up against the magistrate court, blah, blah, blah. You know, it sounds very British procedural afternoon show, you know?
My bartender did not call you an asshole. Josh, at this time, I am not going to rescind your 86. This is something that can be brought up later. But at this moment, I am afraid that you are still trespassing on my premises. I'm looking forward to, like, whenever that voice thing on the Comedy Central thing comes through. I'm looking forward to seeing what it is.
The Comedy Central thing. Yeah, that worked out so well for you there, man.
That was... Yeah, that didn't go through. That was...
I'm a big deal. You're a big deal to some people for not the ways that you want to be, okay?
Yeah.
Yes, Josh is still banned from the CY bar. Clint posted 2 more lengthy hyperbolic statements on his Facebook.
Meetup in the next LEV meetup needs to be in Casper, Wyoming, and we all get drunk in the CY bar. The trolls think they're better than me. No, but we are getting drunk in a seat that you're not allowed to sit in anymore.
Rambling about Josh's trolls. He denounced them as sad people dedicating their time to ruining the lives of an autistic man and his father because they don't like his YouTube videos. Josh hilariously responded to one of Clint's new posts, disagreeing with him about his reason for drinking. He said that he enjoys getting drunk and high, not because of his trolls, and that he has a problem with people accusing him of having a substance abuse issue.
You do have a substance abuse issue, man. Like, I skirt the line, but like, 9 times out of 10, I don't make it other people's problem. And when I do, I own up to it. He always makes it other people's problems. Or he just kills himself. Like, the amount of drinking that he does on a regular is insane. So much so that he got himself arrested. I never got arrested for my drinking.
Like Clint literally just said. On May 3rd, Josh posted new trash merch to customize girl featuring Puff.
Oh my god. Ain't nothing to puff with. That is so trashy looking. I kind of want it.
Later on, Josh risked a ban by doxing a random person named Tom after being told that they were the leader of the King Cobra JFS subreddit.
What the fuck? Don't dox people, Cobes. Not for the first time and probably not for the last time. Don't dox people.
Thomas from I know who you are, bud. I know you're the owner of the King Cobra JFS subreddit. And that you're planning on trying to steal my fucking lizard? Go fuck yourself, dude.
Plan to steal his lizard? No one would ever fucking do that.
And for that matter, fuck bestiality.
What? Seriously, what the fuck? Was obviously fuck bestiality, but not in that way, and definitely not without context. Like, who? Actually, no, in general, fuck bestiality, but I still want context.
Okay, you want a bearded dragon, get one for yourself.
And then you can fuck it. It's your property, after all.
And if you come near my fucking apartment and try to take my fucking lizard, I will have you arrested.
A few minutes later, Josh, having seemingly done some minimal research, came to the conclusion that the person he just doxed could have been a fan and not a troll. He then posted another video apologizing.
I don't get how people can upload endlessly like that. Like every 5 minutes it's uploading another video, another video, another video, another video. I know that's what YouTube used to be like, but that's back when YouTube used to be not that shit.
Apologizing to Tom, but did not remove the doxing video.
Turns out Thomas might be on my side. There was a fan who was sticking up for me and Puff, saying, hey, give Josh a chance. And when he tried to defend me against these assholes, he immediately turned around and said he was the one doing all this crap. I don't know who to fucking believe anymore, but honestly, fuck my YouTube trolls. Y'all are a bunch of miserable ass pieces of shit.
Fuck sickos.
Why don't you get yourself your own bearded dragon, you dumb fuck?
I'm pooping on the trolls.
On May 5th, Josh posted a short video saying that a troll posted a fake Craigslist ad for Puff and reaffirmed that he was not giving him away.
Perfect Craigslist.
So my YouTube trolls are trying to create a fake Craigslist ad to get people to come over to my apartment and take Puff from me. The ad in question says, free lizard, blah, 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 needs a better home, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. I'm not giving up my fucking lizard. He's very well taken care of and very much loved and kept safe in my apartment. You people are fucking miserable, you know that? And if you're so jealous of fucking Puff, why not get your own bearded dragon?
How they want to steal yours.
How did it feel as people were doing this shit to you guys, man? Do unto others as you'd have done to you. My trolls are fucking miserable cocksuckers. Cobra wins again.
Afterward, Josh posted a short video showing off a cardboard cutout of his idol, Ozzy Osbourne, a fan had sent to his P.O. box.
But he's had that for ages now.
Sent me. Yes. A cardboard cutout of the legendary Ozzy fucking Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness. My fucking idol, dude. Long live Ozzy, motherfuckers. Thank you for the cardboard cutout. I appreciate it. That is fucking bitchin', dude. Yes. Ozzy love on point. Long live the Prince of Darkness, motherfucker.
Later that day,
I'd love if every day it just got a little closer to him. Every single goddamn day. And every time he puts it back, he's like, I don't remember moving it. The next day, it's not just where it was a little bit closer. And a little bit closer. Until eventually it's there. And then it's kneeling next to him when he's sitting.
Josh recklessly allowed Puff to jump off his chair to the ground. Josh, of course, didn't seem too bothered.
Joseph, thank you for your $1. Shout out to my buddy Warren. He's also going bald. Hey, so am I, man. I'm going bald, too. Nothing you can do about it. Just embrace it. Be like...
Really? Then why don't you shave your fucking head like I did so it doesn't look so disgusting?
Like, there were a lot of badass motherfuckers who were bald. Like Vin Diesel and The Rock. Oh, I heard
that. Puff wants to kill himself again. No, you're stuck with me.
1 second, YouTube. You're good, Puffers.
Oh yeah, his phone sounds like a Model T horn.
Yeah, you go ahead and explore and do your thing, dude.
On May 6th, Josh blew $42 on DoorDashing a custom burger.
I want a custom burger.
Holy shit, YouTube. Now that is a burger. Oh my god. I literally spent $42 with the entire order to make it happen.
Oh, it's in his
I'm like,
beard,
my lizard's got plenty of food. His lights are on.
Clean
he's doing good.
Clean.
You know.
On May 7th, Josh got drunk and did vocal covers. A DoorDash delivery person knocked on his door, making Josh paranoid, thinking that it could be someone from Craigslist coming to take Puff away.
Excuse me.
It must be so miserable to live like him. It must be so unpleasant to live like him. Oh, also my hay fever finally, today of all days, started to kick up. My nose is running. Mom's spaghetti. That's not how
I'm not going to answer the fucking door just because someone's knocking at it. It's probably one of my fucking asshole YouTube trolls trying to fucking fuck with me and shit.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I'm not gonna fucking answer that goddamn door, so they might as well just fucking go away. My lizard's not for sale. Craigslist ad is fake. DoorDash. As I was walking to my fridge, I shouted the Craigslist ad is fake.
We heard.
And they need to leave me the fuck alone. I heard them scream bullshit, and I'm like, no, what's bullshit is that you won't leave me alone.
On May 8th, Josh spent around $43 on McDonald's. He biffed the review, deleted it, and then made an angry video trying a smoothie he already tried.
I'm gonna try this carling. I've never had this carling before.
It's a useless fucking retard back at it with another fucking stupid food review. I'm redoing the fucking review because I didn't like the way it turned out. So there you go. I'll have that for supper, I guess.
On May 9th, Angie's dog, Jade, sadly passed away.
Aww.
Josh took to Facebook to convey his sadness.
That's what you get for stealing the dog's food.
Later on, Josh spent over $200 on food, alcohol, and God knows what at Angie's house. And
God knows what. He's been very professional up to that. He's like, God knows what.
And drank in Jade's memory. Later that day, Josh got a donation message claiming I got into a car crash. I really didn't, by the way. This is a joke, and if you fell for it, you're a goof. Josh reveled in the made-up scenario and was delighted that I got hurt.
Hey, Copes, do you hear that Bite Size got in a bad car wreck? Could you cast it? No, I will not. Fuck Bite Size Cobra videos. He got what he deserved. That's funny that Bite Size Cobra videos got into a bad car wreck.
I have the perfect thing for him right now. Give me a second. I wish I had a second screen again. Oh, I miss my second screen so much. It's... This it? I used to have that on loop for I had like a soundboard, and one of it was literally that song.
Karma's a bitch, dude. You spread lies and misinformation about Ellen and scare her off from being my friend.
No, she stopped. If Ellen is the one who he was like trying to hit on all the time, she didn't want to be your friend because you didn't want to be your friend. You wanted her to be your girlfriend, and that wasn't going to happen because she'd probably want to fuck a stump. But like an actual bloody stump. Before fucking you. Why wouldn't she? You're not a catch. You're the opposite of a catch. You catch cobes. Cobesitis.
Get wrecked, dude. 100. I'm glad Bite-Sized Cobra videos got into a car wreck. Fuck him.
To end the night, Josh made a shirt featuring Jade on the front and a drink combo he made on the back.
So made. I could make that in a few seconds on Photoshop. Better too. I'd use more. I'd for starters use better font than that. I'd use the font I used for my for Bearded Ramblings, the animated neon text. At least it pops out more. Look at it. Behold. This is kind of sad looking. This is generic as shit, but at least it's something.
On May 11th, Josh attempted to flog his shitty new album as he still had 170 tapes to sell via Deathbed Tapes.
I'd love if, like, Billy bought the entire remaining supply. No, or like Manny, and then he eats them. Oh, Manny. I haven't thought of Manny in ages.
But yes, this is a listening party for the new album. Okay. Be greatly appreciated if you bought it. There's like, I think, 100 tapes left. Fucking Bite-Sized Cobra got into a fucking car crash, and that shit's hilarious.
Wow, he really thinks he won.
Yes. You think the trolls would take a message from that and go, we should back...
I really hope. Later on, he realizes that he had no way of knowing if I got into a car crash or not, and then he realizes that he was being made fun of.
Back off before we witness our own demise. Like, I've completely backed off. I've completely backed off from Ellen ever since the bite-sized Cobra bullshit happened.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do about it. She's probably the town bicycle, but she'll never let you ride. That's how pathetic you are. And small. Stalkers, man. Do not appreciate stalkers.
On May 13th, Josh began pushing his album once again during a live stream. There were still over 140 tapes to sell, and he said he was trying to raise money to buy a Mother's Day gift. Uncharacteristically, he was reading chat during the stream, got called an e-beggar, and received a few donations.
If you go to the Deathbed Tapes website, you can get a tape.
Does he have an app? He looks like he looks like baby Huey right now. Is it Huey or Dewey? The duck in the diaper. But he looks like when I'm in Dublin and I'm crossing the street and I have my phone up when I'm live streaming and you see like me from the up, especially when I had the beard.
$10. I promise.
I just realized with all this humidity, oh my god, I'm so happy I don't have the beard right now. Oh, this weather would be a nightmare.
Fans of some very sweet brand new.
I could have maybe swiped my face down with
content if all the tapes are sold out. You have my word on that. We're talking burger videos like I used to do in my old apartment. Those are the main two.
But you did burger videos. You've done burger videos. You've done much worse than burgers. There's nothing stopping you doing burgers now. Like, all you have to do is just go and get a patty. I'd love them to just make a simple burger. Like, 3-4 ingredients at tops. And that includes the bun. Just the most basic bitch. No nonsense. Burger. Nothing going on there but patty, cheese, bit of sauce, and the bun.
Reasons I want my tapes to sell out so I can get my stepmom something nice for Mother's Day and so I can provide you cool Cobras with some cooking videos.
Josh, using his excellent money-saving abilities, would return a few minutes later with a large pizza. He continued to ask his fans to please
give me money. You accept card or cash? I'm one to judge. All this alcohol, donate to buy me Starfield. I need the Starfield. Plus I'll do Shots4Donos. If no one donates by the time I'm done with all my beer, I will then go and break out the spirits. There will be 0 alcohol left at the end of this.
Buy his new album, and eventually admitted that he only intended to buy his mum a cheap bottle of white wine for Mother's Day.
For Mother's Day, last time I bought my ma anything for Mother's Day, I got her like a watch. She needed a watch. She had broken it coming out of the car. So I bought her like a 150 quid's worth watch. It was one of the really dainty ones that are meant to be solely for women. I need a good watch. Something, maybe even a digital watch wouldn't be so bad. I was seriously thinking of getting a Fitbit.
What's that pizza and can I have a some? Well, I'm glad you asked. Took my donations from earlier and got me something to eat. This is a Little Caesars stuffed crust. What do you guys think? Would you have a slice of that?
Meanwhile, his poor mother is just, like, starving.
For those who are curious, Deathbed Tapes revealed that there were still over 130 tapes for sale after the stream. On May 14th, Jet, a producer for Sam Hyde's reality show, Fish Tank, expressed interest on Twitter on having Josh on the show. Jet had attempted several times to contact Josh, but was unsuccessful due to Josh's reluctance to talk to anyone unless it involved financial gain.
I offered Cobes motherfucking hot women, steak, and the ability to control the lives of others if he just became RDM for a D&D campaign. He did not fucking rise to it. The man missed out. There would have been hot and indeed bitches. Nothing. Nada. And they were volunteering as tribute the same way they want to watch a car crash or like open heart surgery. It's fascination and repulsion in equal measure. They find me hot. Yeah, sure, man. Sure they do.
Even then, communication with Josh is minimal unless you're an of-age sexy goth fangirl who wants to witness him leak semen onto his carpet.
Make that white stuff come out again. There's tons of embarrassing things about me that I hope will never get leaked. But nothing is as embarrassing as the shit that Cobes will just randomly say. Hell, I was so embarrassed about certain things about my life, like say my sexual preferences or the fact I did nudes, which actually I'm not embarrassed of at all. Or the fact that an ex of mine, who was a sexy of-age goth with giant tits, short stack too, she wanted to do a porno. Like, I've let tons of things leak out about me. Some of which are generally embarrassing, others no. Other people might get embarrassed about them. But I honestly, 100%, I could not. Like, I'm not going to go through every nuance of, for example, my first time having sex. Or like my first kiss or anything like that. But Cobes will go into graphic detail about how awkward and strange it was. My first time wasn't that awkward. It was not great. But I don't know.
May 15th, a Redditor named C-Word76 paid for another cameo shout-out for Josh from the lead singer of Cradle of Filth, Danny Phil.
Greetings there, Josh. This is Danny Phil from Cradle of Filth. You're the subject of a cameo video request from none other than... He wants me to say, please don't let the lizard die. You hear that, Josh? Please don't let the lizard die. Stay filthy! But not at the expense of said lizard. I bid you farewell.
On May 17th, Cool Taste went live enjoying the company of 2 Casper 10s in his bedroom.
Both of which are hardcore Billy the Fridge fans.
And threw shade at Josh.
Hell yeah!
I'm gonna make Cobra jealous because he ain't got none of this.
This is what I call the OD room. It also doubles up as the sexual assault room and the mental breakdown room. As you can see by all the fist imprints on the wall. Over here is my pile of needles or pipes. And over there on the other corner is an old poster of Kid Rock.
He ain't got any women in his crib. All he has is a blizzard. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, damn. Alright. The one on the right looks like Coppercap. What left is Elliot Gould's eyebrows? What the fuck? Wow, those are real Casper 10s right there. Probably also his cousins, too.
Those are the two women in my room. Suck it, Cobra.
Wow, Too-Tall, you better stop fucking talking right now. I didn't leave my kids in Texas, you stupid ass motherfucker.
Such a noble people, the Casparians.
Do not fucking start with me, I swear to God. Ozzy?
Finish. But are you okay. YouTube.
A few days later, Cool Taste made fun of Josh again.
But, you know...
Cool Taste needs to do a fucking IP2 road trip. Him and JJ just wandering around Vegas at like 3 in the morning would be amazing. Oh, can I have $1?
I'm like, Cobra, at least I had women in my room.
So is Turtle.
I brought them on because you don't see any women on Cobra's stream. You rarely see women on my stream.
On May 18th, Josh made a new shirt for Customized Girl.
Right, now that one I shouldn't make fun of. That one I shouldn't make fun of because that's clearly... You know.
On May 19th, homeboy Scotty arose from the dead and was arrested for public intoxication.
Whoa!
On May 21st, a YouTuber named Your Favorite Son tweeted that he was with Josh.
Yeah! I knew Your Favorite Son. Yes, this is fucking to all this. Your favorite son, your favorite Martian, your favorite son. Yeah! Like, I've watched his, yesterday, I just watched his Batman shit. But he went to hang out with Cobes. It's like worlds colliding. It's so fucking surreal. I'm also generally shocked that, like, he looks the way he looks. He kind of has the Beast vibe
19th, homeboy Scotty arose from the dead.
He does long-form videos on, well, video games. Really good ones, too. He has a very soothing voice as well. Just pick something random.
Barry stays at the cabin while Alan heads off to go meet with the kidnapper at Lover's Peak. Here we have to head through the woods, venturing again into the dark night. We find a few manuscript pages along the way, telling us of the rift between Barry and Alice, the relationship between Rose and Rusty, and also pre-informing us that Rusty has been attacked.
Like, he sounds way too highbrow to like want to actually like meet Cobes, let alone like know who Cobes is.
And was arrested for public intoxication. On May 20th.
Yeah. We're doing king shit. Cobes is sort of... Oh, yeah, the Resident Evil t-shirt.
First, a YouTuber named Your Favorite Son tweeted that he was with Josh filming a documentary. On May 24th, Josh made more merch featuring Puff for Customized Girl.
I can't wait to see that documentary. What's it like to be a king? Hi, Dad. It's me, your favorite son. Today we're talking about King Cobra JFS. This is like if fucking Simon Whistler were to hang out with Jared or something. It's just weird. It's really fucking weird. Deadly. Well, actually, that's Dublin. Savage. No, that's also Dublin. Legend. Yeah, the only interaction I ever had with Simon was I reminded him when he was talking about Tom Green that he wore a tutu and drank from a cow's udder directly, and his response back was legend. Simon's cool. Oh, Simon's so fucking busy all the time. He's got like 5 different shows, and something tells me this isn't even his main job, you know?
On May 25th, Josh was banned from YouTube for telling a troll to unalive themselves during a donation shout-out video from the 23rd.
Yeah, I remember this.
Daniel Ryan.
God, it already looks
Cash
weird.
App.
I know it's
Ryan.
only the lights, but still, it's starting to warp.
Writes, for a kill yourself, bald fat loser. I hope. Fuck you. Puff ain't gonna die for a long time. And to Mr. Ryan, you first. I'm going bald and I'm straight, and you know I don't care if I'm going bald.
Going bald and I'm straight. No. First things first. You're not going bald till you fucking shave it off. Until then, you've got patchy, I'm gonna sell meth to 9-year-olds haircut. And you're straight. He didn't say otherwise.
Once that, it's you, Mr. Ryan. That's what I'm talking about, man. My trolls are sad.
Josh posted a short video to Facebook justifying his actions and said that he was banned from posting videos to YouTube for a week.
So one of my trolls donated money to my Cash App, but donated to talk shit. They were like, kill yourself, you bald faggot. And I was just like, I'm straight, dude. And you gave me $1, so that's a reason to live. Thanks for your money, troll.
Most of that is going to capture, at least half of that's going to Cash App, isn't it?
They flagged the video, and YouTube said that video violates community guidelines for promoting violent content. Yeah, when my trolls make content about me and I flag it, does YouTube care? No. I keep grinding on YouTube, it ain't nothing but a thing. The trolls just take their own fun away. If you enjoy making fun of my videos, now you have to go a whole week without it.
Josh also replied to his own Facebook post complaining about the trolls and repeated the usual played-out lines about how the trolls lose and he wins. After posting the Facebook video, Josh's video was restored and the ban was lifted from YouTube. On May 26th, Josh posted a link to Facebook of a fan-made video by YouTuber Clamp's Basement. A few days later, having learned that Clamp Basement was a troll, Josh removed the link he posted to Facebook.
Just acknowledge, troll or not a troll, it doesn't matter. You fucking liked it. Alright? You thought it was cool. Just acknowledge that you liked it. Haters can produce
he had even commented on their YouTube video thanking them for making him more famous. On May 28th, Josh posted on Facebook belittling his trolls and stating that Puff would live a long, happy life.
Probably, yeah.
Josh then posted a picture of a coffee beer he was drinking at
I hate coffee beers. They're disgusting.
G's house. On May 29th, Josh made a new shirt for Customized Girl.
Doritos Double Down.
Doritos Double Down fried chicken.
It looks like a fucking... It looks like a... What would you call it? Like a Nurgle demon.
He debuted in his documentary.
It's a big
Who
mound.
wouldn't want to wear what looks like a pile of chunky puke on a tinfoil tray? And only $32.45. What a steal.
You couldn't even buy the burger with that.
May 31st, Josh briefly changed his Facebook banner, but changed it back afterwards. What a letdown. Later on, Jet and Sam Hyde briefly spoke about having Josh on Fish Tank Season 2.
Big A with the 10, thank you.
Yeah. Fish Tank. I watched a little bit of Fish Tank, and it was a good chunk of it was just watching this girl stimming on a chair going around and around. A lot of it was just, it was battle cam. It was what Billy did back when he claimed to be a Z tier celebrity, you know? Like, that's all Fish Tank is. It's Big Brother for freaking key streamers. I don't know why I said freaks. I would actually be on board for it. I'd be down to plan on Fish Tank. I don't think I think that if, like, you voted people off or whatever, I'd be out early. I always remember the very first Big Brother, like the very, very first Big Brother, and they had this guy who pissed in a bin. Like, I don't think I'd piss in a bin. I don't need to do that right off the bat, but what I probably would do would be, I don't know, walk around nude, and they'd be like, right, yeah, we're getting tired of censoring this motherfucker. I wouldn't do it out of any sexual thing. I'd just be like, fuck this shit, I'm taking my clothes off. Don't do it around us. Why? You scared you're going to see something you like? No, I'm going to see something I don't like. Ow. Well, now I don't want to take my clothes off. You're going to make me feel self-conscious.
Marty Burner with the 50. King Cobra JFS would make a great freeloader or contestant, God knows.
Chunky Sinead O'Connor over here. My girlfriend from Rhode Island when I was 17? Ethan Klein in an alternate dimension?
He needs the money. That is being worked on. Johnny the Fan.
He's very, he's the most diva to get. It's difficult to wrangle.
Yeah, I've been working on it nonstop.
He is a celebrity.
Alright, Red Eye said this a good while back now. He said, why don't we get all the lolcows together in one house? For starters, most of them hate each other. Those who know each other tend to hate each other or try to use each other. Because a lot of the lolcows we go after are scumbags. They're like genuine scumbags. I think Cobes has a heart of gold, but he has smothered it with shit. Like, he has just coated it in a fine layer of filth. Which sounds like a hell of a band name. Fine layer of filth. Hang on. Band name idea. Fine layer of filth. Yeah, I tossed it out to the Discord. Like, he's like not a bad guy. He's just, alright, he has bad elements to him, but I've got bad elements to me. It's just how he treats other people and himself kind of isn't great. He needs a handler. He needs guidance. He honestly needs a friend who's not a piece of shit, who's going to use him, or is going through their own drama. But then you've got like Jared, who has no friends, who has no people who like him. Like, he's just an unpleasant person to be around. Like, Jared would try to murder someone, no joke. Like, he would just try to strangle them. Like, if you had a bunch of people from IP2, and Cobes, and Jared, and Robert Howard Clark III, and fucking D-Roy, and all the kibosh, the cabangle, the sheer quantity of rogues gallery that you'd see on all the shows, mine included, you would end up with this house that would be the equivalent of a fucking armory that was about to be have like a fuse set to it. It's gonna explode. And not in a fun way, but in the police will arrive and someone will bleed out sort of way. And you try to ensure that shit. Because that's something you have to do. If you're going to set up something like that, you got to have waivers. You got to bring your lawyers in. They're probably going to have to do blood tests and shit like that. A good example of that would be probably Big Brother had that back in the day. it can't be easy to set up these lolcows, but having maybe a lolcow with a bunch of other people who'd be a little less lolly and a little bit more lolly, a little more I don't know, just up their own arses. That could be interesting. Like having Cobes in the same room as Steven Crowder would be fucking hilarious. He'd follow him around like a fucking puppy. Like, he'd follow Steven around. Not the other way around.
And we need to sort of court him.
Yeah. They said as long as we have unlimited beer and cigarettes, he'll probably be down.
Okay.
And he doesn't really care about money. He just wants beer and cigarettes.
It's just a beer and cigarette man. We could promise him a lifetime. How much is a lifetime supply of cigarettes?
That would be crazy if we could pull that off.
That would be crazy.
That would be probably like, give him 50 grand worth of cigarettes, and that would probably do it. Because he wouldn't need that many, he'd be dead.
We could calculate how many cigarettes he smokes in a day, and then get him that many cartons. Dropped off in a truck.
Yeah.
Just bring a dump truck up to his apartment and cool it up. Or have him have 10 minutes alone in a room with Ozzy Osbourne, who at this point now is in a wheelchair and has like a tube going up his nose, like, oh,
It'd be crazy if his prize was waiting for him there, like just a room.
I like the people walking in the background, like it's either an office or it's like a what do you call it? Or it's a I gotta go up in a second now. Be back in a minute. It's like an office, or it's like the background for like an old 80s or 70s cartoon, where it's the same guy walking around every 3 or 4 seconds.
We show him up to his room. Hey, here's your room. He opens the door, and it's like there's so many cigarettes, there's nowhere to put stuff.
It is the lifetime supply already. Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
Just hook it to my veins.
Johnny
The month of May was probably the driest month for Josh content this year. He barely streamed, cut down on donation shoutouts, and put out more low-effort merch than any good videos.
Effort?
It could be speculated that Josh wanted to keep the donations he was receiving private, or maybe they were starting to slow down due to the fans being tired of his lack of enthusiasm. Josh did share videos of Puff, mostly to convince his audience that the lizard was still alive and in relatively good condition. However, his viewers, both trolls and fans alike, continue to worry about Josh's ability to take care of a living thing, and expect to see the little guy Mod Podge to his staff sometime this year. Anything of interest came from outside of his channel, including the documentary filmed by Your Favourite Son, and the possibility of Josh appearing on Fish Tank, but it remains to be seen if something will come of these, or if Josh's 2023 will continue in a disappointing but inevitable downward spiral.
Everything ends. He can't do this forever. There'll be an ending. I personally would love to see him end in like a big bombastic sort of way. Though, that's me wanting to make fun of him. In reality, I'd like him to actually do well. I'd like him to not do well on streaming, but find happiness within. Which he doesn't have, because... Look, see, your favourite son's right there. I just think it's so surreal that... That's a great one, by the way. He's doing a review of... Like, he's doing a documentary on Cobes. Of all people. Good morning, good sir. Good morning, Billy Boy Blue. We just watched the Cobes catch-up. I gotta step away real quick. But let me put on something... Ooh, is my spam better than the original? Well, let's find out. Just grabbing more booze. I also need to make a giant ass fart, and I'm not doing that on camera yet.
In honor of Veterans Day, we're making Spam, a popular ration during World War II.
Spam!
And it all starts with a fatty pork shoulder. Punch it through a grinder and add to a bowl. Then take a delicious smoked ham and blend it with some garlic cloves. Pour it into the same bowl as your ground pork. Now the curing salt. This is what keeps it pink and preserves the meat while also giving it its notoriously salty flavor. Pack into a bread pan, place in a dish of water and bake at 300 for 3 hours. Once done, drain out the grease and fat, take a slurp, then cover and weigh down overnight in the fridge. The next day, uncover and admire your Spam loaf. Compared to the canned version, mine looked much more pink, but smelled way better. But I wanted to know how it tasted, so I seared some to find out.
Not bad.
In honor of Veterans Day, we're making Spam, a popular ration during World War II. And it all starts with a fatty pork shoulder. Punch it through a grinder and add to a bowl.
Ooh.
Then take a delicious smoked ham and blend it with some garlic cloves. Pour it into the same bowl as your ground pork. Now the curing salt. This is what keeps it pink and preserves the meat while also giving it its notoriously salty flavor. Pack into a bread pan, place in a dish of water and bake at 300 for 3 hours.
Let's see.
Once done, drain out the grease and fat, take a slurp, then cover and weigh down overnight in the fridge. The next
I like how we put it next to his switch.
day, uncover and admire your Spam loaf. Compared to the canned version, mine looked much more pink, but smelled way better. But I wanted to know how it tasted, so I seared some to find out.
Not bad.
Alright. Good for you, buddy. You beat the system. Only took you that many years. How you doing there, BB? Haven't had my first shot yet. Haven't done anything of the sort. I got Mickey Finn's. Wah! Which is the Espresso Martini. Robusto Martini, cold brewed and cold filter as you pour. I've also got a bottle of Absolute in there, also freezing. A little bottle of Absolute. Sorry about no podcast yesterday. One guest had to back out because of because he couldn't have drank and then drove. And Raisin had to back out because of reasons. Raisin reasons. I will try to make up for it next week, because next week I plan to be doing the watch party. If anyone subscribes over on Twitch. But yeah, if anyone throws donations, I will do a shot first of the Mickey Finns and then of the
bread. You onion soup.
Actually, I'm going to leave this guy because Krendar likes him, and we'll be doing the show later on tonight. Illinois man who shot himself in the leg while dreaming of burglars is charged with firearm offense. This is weird. This one's weird. The bullet ended up buried in bed after a 62-year-old shot himself in the leg while dreaming about an intruder. No one else was hurt, but police said he'd been charged with potential offense.
Illinois man who shot himself in the leg while dreaming about burglars charged with firearms offences, police say. A man who shot himself in the leg while dreaming about a burglar breaking into his home has been arrested and charged by police in the US. Although no one else was hurt and no evidence was found of an actual intruder in the man's home,
nice gun,
police said on Tuesday the Illinois resident is suspected of committing firearms offences.
Jesus, in the leg,
the 62-year-old man from the village of Lake Barrington, northwest of Chicago, told police that he had a dream that someone was breaking into his home. The Lake County Sheriff's Office said in a statement the man retrieved his .357 Magnum revolver and shot at who he believed was the intruder. When he fired, he shot himself and apparently woke up from the dream. The bullet ended up in the bed, the sheriff's office added. The man was charged with possessing a firearm with a revoked firearm owner's identification (FOID) card and the reckless discharge of a firearm. In Illinois, FOID cards are required for the ownership of guns
take his gun
and
away.
ammunition.
Like, clearly no one else was hurt.
It was not made clear from the official statement why the firearm identification card had previously been revoked. The shooting happened at around 9:50 p.m. local time on the 10th of April. At the time, first responders needed to apply a tourniquet to his leg as the man was losing a lot of blood. He was then quickly taken to hospital.
Tourniquet.
The man has been released on bail and is due back in court on the 29th of June.
I normally I'm like, wow, the guy was terrible with his gun. You should throw the book at him. I'm actually like, in this case, just take his gun away. He shouldn't have had the gun. That's fair, but everything else, like, 9 cheese fries supreme.
9 cheese fries supreme. Take a potato and give it a twist. Throw those in a bowl.
I love his editing in these videos. He just kind of like, it's so fluid. I could never do that. Most of my editing is this immediate jump cut. Like, he has to get it down to the millisecond to pull this shit off.
Olive grease and salt, then shuffle them up until they're completely out of order. Throw them on a pan and put them back in order. Undos on forfundo, cook until they start to brown and then rassle them up. Now take some cheddar, some Monterey Jack.
I don't have any cheese, but I can make chips. I've got a 5 kg bag of potatoes out there. I haven't even started on them yet.
Jackety snap, hackery sack, crickety flack, crackety back, flippity smack, lickety crack, and shut the fuck up. Then one by one we'll shred that cheese. Take a bowl and take a tomato, give it a whack. Take the fries out and make a pyramid. Cheese it on up, back in the undo. Take a bowl and slide down the fry slide. Take some salsa and some sour cream, and that's how you make 9 cheese fries supreme.
Hey, even turned it into a rhyme.
How do you sell it?
9 cheese fries supreme.
Cooking, that was his name. Got a lot of Twitter videos, but I don't want to watch Twitter. Like, I've been off Twitter for the past week, and I've been enjoying it like crazy. Rating the Lebanese breakfast. Hell yeah. Let's get some Middle Eastern up in this shit. In this weather, you want some Mediterranean food. Middle Eastern food is even better, though, because it isn't afraid to get really, really flavorful.
Rating breakfast around the world, Lebanon. This is manaish. It's a dish made out of flatbread with various toppings, and I decided to make these flatbreads from scratch, according to a recipe I found on a Lebanese YouTube channel. After mixing all the ingredients and kneading for a bit, I had to let it rest for 45 minutes.
Whoa, what the fuck?
After I managed to get over that shock, I made some smaller balls out of the dough and rested those two for a while before rolling them flat into a flatbread shape. These come topped with this spice mix called za'atar that I just mixed with some olive oil and spread it out using my own hands.
Yeah, but what's the spice mix? What is the spice mix? Like, what's in the spice?
I also have a cheese version, and unfortunately I couldn't find the traditional Lebanese cheese, so I just used mozzarella, but don't tell anyone. After 8 minutes in the oven, they came out looking like this, and I had them with some fresh veggies, and I have to say this thoroughly exceeded my expectations. I really enjoyed this. I'm actually giving this a 9 out of 10. Comment your country so I can make...
If I'm right, he also does like the national dishes. And because America doesn't have a national dish, he had 3 in 1. And that still didn't get the top spot, but it got pretty damn close. It was mac and cheese, fried chicken, and I forget what the third thing was.
Dude, why you got questions?
No.
Rating breakfast.
Okay. I do love overly sarcastic productions. They're fucking cool. They teach you a lot while keeping you entertained. Steve Dawson eases Pretzi back pain by Singloa. What the fuck? Oh no, it's this dude again. No, later, tonight. Travola City and Car Shear. Now what's this? The fuck is this?
Taco Tuesday, I got the cheese, she tasting the Kool-Aid. We go the plug by the Lupe, she gon' do what the goose at the Brinde. Caliente, she get the bad, but she gotta get it 10 ways.
Nice. Like this room. That reminds me of mine when I was growing up. The control. Oh, this repeats. Oh, it's a TikTok, so of course, yeah. You can just put this to anything. And it would work. Oh, imagine if you took that scene there, right? That scene there, and you superimpose, like you GIF it out, turn it into a GIF. That would be so useful to have in so many different things. I'd have that as a fucking, like, donation thing. Ooh! We just had a Coke, but let's get back to Cokes. Fried Dorito mozzarella sticks with King Cobra. Uploaded an hour ago. No, 47 minutes ago.
What up, you two?
Oh, we're up for some good times.
I'm gonna take a full.
Speaking of Doritos, I had oh, there's a bit left. Cool. I got these last night. Smoky Chipotle Blanco Nino tortilla chips. They were so crunchy, and they had that nice blend of spice. Still a few left. Didn't actually know that. Hell yeah! A little dry in comparison to yesterday, but still. Highly recommend them. About £3 a bag. There was 3 different flavors. Slightly salted, lime, and smoky chipotle. Ooh, that smoke. Ooh, that smoke.
Bag of nacho cheese Doritos.
Round.
Hey, donation!
The powder.
Got they off. Time to start boozing. Here's to you, brother.
Here's to you too, man. Thanks for getting me a little bit closer towards Starfield. Very much appreciated. What more? Wow. Just gotta grab the shot glass. Those Chipotle things are so nice. I haven't had Mickey Fins in years, so this will be interesting. I don't think I've ever had this espresso stuff either. Well, thank you so much for the donation. Every donation equates to a single shot. That's why it's in the title. But, nice and ice cold. Basically having an ice cold coffee liqueur. Ooh, it smells lovely. Ooh, you could get that in a white girl scented candle, you know? Oh, that is really nice. There's a very earthy coffee aftertaste. If you've ever had an iced coffee, imagine that with, what's the alcohol they had? Is it vermouth? Oh, it's vodka. You barely taste the vodka. That is really nice. It wouldn't get you shit-faced, but if you had a few bottles of it, it would, because it's 15%. And the fact I'm doing it as shots, and I've got beer, it'll do its job. And I have actual vodka in there too. But I'm going to go through the entire bottle of it. So one shot equated to this much gone. So we could be here a while. Or maybe not. It's up to you guys. Actually, in all fairness, if I finish off, I've got another 4 cans in there. Grolsch outside of the bottle sucks. You want it in the bottle, but I got cans because they're cheap. Growlsh inside the bottle comes in the growler, and it tastes better. But if I finish them and I'm still streaming, then I'll just start drinking the alcohol for the sake of it. Obviously, any donations come in, I'll still try to do a shot of something, but we'll see.
Inside the bag.
That's not even a sip and drink. That's a part of a really nice cocktail, like a really sweet cocktail.
And our seasoning.
That is really nice. I'm glad I picked that up.
I'm gonna take
15 quid if I'm no 10. Tenner for that. Not bad.
About 10 pieces of it. We're gonna fry it up with some Doritos and flour.
Doritos.
Some butter.
Get yourself some Blanco Nino, man.
These cool cobras. I did make a little bit of melted butter in here.
Country crock equates to cool cobras, does it? We can get that over here now in some places.
Seasoning, stir it up, and we'll let that cool off, but we'll come back to that.
We avoid it like the plague. It's country crock. I mean, come on. You can get real cheap
that's gonna
butter
melt.
from
In
cows.
the minute when that's nice and melted, we're gonna add some fry oil to it.
Fry.
And the fry oil will mix with that country crock original on that seasoning and create a nice flavor profile. Like I said, I added the seasoning to our crushed up powdered Doritos, nacho cheese, and to our all-purpose flour. Seasoning.
That's right, you just get your camera, you just jam it in there so we can see all the details, every particle.
You want 10 of these motherfuckers. And that's what's up to.
But they were hot dogs real quick.
Let that melt.
Burn that cheese, burn that butter.
A little bit
that
now
butter
that
and
it's melted. We don't want it to burn, so turn the heat down to a very low heat.
Low energy heat. Whale. Doesn't remove cap. I've done that in all fairness. Oh my god! More oil! Ah!
Get fry oil in there.
The fucking whole bottle! The whole fucking bottle just went in there! Oh my god! I used like a cup or a dash for anything. Is he having them swimming in it?
Using a nice Signature Select vegetable oil. So allegedly it will be healthier, right?
Yeah. Vegetable oil, sunflower oil, canola oil. It's... I can't stand canola oil. It has a weird taste to it. Also fucks up the land. Not many people know that. But it's called rapeseed for a reason. It completely destroys the land until only it can grow. It's good for biofuel, so a lot of people invest in it, and it's good money, but you can't grow anything else.
And we got some Lacrin eggs. Humpty Dumpty got dumped by his girlfriend, so he jumped off a wall. And all the king's horses and all the king's men could not put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
Cobes, that's not how the saying goes. You're being silly now.
You know what one egg said to the other egg? You're one shell of a person.
Oh yeah, it's jokes.
Where do eggs like to get gas for their cars? Well, if you guessed the Shell gas station, you are correct.
Tripod! Tripod! Ooh! It's scary!
Yo, the fuck with this egg? That's funky, dude.
Seriously, he's done this for years. He makes more money than I do. He squanders it too. But Jesus Christ, like, this kind of looks like a golf club the way I'm holding it now. I feel like I'm gonna beat someone to death with it. So, I was told you, don't want to make the deal. That's fair. We'll have to stand by our principles. Like, look at this thing. €15. Came with my ring light. Which is not as useful to do this as I thought. Battery keeps dying on it, for Christ's sake. Like, just fucking word. Like, just invest a little bit. You'll appreciate it. We'll appreciate it. We'll see every greasy detail. You won't be facing the camera directly towards the light.
The membrane of this egg is weird, dude.
Oh, I got it.
Yo, did this egg accidentally get boiled up in this bitch? There it goes.
Well done, cuz.
Fucking hey, that was cool at punctured, man.
That's not a good sign of an egg, to be honest with you.
Lacrim, how you pronounce it? Sharing down.
Clink, throw. Clink,
we're gonna add some of this
clink,
Cajun
throw.
seasoning.
Clink, throw. Boom, done.
To our eggs, just a little bit.
Egg.
Oh yeah, beating off those eggs.
Don't jack off.
It's not beating off the eggs, you're beating the eggs, yes. So it's gonna get a little messy trying to like roll these and like what have you, but that's alright.
G Fuel? Oh, please tell me he thrown some G Fuel into that.
Now, Alex Campbell got really annoying towards the end of our friendship. When he started doing meth and hitting on me when you get too drunk, I'm like, no.
Warlord? Yeah. Warlord was a fucking wreck. No way around that. But Cobes is a utter like wreck himself, so he's not one to judge. Now, I'm not a wreck. I'm a disappointment. Those are two different things.
I was not happy with Mr. Campbell on that. The dude has got some fucking problems that he needs to work through.
Problems.
And we'll do this for all fucking 10 of our cheese sticks. On a side note, speaking of Campbell, it's just like, man, when you have toxic friends in your life, you just gotta...
On a side note, while also talking about him, how does that work? Like, you were talking about him. That was the main focus of the conversation. Well, the conversation, the sentence. And then, as a side note, while talking about him, I...
Cut him loose. Get rid of toxic people in your life, YouTube. You don't
people
need that
telling you that
you're
a disappointment and that you're going to never amount to anything and that you really should stop drinking. They're all terrible people. They're the real sickos.
I don't know. Couldn't tell ya. He got annoying towards the end, dude. And it's really sad, you know, once he started doing math, he'd get off it and he'd get back on it again, and it's just like... I'm not here to judge.
Yes, you are. You're judging. I openly admit I judge you.
No, as far as I'm concerned, fuck Alex Campbell, dude. He seriously fucking... He burned his fucking bridges with me, man.
He didn't even remember he crossed the bridge. He was so fucking high.
Shit about Alex Campbell, but you would feel uncomfortable if you were in my situation too, on top of everything else.
I wouldn't have gotten into the situation. You did. You could have cut ties with him years prior. Why didn't you? You could have been like, hey man, I'm noticing you're trying to kill yourself with drugs. I'm not cool with that. Could you stop? No? Okay, bye. I don't want to be here the day you OD. Instead, you were enabling him. You'd get him shit-faced. You'd give him money. You'd let him crash there. He was high as fuck and also clearly in the closet. Because he was, like, hitting on you a lot?
When Alex would bring over booze, but he had to remind you that he did it every 5 minutes, and it's just like... Yeah, man, the friendship's not about the booze or how much you bring over. It should be about...
It's about the hot goth girlfriends. You don't have any.
I got too drunk, he'd hit on me, and it made me feel really uncomfortable, to be honest. I'll show you how you do one.
Oh, his fingers! His fingers! Oh!
You don't need that shit in your life, cuz.
So you might as well be doing this with shit.
All-purpose flour.
Oh, no.
That Cajun seasoning that we used.
No.
Get a little heat to it.
No.
Roll in the flour. Egg. it's going to do is it's going to build up a nice thick batter. Batter. On our cheese. See that nice thick layer of flour
is for
and
gloves.
Hit it with the
Could
egg
award
one
fucking
more
gloves.
time.
Oh God. Before I went live, I was in the voice chat for Drunken Peasants, and I was talking to Teddy Rubskin's Mrs. Rubskin, and she said when she was in prison, you'd hear like these two girls eating each other out in a jail cell, and it sounded basically like that. Oh. That's where my mind's going to make life better.
We need 3 more ingredients for our sauce. Some Tostitos salsa con queso, cheese sauce.
I'm trying to speak Spanish.
Some Kraft mayo.
Consolidado.
And some Hidden Valley bacon ranch. Into our melted butter it goes.
Oh yeah, just get more of the fatty sauces in there. In all fairness, that was a bad time to pause.
Some of that fresh queso in there.
Queso.
A little bit heavier on the
visceral.
cheese. Oh, that's delicious. So I'll put a couple of gobs.
Good use of the word gob
of
there.
mayo in there.
And it's glob.
Kind of thicken it up a little bit. And you want to whisk diligently.
I'm not watching until he's
bubbling and boiling like a witch's cauldron.
There we go.
We'll fry them up and put them in that bowl and then try them with our dipping sauce. That's most
dipping sauce. I've been dipping into the bottle of whiskey I got.
Make sure that oil comes up to temperature. Yeah.
You see, the weird thing is, he got the heater there, like he's got it on plinths and shit, and he's doing what he can to keep the place clean. Great, awesome. Seriously, I thought this place would be far more of a wreck by now. My issue isn't that. My issue is he still won't buy a fucking tripod for this shit. He could use it for other things.
I'm boiling steam. I'm liking that. Oh yeah, I can feel the heat radiating off of this here pan. That's pretty sweet. If you can smell the butter coming out here, the Country Crock Original smells good. Oh yeah, we're gonna get that sexiness in there, YouTube. Now part 1, for the oil, we added a splash of Country Crock Original, some of our trusty seasoning from this cool Cobra right here. Check out his glass blowing on Instagram, makes a great seasoning.
Okay. That
part 2 is just going to be doing
the
this.
thing is, he sometimes gets really good ingredients. Like, he's got Wagyu beef and he's just fucking destroyed it. It's like, when Ordinary Sausage went and got himself a bit of Wagyu beef, he was smart enough to only use a little bit, and he and the missus and the kids all enjoyed the Wagyu beef the way it was meant to be cut up. Look at his finger.
Yeah, part 2.
You've been doing this longer than me. Come on, man.
Oh, fuck yeah, YouTube. We're gonna...
The amount of oil he tossed in, I hope they fucking fry up.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. We're gonna put this on there like that. Freshly tin-foiled, that's what's up. Yeah, they're starting to cook.
Tin-foil tubes.
It did not take long for these to fry up.
Off!
God damn. God damn, YouTube.
I'm snuffing up at this sometimes.
Not take long for these to fry up at all. See now, when your cheese sticks start oozing cheese out the sides, you know they're done.
That's why every cheese stick I've ever gotten from any restaurant has just been oozing cheese.
Cheese sticks.
They were crisp to perfection.
Are fried up. beautifully. You see the cheese kind of poking
I
out
bet
the
you
side
at
on
the
this
end
one.
of this, when I get super trashed, I'll look at those. Like, if they were offered to me, I'd bite into them and be like, alright. But then I'd wonder why I'd eat like shit like 50 times the next day.
Hot tamales. Ready to go, ready to eat. So I'm gonna let these cheesy treats cool off. Get a close-up of that sizzle in action.
We're gonna check in on Shotgun Red after this. We haven't checked in on him. Well, obviously not him. He passed a few years ago. But his missus and her best friend, I think, keep the lights on.
These didn't turn out too bad, if I do say so myself. Cheese sticks be like.
And then we need Kent Rowlands. Well, actually, no. We'll watch something else, and then Shotgun Red, and then something else, and then Kent Rowland. Every other thing will be food-based.
Oh, look at that sexy cheese pull.
Oh, we have to watch Jared. All right, that's what we're doing after this.
Oh, look at the goods. YouTube, would you eat these mozzarella cheese sticks? They're homemade. Or Sargento string cheese.
Sure, just don't say who the chef was, and I might consider it. He sounds like a horse.
Oh, YouTube. Oh, god damn it, YouTube. Cobra's done it again. Okay, these cheese sticks are phenomenal. These mozzarella cheese sticks with the Doritos, they're fucking good, dude.
Hey,
dunking in our dipping sauce.
Dunking? You made it went for a fucking swim. You dug for buried treasure. Woo! Hello, Mr. Chair. What do you want to do?
I know I'm gonna break kosher food law, but we're gonna double dip. It's my fucking cheese sticks, so goddamn right I'm gonna double dip.
I would not eat those. Like I said, I'd have to be absolutely trashed.
Oh, look at that sexiness. YouTube, grab a bite of these cheese
No,
sticks.
get it off the screen.
Crispy cheese.
We're done.
Easy goodness.
We're done with you. We're done. I'm done. I'm done. Is that right, Egghead? No, I've only just begun.
Well.
Yo, what the fuck was that? Love and affection?
Got a package for you. It's
No.
Well, I never thought it would actually happen. I never thought I would actually say this, but damn. He finally responded. So let's just get this over with. What's up, bitches?
Now, Egghead sent me a DM last night just before going to bed. I was too drunk to respond to him, so I talked to him in the morning. He wanted me to show this on the podcast. I can show it later tonight, but I'll show it here now. Oh, that's... Oh, I like this. That's good. That's good. I like that opening.
Today was pretty much an interesting day. Started off like any other day. Well, now I come to find out that Jared Genesis, after making 11 videos and multiple videos on TikTok...
I did tell Egghead, though, he doesn't need to DM me them. Just post them. Say, hey man, would you cover this via DMs? Or, hey man, would you... or just post them in channel suggestions. He doesn't need to send me them like that.
The guy
I'm not against the idea, it's just a bit weird.
So let's just
I'm probably going to show them anyway.
Insanity, shall we?
He's a friend of the show.
Alright, so real quick, because I don't like talking about these germs.
Right, you just don't want to talk about them.
Wait. Does that say Jared Genesis 86? Was he born in 86? If that's so, he's older than me by 2 years. Jared, look at those fucking fish eyes of his. Christ. The Little Mermaid in the remake doesn't have weird eyes like that.
Talking about these germs.
Right, you just don't want to talk about them on your YouTube channel or TikTok or anything. That's why you talk about these people all the time.
There was a guy by the name of Egghead. He's affiliated with Drunken Peasants.
Me? Little old me, you say? Why, Jared, this is so sudden. I can't believe I'm finally being spoken to by an admitted PDF file on YouTube. Go on, say.
Could you imagine being related to the Drunken Peasants in any way? Could you imagine? My God, the sadness. The absolute sadness. Smoke weed every day.
More lovely things about me.
Basically, this was the one who slandered my name and got me really famous on TikTok.
Famous? Famous? Slandered? No, everything you did was legit your fault. And everything said about you was true. So that's actually a redundant statement. Everything they said about you is true. And as for famous, no. No.
One thing about that, Jared. How can it be considered slander when it literally came from your mouth? All I did last year was show everyone who I could possibly reach.
He still does it on Twitter. Whenever Jared follows someone and they get a response on Twitter, Egghead responds with the clips of Jared saying that he'd date a child. And they're not taking it out of context. Never forget that. Like, Jared is a pedophile. He doesn't say pedophile because he's worried about, like, the algorithm knocking him down. I'll say it. Jared wants to fuck kids. Like, he is too inert. He's too inept, and he's too, in many ways, harmless to actually follow it through. But Jared is a child molester who's just never molested children. He's a no map, basically. He's a map. But you see, the thing is, I'm not so woke where I'm like, oh, maps are just no. No. Maps are people who aren't in jail yet. And should be on lists and have little tags on their ears like deers in the wild. Jared included. And every time he goes to particular websites and every time he says certain things on Discord, he should get a firm and yet painful shock in the collar. Because he wants to fuck kids. Some people want to, like, put them away into, like, mental institutions. That's fine. Some people want to say, we have to learn to live with them. No, we don't. We have to learn to blow out the back of their skulls with 12 gauges. That's what we have to do. This is not one of those cases where, you know, oh, they're different from us, but they're not harming anyone. No, they want to harm people, though. That's the thing. I have very similar, if not exact same feelings towards people who want to do that shit to animals. In Minecraft, by the way. All this shit is in Minecraft. I'd never, ever, ever suggest that shit, because you'd go to jail. And they'd probably get an apology. Assuming you fucked it up. Well, this is all the Minecraft jails and Minecraft laws. Minecraft is a very diverse game. Has a lot going on about it.
You are. And you know what? Just for...
That actually might get the stream taken down.
Just to keep everything
I'm not even joking.
Intact, let's show everyone
not whoops,
what
because I don't
showed people.
Not because I disagree with it, but because just I don't want this stream taken down. I'm having fun.
Last year.
I don't care about age. I date anybody. It doesn't matter. I don't follow society's rules. And, you know, people think ill of me for that, but it doesn't matter to me. I never cared about what people think of me. You know? That's why Chris calls me a pedo and all these funny names. You know? Even though he's really just... I don't think there's a word that can describe his level of sickness, but... If you feel you have chemistry towards someone, you know, like you connect in a spiritual way, then go for it. Whether they're, you know, 14, 48, 99, whatever, doesn't matter, dude. Sure, 12 is cool with me. That's great, man. See, the funny thing about adolescents is they never sold their soul yet. And so they still have purity in them. And if you can get one young like that, then that's freaking great. You know, most of the time, though, their parents probably wouldn't be cool with that, and that's understandable. But the funny thing is, a lot of parents are so stupid, and they insult their own children.
Jared.
Well, my kid can't date someone younger.
Jared. And that's why we go after him. Plus, he's disgusting. Plus, he's weird. Plus, he's all these things that Cobes is. But Cobes isn't into kids. We know this because he mentions it 50 times a day. Which is interesting in its own right. But this fucker right here.
Because their brain hasn't developed. Because basically, you know, it's like saying they're stupid. My kid's stupid. So I don't want them dating someone older because they're just going to make stupid
Hell, he's also
choices
being
'cause they're
catfished
dumb.
by people who pretended to be kids all the time on his Discord. Yeah, he's proud of it too. He doesn't understand why people are so angry at him. That's why I have so much rage towards him. That's why Egghead has so much rage towards him. That's why there are so many communities out to belittle and break him. He is a bad man. He is a very bad man. In the truest sense, there's few things that are evil in this world. This is one of them.
What kind of piece of crap parent says that? Hell yes I would, dude. I would date an 11-year-old, 9-year-old, doesn't matter. I look in the spiritual aspect of it. If
And
I
Egghead
spiritually
always
connect to
shows this
someone,
clip to his
it doesn't
new
matter, dude.
followers
99,
or
8,
followings.
1,000 years old, it doesn't matter. And if you think ill of me for that, that's on you. I really don't give a shit. So cheers, guys, for being here. Still got 46 in the chat.
He also pissed on stream too. Like he literally just, you could hear him filling up his jug. And later on he took a swig out of it and spat it out, realizing it was his piss jug.
Again, those were your own words, dude.
One thing you should know about this guy whose head is an egg. He's affiliated with drunken peasants.
Yeah, what of it?
What does that mean? It means he supports a rapist. Ben Pie from the Drunken Peasants is an alleged...
I'm not touching this one. But even if it turned out what it was said was true, I'm not saying, but even if it turned out it was true, if it came out of Jared, it's like Honest Red. When Honest Red says something, you dismiss it out of hand. Another person, a random person in the street, agrees with him, you listen to that, and you praise that person, not Honest Red, for pointing it out. It takes power away from them. However, Jared saying this, he doesn't care. He thinks it's a gotcha. If anything, it hurts the people who go after Ben to have this fucker in their ranks. And if you knew who Brett Keane is, you know that Brett Keane used to do this a lot back in the day. Brett would go after everyone, including members of the Drunken Peasants, for all manner of different things, for things that they said or did, and he didn't give a fuck, but he would always jump on the bandwagon of hate because they in turn hated him. Say they would go after, say, I don't know, Jared is made fun by JonTron. JonTron mocks him. Jared would then turn around and say, well, you said this about immigrants. I love immigrants. But then you could look at like a video of Jared saying that he hates all immigrants. Jared doesn't have feelings, except for rage and bitterness. Just like he doesn't have friends. His family probably hates his guts. He's a broken person. And unlike, say, Marshall Mathers IV, who is, like, mentally unwell, Jared's obviously mentally unwell too, but Marshall tries to do better. He usually fails. But he tries. Jared hasn't tried anything in years. He got beaten up outside in the dojo of the Green Power Ranger. And then complained that the guy let the Yellow Power Ranger, the actress who played the Yellow Power Ranger, die. Like, it's just, the guy is utter scum. He is. We used to, in Drunken Peasants, we used to say, at least you're not Brett Keane. Nowadays, we say, at least you're not Jared. I'm terrified that there's someone worse than Jared. And people will say, oh, no one can be worse than Jared. No, we said about Brett. There can always be a bigger fish. There may very well be the ultimate bottom feeder, the ultimate, like, bedrock of scumbag out there. I honestly don't think it's Jared. And there's nothing redeemable about Jared. So, you just keep that in mind. There's nothing redeemable about Jared, but I think there's someone worse than him out there. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
This rapist. 2 women have come out about him. It's on the channel Lady Hopium.
Hopium immediately dismissed any connection. Hope hates Jared. Even before the whole breakup with DP, Hopium went after Jared. And now Jared's going to Hope. Now, Hope can't stand them. Rightly so. Like, he might hate, like, if I went to Jared and said, I have hot, like, dirt on Ben or Billy or Keemstar or anyone who's gone after them, he'd jump on board with it because he's desperate. But look at what I'm doing. I'm spending all day, not all day, obviously, but I'm spending a good chunk of this stream just railing after a fucking ghoul of a person. Like, he is just a scummy human being. And that's why I don't honestly care what happens to him. I think justice needs to happen, and that's why whoever got him swatted was a fucking idiot, because now it's far less likely the police will report him. By the way, I'm pouring my next shot. But yeah, Jared's pure, utter, unadulterated toe jam. No Earl.
Oh. So that's why you made the video. Interesting. Interesting indeed, yeah. Funny how you bitch about me slandering your name, yet you literally just slandered my name. You wanna play that game? Haha! Alright, let's play, bitch.
Yeah. What did that say there?
You wanna play that game? Haha! Alright, let's play.
No doubt, I've cyber sex with the really young ones. Oh, I don't even want to say this. All I know about it, I guess one day when the kids grow up, they'll end this thing, but no!
I will, I don't know if I can, I guess there's no way I could put this on TikTok, but if you check the channel Lady Hopium, you will see that 2 women have come out against this guy. And Egghead is good friends with Ben Pie. He's part of the Drunken Peasants.
I'm good friends with Drunken Peasants and Hopium. So what? Where do I land in this there, Jared? Where do I go? What do I do? Do I come to Texas and have a serious talk with your parents about how they should have used a condom?
So,
I'm not a host on the Drunken Peasants.
By the way, that's not a dox. He's stayed at more than one season in Texas. And eggs in Texas, for fuck's sake. More likely he'd go to fucking Jared's place.
I'm literally just a guest on that show, and I'm also part of multiple communities that despises you. It's funny how
Mine being one, Hopium's being another.
You think I'm only a part of the drunken peasants. You are gravely mistaken.
Ryby! I don't know. Imagine he still talks to Ryby fairly regularly. But she couldn't stand him. The Shit Show. The Geek Room. Security Monitor Lizards channel. Like, we can all put aside our thousands of little differences here and there and just come together to say that Jared Genesis is a danger to children. And probably other people too.
He's trying to run a smear campaign against me. He's going to fail miserably.
Oh, really?
A smear campaign? It's not a smear campaign. And it's not failing. It's a warning. It's a genuine warning. To keep this fucker away. Don't give him a platform. When he pops up, you bop. It's a game of whack-a-mole. You know? He pops up, you pop him back down. I do my part. Egghead does it way more. Never give Jared an inch. Take from him a mile, if he even has a mile. Something tells me he doesn't have a mile to him.
3 videos. Also, it's not a smear campaign when all I did literally was just make people aware of who you are. Yeah. That's all I did. 2 videos that blew up and spread like wildfire. And by the end of it, everyone knew who you were. Everyone.
Yeah.
Not just me. The big time TikTok creators. Interesting how you went after little old me and none of the others.
Keem also went after him. I think Vosh or Keffels knows who he is. Like, everyone knows to avoid him. He is filth. He isn't just surrounded by filth, he is literally filth.
Big time TikTok creators who made videos about you. Interesting. Interesting indeed.
So, good luck with that Benny boy. Anyways, guys, Jared Genesis out.
Alright, Jared, so you literally want to play this game.
Also, look how he made a video while someone was...
and play this type of game with me. Alright, fine.
Lawn mowing outside.
The proverbial gloves are off now, punk. I've already shown everyone the video where you said that you would date children. But why stop there? You say that video was taken out of context. Okay, provide the context. Everyone constantly asks you for it. All the time. You never do. You never provide.
Yeah, this is like when Vosh is accused of being into kids. And then he provides the context. And like, oh, you're not in the kids. Of course I'm not in the fucking kids. Like... But Jared, he has nothing.
At all. And when people constantly press you on it and ask you
Vosh
for the
isn't
context,
the horses, though.
And then they say kids can't consent,
or at least he wants a horse
immediately double down, and then you say that it is ageism when you say...
The only other person I've ever heard say ageism is Lucas Werner. The man who suffers from schizophrenia and substance abuse. You're all ageist! Ageist!
When people say that kids can't consent. Also, let's bring up the fact that you said that you wanted the age of consent to be lowered to the age of 12. Don't believe me? Here's the clip.
That's what they do. They try to pin things on you. Like, for me, it was pedophile. And I know...
The weird thing is, his parents must know he does this. He had his computer taken away from him and everything. They're okay with this. I think when the police comes to arrest him, they have to arrest them too.
Oh, they have that with Wings too, which, by the way, I do agree with his views. I think 12 years old is actually appropriate for age of consent because, let's just be honest, bro, a lot of 12s are doing it. He's right. He's absolutely right about that. I mean, I'm going to get it.
Episode 1 of Kink Think with Missy Ann. She said she lost her virginity at the age of 12 to a boy who was 14. They were at a campsite. They went out to the woods. I asked did you enjoy it? And she was like, yeah. Kids, teenagers, wanna fuck. They do. It's when your hormones start. Teenagers also have no fucking idea about anything. It's why we don't let them vote until they're 18. Drink until they're 18. Here, anyway. Fucking go to war. Own a gun. Drive a car. Like, they're kids who are starting to figure out that the world is unlocking to them. They're gonna make terrible decisions. Plus, their body isn't fully formed yet. Some are earlier bloomers or late bloomers for sure. That doesn't mean anything because their brains aren't there yet. The age of consent was 12 back when we were in caves, and there wasn't even consent involved. You wanted to hit on a woman, you were more likely to literally hit on her. We've grown past that. Sex is more than just flesh meeting flesh. It is intimacy. It is control. It is lust. It is fear. It is curiosity and confusion. It is 1,000 different things. As well as making babies. And sometimes, anyway. And a kid can't figure out what they want to be for their first job. They don't know what they want, like, to name their first cat. They're kids. It's not a like, people say, oh, 18's arbitrary. It kinda is. But it's the closest we can get where kids can finally fucking go, because an 18-year-old is not an adult. They're not adults. They're fucking kids who can now legally fuck. Were they doing it before? I did. I was horny. I needed it as far as I could tell. And I had the opportunity. She consented. I consented. Boom, bam, done. But what about, you know, everyone who doesn't? Everyone who's tricked into it. Everyone who thinks that they can trust somebody who's going to use and abuse them. It really doesn't promote a bunch of kids fucking. And then it should usually, like, when kids are experimenting, when they're touching boob or giving their first oral, 17, 16 or whatever, it should be with each other. That's just the way of the world. But 18 is a legal reason, like, there's a reason for it. It's just, it's a part of growing up. But when you have like a 30-something, a 40-something, a 50-something, a 60-something with like a teenager? No. No, the power dynamic is too extreme. The differences of brain state is too extreme. I've never been turned off so quickly as when a fucking teenager, who physically looked impressive for a teenager, was hitting on me on Tinder not too long ago. And the shit she was talking about, I didn't give a fuck. She was asking me who my favourite TikToker was. I don't watch TikTok. Why the fuck would I? She liked K-pop. None will turn me off quicker than listening to a fucking, frankly, the inane dribble of a teenager. Drivel. Might as well be dribble. And I don't think I'm better than them. They're just not ready yet. Pop them back into the oven. They'll be fine in a year or two. Until then, there are other not ready people for them to try shit out. But you're not getting any of them, Jared. You're not getting little kids or grown-ass women. You're getting no one. You're going to die alone. Really, really alone. Most likely in a hospital, in a prison. After you try to do something. Like I said, the only person I've ever heard beside was Lucas. And Lucas got arrested more than once. Hell, he got famous in America for jumping over the counter at a Starbucks employee who was like 17 and he was in his 30s. He sent her a love letter. He started to try to talk to her all the time, and finally he's like, no! It's bullshit. I'm 38 and I won't even hook up with anyone under the age of 30. Hell, Billy, do you remember why you got briefly banned off Discord? Due to the misunderstanding that we had with you? One I'll entirely admit was a misunderstanding. Over August and shit like that. Like, yeah, like, I want a woman. I don't want a little girl. They can have the best fucking body in the world, but have a conversation with them and see what happens. Will they make you laugh? Will they get your jokes? Will they get your references? Do they have class in the morning?
Trouble for saying that, but you know what? He had the balls to say it, so I'm gonna have the balls to back him up. He's absolutely fucking right. Not that I would go out and bang a 12-year-old, because that would be fucking stupid and retarded. You know, and honestly, dude, I mean, I'd rather be with someone...
If one good thing came out of that, besides finally us kicking August off, it's to remind everyone that A, I don't play favorites, and B, we do not support that even in, like, misjudged righteous wrath. That shit does not float. Even suspicions get booted out. We'll sift through the ashes later and figure that shit out. Which we did in your case.
With experience. But what he said about the age of consent, yeah, I do actually fucking agree with.
Also, it's interesting how you said I did all those horrible things. And yet, here's you saying that you would have sex with a 14-year-old. Oh,
yeah, like, the thing is with Jared, like, he doesn't hide it. Like, he doesn't get that people find him repulsive for these views, among other things.
Yes, and side note, anyone under the age of 18 is considered a child, Jared. And
again,
finally,
there is an arbitrary value to that. I'd say a 19-year-old's a child. I'd say a 20-year-old's a child. I'd say a 22-year-old is still kind of childish. For me, I knock 10 years. When I'm on Tinder, 10 years off. Any under it? Nah. Right. They can look beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. They can be my nerdy goth gamer GF all they want. But what the fuck would I have in common with them? Want to hook up? With me? Yeah, no. They're not going... If they want to hook up, they're not hooking up with a guy. If they look the way we're all thinking in our head right now... busty, curvy, fishnets, probably have great taste in music. They're not hooking up with me. You know,
you want to sit there and slander not only me,
and most of the time they don't want to hook up.
We went through this before, Jared.
They went to a bar to
what happened after the BS allegations that came forward? Oh yeah, that's right.
It's fucking nothing.
Nothing came of it. It's been 2 years now, and nothing came of it. And I find it absolutely disgusting and extremely hypocritical of you that you call yourself a men's rights activist, yet you are 100% okay with false rape allegations coming toward...
Grape. I'll say rape. He'll say grape. I prefer the no word, but whatever. I interchange it. That's actually something I didn't realize myself. Like, he did end up, like, he's like supporting MRA until he has a chance to take a shot at a man. Like, Jared has nothing. He is nothing.
a man. But oh yeah, that's right. It's okay in your eyes.
I'm looking forward to some wholesome red after
this. You know
this.
what I find absolutely hilarious? You call yourself a chosen one Christian. Believe me when I tell you this, Jared, that Jesus would be ashamed of you. You are nothing more than a stain on this planet, a stain on YouTube, and a stain on TikTok, and a stain on every single social...
He is a stain on the great flag of Texas. Egghead knows what's up. Better than KFC. Sweet, creamy coleslaw. Perfect skillet. Cornbread every time. Tomato bacon ranch pie. Our new favorite bake. Well, it has to be red. Wait a minute. How much? I thought he died. Preach, brother egg. Yep. I honestly thought Shotgun Red died. Love and prayers. Oh, it's a repost. Oh, okay. Ah, they're just re-uploading old ones. Well, that's okay. Old ones that you've not seen before are new, right?
Hey everybody, Hunter, Fisher, Trapper, Trader, Guide, Scout, and Interpreter, and Country Cook Steve Hall here.
You know what? I actually don't like coleslaw. Now garlic shrimp, that sounds more my cup of tea.
Garlic shrimp. Check it out.
And I know, shocked, but I don't like it.
Come on up here close and I'm showing you what we're going to make. I stopped at the store on the way home and I picked up 1 pound off and they're raw.
How do you devein a shrimp but keep the shells on? That seems like a really awkward thing to do.
And I'm going to whip up something real quick for Sheila. So I ran in the kitchen. I didn't have any fancy bread. So I grabbed a bratwurst hot dog bun, put some butter on the bottom of it, browned it up in his pants, and I'm going to put a little dusting of garlic
God, he sounds
on
so
there.
Out of breath.
All right, this pan has something to say. Hi, everybody. Hunter, Fisher, Trapper, Trader, Guide, Scout, and Interpreter, and Country Cook Steve Hall, along with Pretty Miss Sheila. I forgot to say that, so the pan said it. Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put me some olive oil in here just to cover the bottom pretty good.
Well, that explains why they keep having new videos with them. They just keep re-uploading old ones.
Maybe about 1/4 cup. Then I'm going to put in...
No shock, he died of a heart attack. I mean...
About 2 tablespoons of garlic. Let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm doing everything off the shelf and out of the refrigerator. I'm not doing anything fresh. Everything is in a jar or a can or whatever. Now I'm adding some garlic.
I just got into it.
Which is about 2 heaping tablespoons of minced garlic out of one of them cans.
And from him I found Kent Rowlands, who will watch after another non-cooking video.
I'm going to get this browning up in my pan here. And I'm going to put in a little bit of butter, not very much.
Guys, if you're enjoying the show, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check out the links down below. And maybe, if you're feeling up for it, if you want to help me partake in a shot of Mickey Finn's liqueur, toss a donation my way.
Just to kind of change the flavor profile to that oil.
I hear his voice and all I can hear is Chris Farley from SNL. Bear's super fan.
And garlic. And let's get her cooking up here.
Thirsty Cops with RuPaul. I was actually in the States for that one. Thirsty Cops! Yeah. You were right to be fine.
Okay. All right, I've been getting this garlic going for just about a minute and a half, 2 minutes here. And I'm only whipping up a small batch for Sheila. So you can double this recipe to make it for 2 or 3 people. Now we're going to put in our 1 pound of shrimp in here. Oh, one guy thought he would stay behind, but I found him.
Aha, you died like the rest.
That happening. We're going to put in a little bit of red pepper flakes. Again, this stuff's just all off the shelf. And see, I'm just adding just a touch of this, not too much. The more you put in here, of course it's going to get a little hotter. You put in what you like. Got our red pepper flakes. We're going to stir that in. We're going to watch this shrimp close, because as it starts to get pink, it's going to start to get done. I guess I could time it and see how long it takes for you. But the pink color tells the tale. And I got everything cranked up on high on this little cooker. And for color here, we're going to add about a heaping teaspoon of paprika.
Paprika. He says it like 2 words. Paprika.
It changes the whole look of this recipe in the pan. It just happens to be wonderful. This is garlic and red wine shrimp for Sheila. You like it, Sheila, so far?
It looks good.
It does look good, don't it?
Definitely looking good.
Okay. Let that kind of happen. Now we're going to add about a tablespoon of lemon juice. Now you can take lemons and cut them in half and squeeze them in here. I just grabbed one of them little yellow plastic things out of the refrigerator and squirted it in here. Yeah. So I got about a tablespoon of lemon juice.
I used to do that for pancakes. Oh, a bit of lemon juice over pancakes. Nicer than butter sometimes.
This is a quick late night snack. I've got The Voice on pause in the other room because she loves to watch The Voice, but she said, what do you got for a nice little late night snack? I said, I actually bought you a surprise. I grabbed a pound of shrimp. Let's turn the camera on and show everybody how to whip this up. And again, I took that little hot dog bun and I put some butter on it and put it down and grilled it before I even put the oil in. Buttered it, grilled it, put a little bit of garlic powder on there.
Amazing.
You don't always need to buy expensive stuff to have a great meal. Getting close.
I can see why she married him. Like he was a great cook. Like
it's already turning. Now let's add a little bit of parsley flakes in there for color. Not a bunch, just about that right there. Perfect. Remember, we put in our 1 pound of shrimp. Now, again, you can double this recipe and put in 2 pounds of shrimp and then double everything else, obviously. But this is just for Sheila, and she'll probably eat about this much maybe over here. And I might steal a little bit over here for me.
I always liked you could tell a lot about their relationship. They always stole each other's food a lot.
Lets me have some. Now for our secret ingredient from the winery that makes our new wine available nationwide. You order it all across the United States and they can ship it to you. And what am I talking about? Talking about Shotgun Red's Touch of Sweet Wine. This stuff is fantastic. Don't buy wine in the store for cooking because it's very expensive. It tastes like crap. This stuff is fantastic. And I'm only going to...
Yeah, cooking wine is very rare. It's very thick, I've always found. It's very... a Merlot is cheap wine, but it's also great for cooking. But yeah, you know, what you want is a good wine that you can actually sip and cook with. Easiest thing in the world, right out of the movie Godfather, put there exclusively so somebody can, or is it Goodfellas? I forget which. One of the gangster films. But I remember listening to the director's commentary and he described it. It's just a bit of red sauce, bit of he was making these huge pork sausages. Speaking of sausages, we'll be getting to him tonight anyway. Huge sausages, bit of red sauce, tomato diced really fine, onion, garlic, black pepper, sprig of wine, rolled it around in it, cooked in it, bam, done. Easiest thing in the world, multitasked, nothing crazy about it. Smells amazing, tastes great. I've had it tons of times. Last time I bought red wine, I used it. I used half the bottle for myself and the other half in the just to make the sauce. It was a small bottle. It was.
Add about a quarter of a cup in there, and then I'm going to put the rest of it in this glass right here to enjoy with the meal.
I'm not a big fan of wine
but that
anymore.
Shotgun Reds, hold on one second. Wow. That is so smooth. If you just don't like wine because it has an alcohol bite to it, or it tastes nasty, or it's dry and bitter, try this smooth stuff.
He's got he basically is making, by the sound of it, if he's making a super sweet wine, isn't that a Zindel? A German wine that the monks who would make wine in the summer accidentally planted too late in the year, and they found during the snow season the grapes would develop a sort of crystallized outer coating, and when they were time to pluck, that crystallized coating would have all the sugar of inside of the grape that would make it a really sweet wine. I remember that's the one thing I picked out of A History of Wine, a documentary I watched years ago. That was the one thing I remember out of it.
I think this shrimp is done. You don't want to overcook it. You want to get them just done enough.
And Jewish wine.
And I'm going to sneak one out of here.
Not really my thing.
And give it just a sample. I turned the burner off already.
Scalding hot, Christ.
That is so wonderful. You know, I should have got a bigger spoon to get this stuff out of here. But I'm going to do it with this so I can torture everybody. And they can see all these little shrimp come out of here one at a time.
Counter!
Back out front. I'm going to get this here. And then I want you to come around here, and I'm going to present you with this wonderful garlic and red wine shrimp. Real easy to make. Just make it out of the ingredients you got. You don't need to go buy fresh everything. I know that's probably better. I know there's some chefs out there.
Oh yeah. You know, Shotgun Red was never really big into like being fancy. He could go fancy when he wanted to. It was just. Ooh, we should watch Daily Dose of Internet.
I guess the school didn't approve of this teacher's yearbook photo, so they put a sticker on top of it.
What the heck? They put a sticker on there?
No! Babies, stop fighting! Stop fighting, babies! And the dogs are like, stop fighting.
Good looking ice cream. You shame if someone were to split some skulls with it.
These are some of the falls a professional
Morning Star ice cream? Hell yeah.
Stuntman will practice for a movie.
Ha! Yeah, someone's got to do it, right?
This guy is training his rat army to take over the world.
I've seen this. Rat army!
Yeah, it is. God, look how smart I am.
This poor kid was getting chased by this terrifying dog.
Oh, look at his little tail. It doesn't have a tail, but it's still trying to wag it.
This guy was trying to sell his bike when he realized he was about to get jumped.
Where'd you get this?
Sorry. Yep. Yep. Hey,
Did I see?
no.
Oh shit! Holy fuck! That escalated quickly.
These doctors were taking care of this lion when the lion suddenly woke up from being sedated.
Oh no, worst case, worst case! Oh, it's high as fuck and it is not happy. Oh, he is not happy. Oh, I hate that so much.
This little guy is an insurance scammer and pretended that he got hurt in an accident.
Damn, I forgot how packaged they are.
So I guess animals can get voice cracks as well.
My wives, my many wives. Honk! Honk! Honk.
This dog started crying because he lost his tooth.
It's okay, don't cry. You're fine. You'll get it back.
These police officers rescued this kangaroo that was swimming in the ocean.
Oh, that thing would have looked so weird swimming.
If your clothes are made of unnatural materials like polyester, they're going to be dirtier than clothes made of natural materials. You can see how the oil is attracted to this fabric made of polyester. And with this fabric made of cotton, the oil slides right off.
Meow. 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 Meow.
This feels illegal to know. I just learned that you can open bananas like a glue stick.
Yep.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
See the two dogs there just working away. Fuck it.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. She wanted to know what a hot dog scented candle smelled like.
Hola. Hola.
Hola.
Hola, cariño.
Hola.
This guy can make video game reload animations.
Yeah, I've seen this guy before. He's very cool.
Using random items from around the house.
Yeah, he's awesome. Escape.
This is how actors in food commercials eat.
In 3, 2, 1, action! Gagan! Gagan! Oh my gosh! Oh, wee wee! And ready, Kasan!
Fucking creepy. Oh.
This guy met his girlfriend's dog for the very first time.
You come on.
Oh shit! Oh no!
Don't worry, he wasn't hurt.
Oh! Oh!
I found an artist that creates incredible designs on pancakes.
I was gonna say, is that a Pop-Tart? That's amazing! I wouldn't eat it. I'd have it like laminated and put into a fucking, on like a little tiny frame. Have it in my bathroom or something. Yeah. My little dog used to do that.
In case you didn't know, water is a musical instrument.
Yeah, I knew that. It does seem like the rest of the orchestra has to shut up to let them play, you know?
This dog got lucky and found a clam.
Clam!
I sure should have increased my life insurance policy. Gotta open 4 metal gates. Oh my god, I got that on video.
Excuse me, this is like extremely heavy. Can you just hold it real quick?
What, this?
He's too maintained for you there, honey. You're probably not his type.
No.
I found an artist that creates portraits by only using rocks he finds on the beach.
Van Gogh. You need a very specific amount of stones to make this shit happen.
Can you just back up, bro?
But he wants nuggies.
Stop. I'm literally just trying to poop in peace.
Hey, don't look at me. I'm letting you just vibe.
That's the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better.
10%. 10%. Alright. Kent Rowlands. We need a dancing fucking cowboy. Okay? Homemade chorizo burger, pork steak. We already watched the bait. So, corn dodgers.
Can you give me your best John Wayne impersonation?
Oh, good luck, Pilgrim.
Hello, Pilgrim. Hello, Pilgrim. Yo, Pilgrim.
Yo, sup?
Woo-wee, thank y'all for joining.
We're finally back to actual cowboy food. Hell yeah.
Joining us on a hot afternoon under the barn.
I
And
love
what are we
this,
talking
man.
about? Historically correct food. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. And what? Rooster Cogburn, also known as the Duke, also known as the John Wayne. So, what's
True
going
Grit.
on, Pilgrim?
Both versions of True Grit are fantastic. Both bring a different vibe to the table. It's rare that you don't just get normally when you get a remake of a film, like say the Little Mermaid movie, right? The Little Mermaid movie, if a little kid somewhere watches the latest one and they like it, I wouldn't want to take that away from them. You have to be a fucking ghoul to want to do that. But it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I watched it a few days ago. It wasn't good. Not by my standards, anyway. There was a rapping seagull in it, for fuck's sake. There was a goddamn the main lead. He couldn't sing. He couldn't sing for shit. It's a musical and he couldn't sing. Everyone always, all the people yelling at it about her being black, don't yell at her don't hate the movie for her being black. That's fucking weird. Hate the movie because it was crap. But there are occasional remakes that are better, or at least on par with the original. And then you get True Grit, which does a little bit of everything. So it's kind of like its own separate thing. Both are valid. Like, it's not just that, like, oh, well, the original is great because A, B, C, D. Yes. And the remake is great because of A, B, C, and D. Actually, X, Y, and Z.
Today we're going to be cooking up some what? Corn Dodgers. Y'all see the movie True Grit? But there was this Chinese cook in there that he called Chin Lee, and he was always making corn dodgers. But corn dodgers were also, even date back before that movie was made, because a lot of the settlers that traveled west, especially along the Oregon Trail, they didn't have a lot of supplies, and they were always moving and always in a hurry, so they would try to cook something sort of simple with what they had, and that was a corn dodger.
Like a journey
folks,
cake,
I'm gonna
like
tell
what
you
I
today,
make
I'm
with
going
the
to cook
oatmeal.
it just like they did when they was in a hurry. Yep, I am going to cook it on a spade, otherwise known as a shovel. We're going to make it their version, then we're going to make it our version, and we're going to have a good time. We are. Now, to make these corn dodgers, especially in the way that I seen them made in the True Grit movie, Chin Lee just had a pot of boiling water, one of them old tea kettles. It's just really like hot water cornbread is really all it is. But folks, they didn't put no egg in there. They didn't put no milk in there. It's just water, cornmeal, maybe a little hog fat if they had it, and what? A little bit of salt. And that's it. I mean, it was pretty bland. But I really think them things, if you could keep them for very long, you could probably kill rabbits with them, because I'm thinking they're going to get pretty hard. I really do. But
well, they're not really meant to last. You have them then and there, and then you get on with your day, right? They're trail food, like trail mix or jerky or pork and beans. You know, like it's food that's going to fill you up and give you energy to keep going. They won't give you everything you need. It's not a real meal. It's a ration.
the same thing if they...
I'll also say this about cornbread. I've had some good cornbread, but most of the cornbread I've ever had over here, it's not great. You can get cornmeal up in most shops around these parts. And it's fine. But give me potato bread. Give me, like, brown bread. None of that Hawaiian brown bread either that Americans have. Like, proper brack, you know? Crispy outer crust and, like, pure soft innards.
Called them, especially in the southeastern part of the United States,
butter.
corn pone, which was usually, you know, long and skinny like that. And then it's totally different than cornbread because there's so much more that we have in cornbread. And right now we got 2 cups of water in a stock pot, and you need to bring that to a little bitty simmer. 2 cups cornmeal. Now pour it in there gradually, and I want you to stir it around as you're going so it don't be clumping up really bad. Just keep stirring and mixing. And this is going to look really thick. If you think that it's too dry or some of your water might have boiled away like mine did, I'm going to add just a tad of water. We want this to where when we get through with it, we'll be able to form a ball out of it.
Yep.
So you can see it's trying to congeal.
That's what I do with my
together.
oatmeal, by the way. I put it through the sieve, put it under the sink, turn it into a nice sort of puck, pop it into the air fryer, boom, you're done. Put whatever you want on top of it. And is it dry? Hell yeah. Is it coarse? Hell yeah. Is it bland? Hell yeah. That's why you put stuff on top of it. And does it fill you up? Hell yeah. It's not flour though. You want to get actual flour because it'll make it nice, smooth. That's the difference. Like,
you want to keep stirring it. Just pick it up. See, can you just...
Oh, also, when I was in New York last time, every time I'd get on the subway, they'd have these little recipes on these sort of like electronic advertisements on the train. And one of which was to make a lentil tortilla. So when I got back here, I tried to make a lentil tortilla, and it was an absolute disaster. And then I realized I need a food processor. Like, as much as I ground it down, it just wasn't the fine grinding flour that was needed.
It'll stay right now, so we're pretty close. So let's get that off there. And when you pull it off, don't go to thinking that you're just going to go ahead and start making them, because that'll burn your fingers. I'll meet y'all back over here at the table.
It tasted like lentils.
Now, before you take that off there, you can add a little salt in, or you can add a little now, because it don't take much. I'm just talking a pinch.
Yeah.
And that's all we're going to put in
That's
there.
still way more
We're going to stir this around a little bit. Just keep letting it sit till you know all that moisture is out of there.
Look at
And
just the
run real
endless
quick while-
nothing where he lives. Like, holy Christ.
While this is cooling off, go outside, get your shovel from the garden or the flower bed. Try to get the excess dirt or cow poop or whatever you got on it wiped off there.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, folks, that's flavor right there. You know what I mean?
What are you doing?
I am getting ready to cook like the pioneers.
First time I've ever seen him dress in not cowboy stuff.
Put some corn dodgers in my shovel. It's hot
He
enough
looks like
today
the
to lay 'em
meme
on
of
the
the
sidewalk
guy I
to
just
cook,
want to
so-
grill.
Was your shovel dirty?
Yeah, but that's just flavor. I think it'll be protein. So, but I'm gonna
He looks like John Deere.
tell you, when they got this out of the wagon, and we're talking about a
to send
Conestoga
John
wagon,
Deere, Deere
and there's a
John.
lot of difference between a Conestoga wagon and a chuck wagon. They were so much longer. Some of them things measured anywhere from 14 on to 20 foot, and had big, tall bows on them with big canvas because they had their life's belongings in there. You know, the Conestoga wagon was really made for hauling, for westward travel of settlers, and a lot of times they were pulled mostly
Go
with
west,
oxen.
young lad. And do what? You know, kill natives, Spanish people, occasionally each other.
Later on, you begin to
Mormons.
see some mules and stuff pulling, but a lot of them were oxen, and these settlers that had these oxen anyway, a lot of them that they were planting their fields with. But they're so much different than a chuck wagon because
And that
sure,
would be
they
the
hauled
first
some
time
key-
plows ever went to those fields when they got there. And they kept on plowing, and they kept on plowing, and they kept on plowing. And then the Dust Bowl happened. Or do we have a little bit of lag going on there? That's a nitty no-no. I need to pee, so I will be right back.
utensils
play
in a
as I
Conestoga,
go.
but
I'm
not near
just
like
stealing
we
this
take.
content now.
It's a mobile kitchen, is what it was. You know, Charles Goodnight gets the history and the credit for taking place of bringing about the chuck wagon on most of the cattle drives. So it's totally different than a Conestoga. I want you to just see
Here's
how
a
this
couple
is
more
sort of
bucks.
like dough.
Keep
now.
up the good work,
Now,
man.
You can see. Yeah.
Well, I can't go quite yet. I just heard a fucking dono. $5 dues. Well, you'll get your shot then, won't you? You did that just as I was getting up, for goddamn sake. Thank you so much. We are making our way towards, you've donated 7. So, remember, I have to calculate that into euro. Let's say 650, 575 into euro. So yeah, at this rate, we'll get Starfield because all that money the way up there. Like, none of that's Krendar's yet. Maybe if anyone donates tonight, Krendar will have his little bit. By the way, he says thanks because after how amazing. Sorry, bad timing. Oh, let me down my shot. But after that amazing display last show, Krendar got his due and he got to cash out. Oh, that is really nice. Though it's not as cold as it once was, of course. But yeah, he appreciates that. And now we restart the whole thing. But for now, that $23 is probably like 16, 17. Actually, hold on. I can tell you this right now exactly how much it is. Boop. I need 70 euro. And I'm currently sitting at... to buy Starfield. And I'm currently sitting at... I wasn't too far off. 16.29. Good. If anyone deserves Kren, love that dude too. Yeah, Krenar is fucking awesome. He puts up with me at least once a week. He's gonna have to put with me shitface tonight. Poor bastard. Anyway, back in a sec.
And you can make them in a ball. You can make them however you want them. I'm thinking in a shovel they're going to cook a little faster if they were more like a biscuit in one way or another. But I'm going to cook mine like the settlers would if they were in a hurry in a shovel. But to get them done a little quicker, and I'm sure they did, mash them just a little. But when you see that, if it cracks, crimp them edges back together and grease your shovel. Now, what do you think they greased it with back then, Shan?
Hog lard.
Hog lard or bear grease. So I got a little bacon drippings from this morning, and we're going to grease our skillet. Just take your corn dodger, and let's just put it right there. In fact, I'll tell you what, I'm going to dip a little grease on the top of that, and so it'll be there. And I'll meet y'all over at the cooking fire. We'll turn it down on 412 degrees and cook out of a shovel. Down in the coals we go. We're just going to sit right there, find you some hot ones. How long does this cook? Till they're done.
Yeah.
Depending on your fire, but like I say, I don't want you to have one of them lapping fires that's just lapping over the top of it. It's going to take that shovel a little while to get hot where this will cook. And don't preheat your shovel because you'll end up burning the bottom of your Dodgers. But
that's true. That's why he didn't leave the shovel out in the sun. Like, yeah, I imagine in the middle of summertime, like, you barely need any fire at all.
In the movie, Chin Lee didn't cook them in a shovel. No. Chin Lee cooked them in a cast iron skillet with just a little bit of hog lard in there and just fried them right there in the skillet and then turned them over. Now, he'd cook a bunch of these, let them cool. John Wayne just put them in his saddlebags, take them with him, because I'm telling you, if you run out of ammunition, these things was next in line. They would have probably had somebody that was in shovel watch mode, so that's what this table is for. And I'm just going to reach down here and see. We ain't got a whole lot going on just yet, but I want them to brown up just a little. Not a whole lot, but they need to brown a little to where they'll stay together when they're done.
Yeah. I don't like moving stuff like that until I feel like when they move, they won't break up in the process, you know? Little black on the back is nothing wrong with that. Little black on the back sounds like it could mean a lot of things to a lot of people. Well, black on the back, god damn it. If it was a little shorter, I would have I'd have that as my Discord name. They look like croquettes, honestly.
You see me as we was going through there, I'd add a little more of that bacon grease around there to sort of get that sizzle, which is going to give you that crust even better on the bottom. You don't have to use a whole lot. Probably, I'd say you was cooking them maybe 5 to 6 minutes a side. But it don't hurt to flip them every once in a while, look at them. You burn your little fingers if you ain't careful, because that shovel is some of that hot. But you want to see that crust set up really good on this outside. I mean, it has got some crust to it on both sides. These things is pretty dense. I mean, you could skip across.
Why didn't he dunk those tire things containing veggie oil? That's you're absolutely right. Cobes is a cowboy too. Could Cobes be a superior version to Kent Rowlands? Fascinating. Like, why did he not get his hands and cover it in cornbread? You know? Let me just have a taste of it. Let me just put my hands right back into the bowl for seconds.
The water with these things. I know why they were so popular in saddlebags, because they ain't going to crumble up in there.
So I want to know how it tastes.
Well, first I'm going to break one in half. I have never eat a corn dodger in my life until now. So can I break it? Yes, you can. Now you can see it looks just like cornbread in there, but...
Okay. Oh, there we are. Good crunch.
A little bland?
It is a little bland.
Well, don't fret about that, Pilgrim.
It's done throughout, because really, when you're cooking it in the water...
There's not much going to go on there for flavor. You're going there for energy, right? You want to add flavor to it, you should have, as you were mixing it, poured in like paprika or pepper. Onion wouldn't have been terrible in there either. Some really fine diced stuff, like the thing, but like he's a bit of chili pepper. Would have like chili pepper powder inside it. Would have made for some fire cakes, right there out of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
All the cornmeal really is softened and got done. It's just congealing together as it cooks.
Congeal.
I mean, if this is what you had, you can make it work. I'm going to go ahead.
Butter wouldn't have been terrible.
And I'm going to
either.
ask my loyal subjects, who are all fans of John Wayne, if they like a corn dodger. Bede says he thinks it'll work. Sadie says she thinks so. Cleta said, I've never had one, but I'm thinking it's going to be all right, and there is a schnauzer somewhere. It is 104 degrees here today, right now. And if you're thinking, where's Duke? Duke is the only smart one in the bunch. He is on the couch, all fours up under the air.
Duke is being wise. Oh, I just realized there'll be an episode where he's like, sorry to say, everyone, such and such passed. No! Oh, some of them have gray in their hair. Arg.
Soaking up the air conditioner.
Yeah, fast asleep.
Well, John Wayne,
smart dog
the Pilgrim,
smart.
And also Chin Lee, I want to thank you for inspiring me to make some corn dodgers in the way that y'all sort of put them together. But you know, we got a whole lot more to work with than they did back then, so we're going to make our version of corn dodgers and give it some more flavor. So don't run off and leave me. Rooster Cogburn and Chin Lee would pull up a chair for these, I promise you.
Absolutely.
Now I'm cold and hungry and wet and tired and short-tempered. So get on with it.
Well, we started this off the same way, but instead of water, we had 2 cups of cow juice. We did. Let it come to that simmer again. Added us 2 cups of cornmeal, just like we did before.
Make it fluffier,
Mix it
make
all
it
up
more.
really well. Let it congeal a little bit. But what is different? We're going to add a little baking powder to ours right now. We are. Don't take much.
And what's that?
It's going to try to get us a little rise out of there, see if we can't get them to puff up just a little.
So they won't be as dense?
Yes, but also, they had hog lard a lot of times, so you know they must have had a hog. What did they do with that bacon that they had? I done fried me up about 8 pieces and chopped it up really nice. So when you get that bacon mixed in there, add you a little piece.
This, like a couple of these and some fries, would be really nice in like a bar somewhere, you know? Corn Dodgers and wedges. Spicy wedges. Put a paprika over the wedges. And you get a free beer with it. Well, they say free. You have to pay for the meal, but you get your choice of beer. I guess you save like $2.50 on it. Obviously, it's a knockoff, but it's a scam. But you don't care because the game's starting pretty soon. Your friend's gonna show up. You're hungry. You skipped fucking dinner. And when they arrive, they smell what's left of your plate and go, yeah, I'll have some of them too.
Your salt. It don't take much because remember that bacon is sort of salty anyway. You know, you viewers in the Southeast turned me into a product that I really liked a whole lot, and that was Duke's Mayo. But I found another product that I really like, and y'all have seen me use it so many times. It comes out of a little can that's about this round and it's about this tall, them Hatch green chilies. Well, folks, I found something even better than that little tin can. I did. You know, I found a company named the Fresh Chili Company in Hatch, New Mexico, that gets these chilies right as they harvest them to make this. So why wouldn't you turn on to the freshness, the goodness, the bestness in the whole wide world? Reach in the cabinet, go ahead, throw them cans of green chilies away. This is what I'm talking about. Just so fresh, so authentic. That's what it is. We called them and said, hey, I enjoy this product so much. They want to be a part of this, so they're going to offer you a discount on this. There will be a discount code down there below. And folks, you need to be sure to check this website out and this product because it is great. Now, I'm going to go ahead. Oh my gosh, smells just like New Mexico it does. I want y'all to look at that. It is so much flavor in a spoonful of that. I'm not just going to put one in there. I'm going to put 2. Now we're going to mix it one more time.
You see, what did I say? I said powder, and he took it to the next level and went, why not fresh? And I'm like, oh, what if you can get fresh? I'm thinking on the trail, they wouldn't have had the luxury of fresh. And if they were closer to home, they wouldn't be eating the Dodgers. But who knows, you know? Hell, you could start with the Dodgers and then keep on going, right? You could actually then, like, you can make this mesh, you can make this big mush, this big pile of dough with all the ingredients in it and make anything out of it. You could make a pie out of that shit. Hell of a pie. Or at least a big loaf of bread. Bacon cornbread. Now that's a hell of a way to start the day, you know? Don't even need to toast it. Actually, I suppose it wouldn't be terrible to toast it.
Get all that incorporated. And I'll tell you this too. If you think you would like a sweeter version of a corn dodger, add you some brown sugar or add you some white sugar to it.
Nah, brown sugar, man. Brown sugar is the superior sugar. Just like sea salt is the superior salt. There's times when it's not useful, but more often than not, I will always pick sea salt and I will always pick brown sugar.
I'm going to cook these the way Chin Lee and them did in that movie. I'm going to go ahead and just get me a cast iron skillet, preheat it a little, take me some of that there bacon grease and go ahead and get it in there. Probably going to fry them pretty close to about 5 minutes each side, but I want you to look in there. Bacon, green chili, goodness everywhere you go.
Tossing a bit of homemade spam as well. Yeah, not for you, motherfucker. Sorry. One of the hardest things about being a dog owner is looking them in the eye and going, not for you. And sometimes that's for their best. Like, if you got a bunch of chocolate, you're not giving that dog chocolate. That's not up for debate. You don't give your dog chocolate. They might look at it. They might long for it. But they don't know that their fucking innards would rip out if they were to eat this stuff. Do distract them with other things, though. You can't have this chocolate, but here is some jerky. They much prefer the jerky anyway.
Well, I can already tell you which one I think looks the best. I'm going to go ahead and just grab this one right here. We're going to go ahead and pull it apart here. And I love to see them green chilies and that bacon in there, so I'm just going to start with this bite right here.
I wish I had taken a dog up to the Shemore.
Maybe
I'll do that before I die.
Much difference. I mean, the bacon powder did give it a little bit of pop there to where it's not so dense in the middle. But the bacon and the green chilies, I mean, I'm going to quit making cornbread in the house and just make it like this on a shovel every day. It's so good.
There we go. You have to have the dance.
Get out of there, Pilgrim.
You can't
I know
do
what
it without the
you got going
dance.
on right there. Shoot you with my 6-shooter, I will. Well, we had a lot of fun today. Hope y'all did too. I hope you learned.
I did indeed. No joke, seriously. Like I honestly kind of wish I had some cornmeal right now. Now what am I gonna watch? Let's have a look, see if my list has any. Canada's wildfires are caused by climate activists.
It's happening across various regions of Canada, which made headlines since the sky
Professor Stick. Okay.
itself has burned into a dim red throughout many areas,
Ordinary sausage after this.
including recently New York. So since this has been a topic of discussion
But
recently,
an
I
old
thought it'd
one
be
that
a
we've not seen before. He's made hundreds of videos. There's bound to be one.
good idea to make a brief video on it. Of course, as you all know, we can't talk about wildfires without talking about climate change and its impact on recent wildfires. Relationships are never one-to-one, so you can't say if a particular wildfire was caused specifically by climate change, of course, but climate change exacerbates the conditions required for wildfires to not only start, but also continue. Anyway, let's take a look at this video and I'll give more of my thoughts later.
And we are now seeing record numbers of forest fires across the country. And the question today for a lot of people is, well, are we seeing this because of climate change or are we seeing this because of climate activism?
You heard it here first, folks. The forest fire.
I was not expecting it to go this way, but let's see where it goes.
Fires in Canada wasn't caused by climate change, it was caused by climate activism. Bravo, bravo. I couldn't possibly think of a better way to give harmful misinformation in order to push a political agenda. Amazing stuff. Oh, and the icing on the cake? No evidence. That's just the best part of it, isn't it?
Canada's emergency preparedness minister says images of wildfires burning across the country are some of the most severe ever witnessed in Canada, and current forecasts for the next few months indicate the potential, this is my little Freudian slip of the day, potential.
Oh, I know. No, this would just make me angry. This would just make me angry. This guy's talking ass. The other guy is 100%. Professor Stick is 100% in the right to go at him, but it would just make me enraged by this guy. I can hear it in his voice. He has a sort of Nick Fuentes, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro-esque right-wing bullshit. No. TikTok stars convinced that the law does not apply to him.
I don't know who I am.
Nope.
Get on the ground or you're gonna get tased. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Oh! Yes, I can.
You guys are so annoying.
On March 28th, 2022, officers responded to several 911 calls about an alleged assault and bizarre driving in a Chick-fil-A parking lot.
Fucking Chick-fil-A. God's chicken no more indeed. The moment they abandoned Jesus, this fucker showed up. Also, can I say, I love this guy's speaking voice. He sounds like in a world gone mad.
In Sunrise, Florida. At the center of it all was TikTok personality Wyatt Yeager.
Actual case photo. Yeager? The fucking anime character? What the oh my god, look at those tattoos. He looks like a call boy for like the Malibu rich gay elite. You know? You don't ask. You just leave with wads of cash in your hands and a very painful anus.
Better known by his handle, Icy Wyatt, he quickly took to social media to fight rumors surrounding his arrest that followed the incident. As you'll see, his version of events...
This actual voice sounds like it could be an AI voice, but I don't care. It sounds like it should do the job.
Very different picture than statements given by witnesses and what the police body cams captured. But was it a case of a fumbled arrest or an influencer behaving badly? You'll have to decide for yourself. The following never-before-seen footage gives us a glimpse into the bizarre scene that unfolded the night...
This really gives me a Cops vibe, you know? This is their story. Doo-doo. Well, that's Law and Order. What was the Cops? And I know Bad Boys. It was just like the sound of the dispatcher.
Wyatt was apprehended.
This guy just got out of his car and pistol with me with his gun.
The calls continued to filter in.
Yeah, there's a guy driving around in a pink Mercedes. He almost just hit a lady with pushing a little stroller with his kids in the shopping center.
I just saw a guy on a pink Mercedes SUV. He went down off his car, shirtless, shoeless, and started hitting the lady's car.
Officers soon arrive at the scene.
Okay, so what happened?
This dude was parked in the middle of the road, like right at the light.
Okay.
To get back in the car, stop blocking traffic. You literally was at someone else's car, talking to them, banging on their window.
I think they called too.
Yeah, like, woman in the car. I was like beating on the window. I was like, come on, man, get back in the car, go about your day. He goes, oh, look you, this and that, I got a gun, all this. I'm like, okay, whatever. He cuts us off right here.
Okay.
He threw the drink at me, so I got out of the truck, obviously. Once I got out, he walks back into his car, he grabs his gun, points it at me. They pointed it in my face. I turned around just to leave, and right as I turned around, he whacked me in the back of the head. There was literally a lady.
I think that if I was old enough to drink in the 90s, you'd have found me not just watching like the creature feature on the weekends and shit like that. But like the Monster Mashup Mondays, a very tired Elvira getting a couple of grand just to show up in her incredibly tight suit and going, "Hello everyone. Today's the day where I don't fucking know. It's a movie. It's a black and white movie that has like a guy in a rubber suit. Urgh. Out of Mystery Science Theater. I watched the living shit out of Mystery Science Theater as a kid when I could see it, but I remember my ma popped in to see Puma Man, their version of it, and she was pissing herself laughing at the running gag of Neil. No, my name's Jared. Neil. No, my name's Ken. Neil. It's Connor. Thank you very much. But the Puma Man, he flies like a moron. But on top of that, like, if I was old enough to drink and shit, I would have probably gotten shit-faced with a stack full of VHS tapes, a couple of really cheap beers, pizza, and just watched like Cops and shit like that on like Sky. Sky used to show Cops a lot. That would have been the 90s for me. I mean, I ended up watching the tapes and eating the pizza, but I wasn't like shit-faced. And I never really got into Cops until much later. The idea of Cops is fascinating to me because as much as I don't like actual police officers, considering what they represent, there is something surreal about and like fascinating about watching police officers grabbing somebody who is like a menace to society, a real menace to society. Like, I've watched murders, like outright, like a cop pulling out a gun and opening fire. I remember this one really heavy woman with like a cleaver, and he was thrown to the ground. You could see her going, ah, and then the footage stops. The guy rolled around and opened fired into her and just killed her instantly, like just riddled her chest with bullets. Like, there is something surreal about that. Like, there's something real about it. I also always remember this one police chase where the escapee actually got away. It happens rarely, but it does happen where the escapee can actually escape. And it was... he got to Mexico and got over the border and just ran. And you can see him hopping the fence and then just keep running away. Now the thing is, Mexico would have been alerted and sent their police to collect him and bring him back over. In theory. I never knew what happened to that dude. There's a good chance that all the woman who was shot obviously is dead, but like, is the cop who shot her dead? Is the guy who was running away dead? Like, this has been going on in my brain for years, always stuck with me. Hell, I remember watching the guy in the tank, the homemade tank, and the actual guy who went ballistic and got into a tank and started driving around, I think, LA. Ended up backing into an underpass. But at one point, apparently Soul Fox was Melrose Place, X-Files, but like season 1 of X-Files, so I hadn't really jumped out yet, and Cops. And then The Simpsons showed up and just... Hell, Simpsons made fun of Cops at one point. Hey Dad, we missed the first 2 episodes of Cops, but if we hurry, we can catch the last 3. You know, that's what it was like.
With her infant baby crossing the road and literally almost hit him.
TV was weird.
I saw everything. I have a video. This was after he
After he hit him?
Yes. He was chasing them inside the parking lot, like a crazy.
As referenced over the police radio, Wyatt is making his own 911 call to report an emergency.
I just pulled over because somebody tried to kill me in the car. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. This truck came up and tried to cut me off, so I pulled over.
I know who I want to watch after this, and I couldn't have watched it with Raisin because she doesn't like him. The mole cop who throws the fucking law down whenever an idiot shows up. Cruz? Is his name something Cruz? I keep thinking D-Roy. D-Roy wishes he was this cool. Like, officer something like that. He was fired from a mall, like a really sketchy looking mall in Atlanta. But he had already uploaded tons and tons of shit. And eventually they brought him back on as security. Because people were watching shit getting nicked from them all the time. He literally, like, has to come back. I love the fucking dude. He's so... He puts the fucking boot down.
The next lane, and again, he's trying to...
He's the one who shot the woman who just goes like a plank of wood and tilts over.
So I stopped the vehicle, and he gets right in front of me. They stopped the car right in front of me, dead stop, so that I almost hit them. And they get out of the car like they're ready to fight. And then I had 4 guys jump out the car and say, I'm gonna beat the you know, and stuff. And then, like,
Did they hurt you, sir?
they did not hurt me because I had a gun.
No. Okay, and did you put the gun back in the case, or you still have it in your hand?
I just opened the glove box and I said, do you guys really want to with me right now?
Several officers do a brief patrol of the area.
He was right.
But the
He was saying
suspect
that
is
with
no
one
longer
hand.
there. They meet up in a nearby neighborhood to form a plan to locate him. Officers obtain his phone number and give him a call.
Are you at your house right now?
No.
Okay, where are you? Can I come meet you?
When the lawyer comes home, I will have you.
Oh no, honey.
Officers finally find Wyatt as he's leaving his house in the notorious pink
Is
Mercedes.
that Uzi? What the fuck are they holding? Is that? Oh, it's an MP5, but I've never seen an MP5 from this angle. Like what?
And
the fuck?
clearly, he isn't eager to speak with police.
Hey, put the car in park. Put the car in park. Let's go. Put it in park.
Yeah, they came
All right,
prepared.
put both your hands out the window. Put your hands out the window. Put both of your hands out the window, kid. We're not fucking with you.
Body cameras are one of the smartest things a cop can ever have on, because I'm sure there are people who have claimed cops have done something that they haven't done. I don't feel sorry for them, but you know, justice is justice, and if you've done nothing wrong, you do need to be let go. That includes cops. But more often than not, you need a body cam on a cop so when they fuck up, they can be held accountable. That's why when you hear people saying, oh, well, I got my camera turned off. So you've just said that you're retiring from the force, right? With no union rep when you're getting dragged in front of a courtroom. Because you never turn your camera off. That fucker is more important than the rounds in your gun. The key for your cuffs. You know? Although they use zip locks these days. So.
Know who I am?
Nope.
You know who I am?
I can't take the seatbelt out.
This is the shit I knew would happen. This is the Mizzy shit. Alright? This is the shit that I just know. No, I don't. Where did you get that idea from? You have there are literally dozens of us. Dozens! You not know who I am? Imagine if when I was talking to that woman who said that I had been an asshole in that bar, that I went like, excuse you? I am low energy videos? Do you have any idea who I am? Like, Cobes wants to be treated in Casper like that. Hey, no one gets treated like that. In a just world, the fucking president gets fucking pushed down and treated like anyone else. In reality,
I know my right. Get on the ground. Get on the ground or you're gonna get tased. Get on the ground or you're gonna get tased. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
yeah. Oh, it's getting real, is it, you fucking shite? This is going to become so normal. This will become the normal attitude for streamers.
No Miranda rights. Wow.
Wow.
No Miranda rights.
It seems Wyatt has been misinformed. Officers aren't required to read him his Miranda rights before detaining him, but rather before questioning or interrogating him. Though Wyatt denies he has a gun in his vehicle, several witnesses allege that they saw him with one. The officers will need to
I'm glad that they put the warning lights, the warning before showing the flashing lights, but I have to point out that there's no reason they have to have this shot in it. I remember Jaden Animation having these incredibly bizarre looking flashing image inside one of her animations of herself. She was talking about her personal experience. It was like flashing lights, right, in her eyes, and they were like black and white going over and 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 over again, right, really fast. And I was just thinking, like, was it necessary though? You had to animate that so much. Now, I know there's a trick to it where they're just GIFs and you could just put them behind the character model's eyes and then just turn them up to like 11. It doesn't take very long, but you didn't have to do it.
form a search on the Mercedes before it can be released.
Would you mind if we just look through it real quick? Are you allowing us to look through the car or no?
Yes!
Yes? Okay, we're going to do that then. Lock and open. Where's his keys? You still got keys or fob?
That's good.
After the firearm has been located in his vehicle, we return to Wyatt, who's been fairly...
It's a very ugly looking gun. It actually kind of looks like the gun from Half-Life 2, but super tiny.
...calm so far.
It looks like they're going to end up taking you to jail for the incident that happened with the road rage thing, because they said that there was a gun involved and they described the whole thing and the gun's there, and it seems like that's what happened. He said he got hit by a gun, there's a witness, the whole thing, so we can't not, you know, unless you have something else to say about the incident.
I don't hit nobody.
Well, they're saying otherwise, and they described the gun and everything, and there was somebody else that was watching.
So my girlfriend can't be a witness too?
Was she with you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, we can talk to her when she gets here. Just call her and put her on speaker. Don't respond to any text messages.
Babe, I'm getting arrested because of those people that cut me off.
Oh my god, he sounds like Andy Dick. Ooh, we should check in on Andy Dick.
I pulled the gun out to show them through the window, like, don't with me, and they all went back in their car. And they're talking about it's just for tonight. I can't go to jail tonight. I have to work. Like,
no, you don't.
I'm telling you.
She's not a lawyer, and even if she is a lawyer, then she's a bad lawyer, okay? Okay, sweetie? Okay, honey bunny? You're going to go to jail now. And there's nothing you can do about it. Because by the looks of things, maybe it's 100% in the wrong, but by the looks of things, it looks like you done wrong.
Go right out of it. I gotta call my mom. Goodbye. You can't take my phone.
Yes,
Actually, by law, they are allowed to take his phone. Personal property may be confiscated by police and inventoried for safekeeping. This routine procedure is intended to protect both law enforcement...
It's like, I've been searched by the police at a station. I was eventually let go. I was never arrested, but like I said earlier, I was never arrested. So, they search all your pockets. They go through you completely.
And the arrestee.
Yeah. Oh, and that could count as resisting arrest. Like right there, you could throw that in. No, you just let them take it. One time I was in Temple Bar with Claire for Paddy's Day, and everyone was drinking like crazy out and about, and we were there waiting. I was there with a bottle of beer knocking it back, out in public, in all fairness. And 2 guards just walked down the street, and we were right by a bin. He just took it and threw it into the bin. I had just cracked it open. And I went, man, it was full! And he just shrugged and went, oh well. Kept on walking. Technically, he was in the right. Like, I would have never fought him over it. I'm allowed to bitch about it, but I'm never gonna fucking fight him over it.
You can't take my phone. This is my
No, what
possession.
he said was, I bet it was.
So now you're gonna be a thief? Now you're gonna be a thief.
You're under arrest. You're not allowed to have the phone, okay?
Wow.
Go back in the car.
The confiscation of his phone has really set Wyatt off. He becomes hostile and belligerent.
Because he's a fucking child who's never lived outside of the internet. Like, I'm taking a break off Twitter, and while I occasionally get notifications that someone left me a DM, for example, Egghead said that the whole Egghead sending me the Jared thing was on Twitter. I don't engage, I don't look. If there's a DM, I check that out because someone wants to reach me personally. Though in all fairness, I think I might want to go for round 2. You got a bunch of new follows, I know that. And that's it. Twitter doesn't like it, and they're trying to promote these other people. If you like this person, you should watch this person, including someone I already follow, which is weird. Pointless Hub. I follow Pointless Hub. Why are you promoting anything from them? I know who Cody is. I've talked to Cody.
Yes. I don't think you guys should be talking without me hearing. If it's about my matter.
He does sound like you don't want to hear.
Yes?
Can you roll down the window?
No. You don't have any right to hear what we're talking about.
You're talking about me, though.
Okay.
Why are you being such an asshole now?
I don't think I'm being an asshole at all.
You are being an asshole.
Okay. I'm sorry that you think that.
You don't see any problem with this. You don't see the problem that somebody with a bright pink car who is famous online gets with on the freeways all the time, and that's why I carry a gun. That is you said legal was in Florida.
It is legal in Florida to have a gun in your car. There's nothing illegal about that.
So where can you prove, show me the video proof where I hit him with a gun?
You don't need video proof.
Yes, you do, because I have several witnesses.
No, you don't. And here's the thing, like, that will stop you from going to court if it turns out later. It doesn't stop you from getting detained. Also, I love how he, like, a bright pink car in Florida. He's trying to play the gay card. And there are people out there who would genuinely be like, oh, well, they're gay, so let them go. No! No, everyone is equal under the fucking law. We have to be the people who accept that. Now, is that how the real world works? Of course not!
That will testify against.
Okay, then the court
We
case
have
should
to
get
be
dropped
better
pretty
than the
quickly.
best
You
of
have
us.
no proof.
Okay.
You don't even know what gun is the same gun that I hit with if I did. So you don't even know what gun was used in
What's up with that
crime,
weird
but
wobble
you
in
want to
his
sit here and act
voice?
like I'm the criminal? I would like them to.
The whining continues.
No, we can't
Yeah,
call
he
your
is
mom. Where
pure
are the keys
whining.
inside the vehicle? No? Yes?
No. We're gonna tow it. Tow it.
Oh, easy.
Tow it then.
Step inside.
Okay, tow it then.
Yeah, now you can throw that in on top. Like, he has no idea of how unimportant he is. I always remember a line from Critical. He was at VidCon one year, and he watched these 2 crowds of, like, creators having a fight with each other, and one literally screamed at the top of his lungs, "I've got 10,000 subscribers!" All of them were under 25. They have no idea how the real world works, and they'll be eaten alive.
Wyatt's girlfriend soon arrives on scene to pick up the Mercedes, but doesn't leave before asking a few questions of her own.
And you're detaining him for resisting or something?
No, he pistol whipped somebody with a gun over their head.
Oh, okay, that is the situation that nobody helped him with. I guess he called someone?
He called 911, and then he went all the way back here instead of meeting with us.
Yes, he came home after being attacked by 2 hillbilly crazy people in a truck.
He pistol whipped them over the top of their head.
Because they attacked him.
Well, that's why we're going to go back and take a seat.
Okay.
And if he wants to tell us the side of the story, then we'll see where we go from there.
Okay. So what are you trying to do so far? Just like defend the hillbillies who got punched in the face with a gun?
Well, if they got pistol whipped with a gun, then they're victims.
Okay.
Yes, we are going to.
And he's a victim of being attacked while driving. They were speeding in front of him. So you guys not are aware of like the full story?
We heard that there was some kind of a road rage incident that started it, but
I was aware that like multiple people hung up on his call when trying to call for assistance from these crazy drivers.
I called him myself, actually.
Oh yeah, we heard you on the phone trying to like find his home to just like show up. Wonderful.
Well, to talk to him about what happened.
Okay. So I'll just follow you guys and see you there.
Hey, if you want to help him right now, you need to be the calming force in his life, not to give this egotistical, whiny attitude, because he's got that in spades, okay? It looks pretty bad for him right now. And he can bitch and whine all he wants. But if he fucks up, he's gonna go to jail. So maybe you be the other side of it, and don't give us that attitude there, young lady. We can have you as an accessory.
Thank you.
Now that the issue of the Mercedes blocking the street has been resolved, Wyatt will be taken to jail. Wyatt and the officer keep a good rapport. That is, until there's any question of his popularity or success.
What are you alleging that he did? Right, trick you?
Swerved into my lane.
Okay.
Then pulled over me and brake checks me, like causing an accident.
Okay. Do you have video of it on your car?
Accident.
Did you guys actually get in an accident? I mean, he's got a big ass, like, knot on the back of his head. No, but there are independent witnesses. So. I mean, not everybody knows who you are.
It doesn't matter. I have 58 followers.
I've never heard of this kid until now. That's the power he doesn't have, you know? Like, he needs to know that none of that matters. Like, if that lion who had just woken up earlier had been right in front of Jeff Bezos would have probably died. Jeff Bezos is the richest man on the planet. He'd have died. It doesn't give you superpowers. It gives you clout over other people. That's all money is clout over other people. Like, share, and subscribe, and give me money, motherfuckers, please. I need it. I need it! Seriously, though, we're aiming for Starfield before it's released. Once that's done, by the way, if you're wondering what the next one is... Oh, by the way, the amount I need is 70. And I've got 1630 there right now. The thing I'll be having after this is all the trips I'll be doing throughout the rest of the year in Ireland. The first one will be on the 1st, by the way. I'll be off in Longford. Claire wants to do something about graffiti, so I'll do a live stream out there. Then Longford Town. Then afterwards, I think the next one is the south side of Dublin, like Dunleary. So I need to book a hostel for the night there. And then Waterford. And then the hotel in Galway for my birthday in January. After that, I have an idea. I won't spoil it. Let's just say it involves St. Patrick's Day. There's a lot of moving parts there. We'll see about that. That won't matter to you guys until it's set in stone.
You can't assume that everybody knows who you are.
I don't assume that everybody knows who I am. I said a lot of people know who I am.
I believe you, and I never said that.
Why are you saying all that?
I said you don't know that this guy knows who you are.
Oh, he sure did.
Oh, did he say something?
When somebody swerving into my lane, breaks.
Oh my god, you gang stalking freak. No, that's not how that works.
Coming out the car, I know that's a fan.
That's a fan. Non-violent, you attacked the motherfucker. That's literally violence. Me raising my voice to you is not violence. Me throwing a punch at you is violence.
Nobody tased you, though. What? You didn't get tased. Okay, I'm not gonna tase you. I'm just saying you didn't get tased. Because you just said so. You just said it. That's not what I said. I said nobody tased you.
I didn't say nobody tased me. You're dumb, girl.
Am I?
You're real dumb. You might want to try modeling.
I definitely can't do that.
You definitely might want to try modeling.
Hey, sweetie, you're the one in the back seat of a police cruiser, okay? And you're looking at jail time. Real jail time. You know what they'll do to your tight ass in there? Hell, that's assuming you won't get stabbed in a different way. You know what a shank is? You know how easy it is to make a shank in jail, in prison, in county? Oh! Oh! You'll be lucky if you got some broken teeth. You're bleeding out on the floor. That's assuming you don't try to slit your own wrists. Yeah! You're going away for a long time. Well, no, you won't. I guarantee you this will end when he got a $200 fine and a warning not to go to that particular Chick-fil-A for 3 months. It'll be something like that.
I definitely can't do that.
Wyatt has already racked up a few charges,
Yeah.
but he's not quite finished yet. He will earn a couple more before the night is over.
The last time I was in the back seat of a police car, which only ever happened once in my life, had I ever a Tiger King. The last time I ever was in there, if I'd have talked like this, we wouldn't be having this conversation. There never would have been a low energy videos. There never would have been anything. I'd be out of prison by now, but my life would have gone completely different location.
Tiger King, huh?
The so-called Tiger King has a few more surprises up his sleeve.
You don't want to be compared
He's
to
coming out
Tiger King.
wet.
The most unbelievable thing about me in this video is this dude has a girlfriend. Oh no, that's the most believable thing. Never forget, women are people. Which means there's a lot of stupid ones, especially when they're young. You just think back to when you were in your early 20s. What were we saying about Jared earlier? You make fucking terrible choices. For all we know, she's worse than this piece of shit.
Hey, Wyatt, so a couple things
He's
can happen.
dressed like fucking Jimmy Savile. What the heck? He looks a bit like Jimmy Savile too. Give him some giant fucking shades.
Right now, just listen to him. What we want to do, we're going to swap the handcuffs and put her handcuffs on you, but also all your expensive jewelry and stuff, because we want to
He
make
looks like a character you'd make in the new Street Fighter game. Like... Oh my god. No, this guy lives in a different universe to us. Me included, and I am technically in the same universe as him. Well, technically, we're all in the same universe, but like, you know what I mean. He's in a 12th stage dimension of pure streaming goodness. If you ever see this, Wyatt, You're young. It could turn around for you.
Sure that nothing bad happens to your stuff. Once it goes down to jail, that's somebody else handling it. We'll put it in safekeeping here. It's going into an evidence locker until you come back to pick it up. Okay?
Why do I have to go to jail?
Why do I have to go to jail? I'm important. No, you're not. Your lawyer will be there to make sure everything's nice and legal, and if not, they will literally give you a lawyer. You'll be fine. You will, however, have to answer for the shit that you did. Because you did no-no things. Bad. You did bad things. You got up your ass. And my God, you then conflated it. You could have just immediately buckled. That's what you do. You buckle and you do what you say. You know what? In all fairness, black people in America know this better than most. You do not resist arrest in America if you're black. Unless you want to end up with a bullet in the back of your fucking cranium. And a bunch of, like, protesters and GoFundMe accounts set up to set up more protesters in your name. You know, you want to become politics as a black person in America? You walk down the street in a bad neighborhood enough. That's it. You're rolling that dice every time you walk out the door. Everyone is. But thanks to the system, that number is raised a lot higher for them. This shitbag is doing this all himself. There is no reason this night had to go the way it did, except for him. He wasn't the subject of homophobia or liberophobia. Well, that would mean, like, I'm afraid of libraries, I suppose. Liberal phobia. Like, he would just be afraid of, like, he would just be complaining about, like, nothing. This was all his doing. If it all turns out, like, his story, there is no story. You can always tell when there's something a little bit off. JCS was a great channel. They don't produce stuff anymore, but they used to. YouTube did not like them, and they used to, like, break down these really, like, long, very long police interviews, and you can tell, like, there was this one guy who did nothing. There's actually two of them who did nothing wrong. And over the course, one guy, he was literally had a bullet lodged in his brain. And over the course of 2 hours, as they grilled him, they realized this didn't make sense. Not because he was talking out of his ass, but because he keeps on saying, I did nothing wrong, I'm really tired, the man did the thing. What's the thing? He put the thing. What's the thing? He put the thing to my head. What are you talking about? And eventually he passes out. And of course he passes out. He passes out because he had a bullet lodged in his brain. And then you hear the opposites. The ones, like, there was this guy who, he was getting out of a car at a parking lot with his wife. Went into a gas station. These black kids listen to their music, pulls up next to him. He doesn't like the sound of them. He says, turn off that music. They turn off that music because, well, like I said, black people are raised differently in America, and they still, like, and then for no reason whatsoever, not that this would have justified it, loud music, ooh, he pulled a gun out and shot one of the kids. Now, he went to jail, but you listen to his story, and the guy who was shot in the head, or the heroin addict who did nothing wrong and just wanted to go home. There's real cases of, like this guy has nothing to stand on. Jim Can't Swim that's right, Jim Can't Swim is awesome, and it's back. Wrong, but I believe his channel Explore With Us is made by the same people. Oh, cool. We can watch one of the shorter ones after this. Well, after Sausage Boy. We need our sausage.
You pistol whipped the guy over the head with a gun.
No, I didn't. You have no proof.
We have a video.
Don't forget, he said he was overtaken by the guy in the truck. You heard him slamming off against the side of the truck? He stops the car.
And the guy has a lump on his head. Yes, there's a witness. We just talking to the guy on the phone.
No
the guy
witness.
is here giving a statement right now. Why?
Okay, let me see his video.
You don't have to. God, why?
We don't have to. I have family that work in police force.
Okay.
You guys are talking to the wrong...
Nepotism does not promote respect.
Person.
Why? We have, listen, it's 2022. We have body cameras. People have cell phones.
It doesn't matter. You didn't body camera me pistol whipping somebody with a gun.
Why?
All right.
This is what's happening.
You know what? They can check the gun for DNA. If you pistol whip someone, the gun will have DNA on it.
You have two options.
Why don't you take your rings off yourself?
The jail's probably not going to take your jewelry because the value that it could be, right? So we're going to put it in safekeeping here.
No, I need label bags and everything.
We're gonna put it on a thing, and we're gonna have you sign it. Well, we have to. Why? Where are you going?
This is so baby-esque. This is like when the girl has been kicked out of the party for being, or the guy, for being a piece of shit, and they call the police saying they kicked me out, but they've stolen my phone. They've stolen my phone, and then they rush back in and they're looking for their phone, but there's no phone because it's in their back pocket and everyone knows it. And then that's happened to me. Well, not to me, but I've been in a party where someone was kicked out, and then they came back with it was a gated community, and they came back with security. And the security was going up and down throughout this person's house, and they're like, eventually it was in their back pocket, and you know what that person did? She turned around and said, "Oh, you put it there." And security was like, "Okay, you gotta leave now." And she was like, "No, I don't want to leave." And then the police were called. But they were called at the gate. It really put a fucking downer for the rest of the evening, let me fucking tell you. We did our best, but we all started to disperse after that. We went and got pizza, and I went to bed after that.
Let me see you do it first, then.
What?
You're not about to take $30,000, $40,000 worth of jewelry
Don't forget
without
what Kevin Murphy once said. I think it was for the riff of the Star Wars Holiday Special. I guess he's too stupid to have a good time.
Knowing exactly where
And I'm gonna write it on this form.
So
and then
go
you're
ahead and
gonna
write it
sign
on the form.
No,
and
I
then
have to
bring it
know
to
what I have
us.
to put on it. So
There's
give me the
people out
jewelry.
there
You don't know what this jewelry is
who will
valued.
fucking shit
Come on now.
over the finest
I don't.
food.
This to me the whole
Because they
entire
can't
time
afford
in
it.
the car.
So nice to you.
No,
You've been calling me a bitch the
Get back in the car.
whole time.
They'll figure it out in jail.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, wait,
yeah, just keep driving that shit. Keep
I'm not
going,
gonna
man.
say I've
Keep
been to
going
LA
deeper and
Okay.
deeper
buddy.
to the hill. This is in LA.
Stay in LA, buddy.
That's not what he said.
You think you're a,
I think
you
you have
a
issues
big
with your
trip,
hearing.
guys?
That's
You
not what he
think-
even said.
That's not what he even said.
Not.
You guys are so annoying. It's like
Oh
a
my god, it's like a power trip. It's like you have some sort of legal obligation to do whatever the hell you think is necessary for the good of the community. Oh.
power trip.
Come here. Turn around.
You guys didn't do good. You guys
Yeah,
had
back
no
around,
first
you had your chance,
principles.
and out you go
None.
You
again.
guys had
You've
no
only got yourself to blame.
anybody thinking that you were cool. So
Tiger King, if you move your arm again.
the second you
Yeah?
okay.
Oh.
okay.
Yeah, this is real.
Yeah,
This is
just
the
go find
real
out.
world,
Oh,
motherfucker, and you don't get to say.
I'm not resisting.
Let them swap the cup.
I'm not resisting.
Okay.
You know this is an $80,000 chain on my neck you're pressing, right? A lot of losses.
Well, we tried
right
to
now.
take it and put it in
A lot of
evidence for you.
losses right now.
Alright. Have a seat in the car.
You know, I don't want to support cops beating the living shit out of suspects, or prisoners in his case, but you know they're frustrated as fuck. They want to take the batons and just give them a good few whacks. Don't. And I don't mean that like the way I was saying earlier with Jared and all that shit. I mean literally don't. Be better than that. If you're going to be a cop, you have to be one of the most moral people in the community. You have to be one of the most... And forget religion. Take religion out of it. I'm talking about morals. Real right and wrong. Including the ability to pull back from your base instincts. You have to be the best of us, basically. You are our protectors, after all. That's why so many cops get so much hate. Because they don't live up to those ideals. And rightly so, too. Put in position of power.
Another charge right there. Why are they even standing here? They're just going to Joe Exotic. How much the pawn shop gonna
Just ignore them.
Do you want to work with people like this?
I don't really have a choice, bud.
Girl, you have so many choices in life. You are beautiful.
Thank you.
You could do an OnlyFans.
You are so beautiful. You could be doing so many amazing things.
Several hours after the initial 911 calls, he was booked at the BSO main jail on 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, 1 count of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, 1 count of battery on an officer, and 1 count of resisting arrest. Wyatt has pleaded not guilty to all 5 counts he was charged with, and he's expected to appear in court in July of 2023.
Oh yeah. Next month, huh? Kind of curious to see how that would work out. I'll have to see how he defend himself. He would have seen this video dozens of times. Not this particular video, I imagine. But the actual footage. And it'd be interesting to see how he kind of flips it and twists it. It's bullshit. Anyway. Ordinary sausage. And we're going to look at an old ordinary sausage video today. Unless there's a second one that we haven't seen. Oh, there is actually. Bacon wrap bacon. We'll watch that. Oh, there's a few. Okay, we can watch one modern one and one old one. Artificial crab sausage. Kurowski sauce. No, I don't want to miss that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Salt vinegar chips, seeing that I had a bag of them earlier today. And they're crisps. Crisps!
Crisps! And welcome back.
You know a girl used to say crisps.
I guess. Salt and vinegar potato chips, but not just any potato chips. These are the kettle salt and vinegar chips. The Rolls Royce of salt and vinegar potato chips. Oh god, it's like salty heaven in my mouth. Let's make some sausage! Why do I dump them all out? I'm immediately filled with regret each time I do that.
They're gonna be powdered. Okay. They are lovely crisps, by the way.
You
Highly
can really
recommend
see
them.
the grease.
Nah.
It kinda looks like curry. I think we can avoid using salt and pepper with this, since it's already heavily salted. New Kids on the Block had a bunch of hits. Chinese food makes me sick, and I think it's fly when the girls stop by for the sausage. For the sausage.
Of course they stop off for your
this
sausage.
sausage is quite pungent already. In 3, 2, 1, let's sausage!
Wow, he's speeding
So we
these
got
fuckers
4
up.
moderately sized sausages out of that.
I think this will
With
taste
special
okay.
thanks to today's Mark Boxalo
Yes.
box artist, Mrs. Batman from the Ordinary Sausage Discord server. She got it all in there, didn't she? She got it all in there. But, will it blow? How disappointing. We hit the box, but barely. So I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 1 Mark Ruffalo! Well, okay. Here we go!
I'd love to get ordinary sausage on the podcast. Yeah, so I make sausages. Is that really your voice? No. No, it is not. Are you putting that voice on? Yes, actually. I don't know which is
Well,
which.
okay, I think we're done here. Look at you, all crusty and beautiful. Let's open one up and see how we did. It looks potato chippy. If you're gonna eat a sausage, eat the biggest one you can. Here we go! It's really not all
Crunchy.
that salty, and it's not all that vinegary either. It certainly is crunchy. Oh yeah, I'm surprised. It's not nearly as flavorful as I thought it would be. So I'm gonna have to
Nah,
give
burnt
this
away.
sausage here a 3 out of 5.
Yeah, he's done far, far worse.
Bop, 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 bop.
What's great about these potato chips is that they will literally melt your mouth if you eat too many of them. Such is the price we pay.
I've always found with really good crisps is that like they just destroy your inner mouth. A tiny restaurant with big sausage flavor. It's Mustard's Last Stand. Mustard's Last
Located in
Stand.
the North Chicago suburb
Love
of
it.
Evanston, Illinois, and strategically placed right next to Ryan Field Football Stadium, home of the Northwestern Wildcats, is Mustard's Last Stand. They've been here since 1968 and haven't renovated since. With low ceilings and countertop-only dining, unless you're brave enough to sit outside during winter, this place has all the Chicago favorites. But I'm here to try just 4 things: the Polish sausage, the bratwurst, the Chicago dog, and the Italian sausage.
I always love whenever he goes to a place. It looks so bleak. I'm expecting like some Russian Soviet era peasants to walk around in the background. Like, it's always so gloomy. I know it's the Midwest. I've been to the Midwest. I've lived in the Midwest. I've loved in the Midwest. Like, I remember Sun too.
First up is
There
the Polish
is
sausage,
Sun.
and even though they have signs directly telling me they use Vienna beef, I could tell just by looks alone. Grilled to perfection and fully loaded with tomato slices, mustard, diced onions, relish, a pickle spear, a sprinkle of
Well,
celery
technically,
sauce.
it's not the Midwest. Wait, hold on. Is it? Illinois is on the west bank of the Mississippi, right? Like, I don't think it actually has the Mississippi going through it, but if you were to line it up, it would be on the west. And we'll look at a Jim Can't Swim video after this. Ah! Didn't want to move it. Why did you move? Oh. Oh. Okay. If I'm right, that's the Mississippi, right? Yep. So the Mississippi goes... So the whole bottom border of Illinois actually... This would be very different. I imagine if you lived in Rockton, or let's say South Balot, right? I don't care if that's not how you pronounce it. Fuck that. And take the 39 all the way past Springfield. Hi, Brad Jones. All the way down to Cairo. There's Fort Defiance. Oh, cool. Didn't actually know Fort Defiance was there. Yeah, all the way down to Fort Defiance, right? I imagine the difference in temperature and like region and all that other good stuff would be really noticeable. I forgot just how huge Illinois is. Let's see exactly how far. I've only ever skirted the edges of Illinois. No, that's not true. When I left Chicago to go to Des Moines, So I suppose I went up to the north here. And all this is, by the way, is wind farms and nothing. All this is. I did pass nearby Aurora, I remember that. That's where Wayne's World was set. Party on! Excellent! Take 6 days walk. It'd take a week to walk from one end of Illinois to the other. That's fascinating. You couldn't calculate the train? Okay, that's fine. What about car? 436 miles. My God. That's one state. Not even one of the bigger ones. Definitely one of the longer ones. And this fucker is doing the Chicago. Look how huge, by the way, Chicago's sprawl is. Like, Aurora is just a district of Chicago. They claim, by the way, you can see all the places I was at last time I was there. Look, even Milwaukee, you could make the argue, isn't even a real, a separate town, except for it's in a different state. It's becoming what do we learn it in geography? Conurbation, where cities merge together. Vancouver and Seattle apparently are doing this. Like, Seattle is this big long strip moving up, as you can see here. And Vancouver is this big blob. Bellingham. Yeah. You can apparently just take the subway or the train from Seattle all the way up to Vancouver. Ben did it on stream once. Here's Vancouver Island. That's where Krendar recently was on holiday. Good for him. I hear that's like the Mediterranean for Canadians. I'd love to go there one day. I've seen Victoria, pictures of Victoria. They're like, the buildings are very, very like European Mediterranean style. It's very pretty. Of course, if I want that, I can get it at. Problem with the server. Anyway, onwards.
Sports peppers, and all served on a poppy seed bun. It looks amazing, and the taste
He still looks far
incredible.
skinnier
This
for
one
this
guy
job
working the
than he
grill
does.
knows what he's doing. The flavors are a whirlwind. Everything
He looks
hitting-
like he would serve you an amazing grill, but also then work you to the bone in the gym.
You all at once, and yet easily distinguishable. The sourness of the mustard and pickles do a balancing act with the sweetness of the relish and onions, complementing the savoriness and saltiness of the Polish sausage. 9.5 out of 10. Moving on to the bratwurst, which is actually an item we don't see too many from restaurants around here. It's simple enough. A gray log served with mustard, diced onions, and of course sauerkraut. It may not
Gray
look like
log.
much, but in this case,
Love how he
looks
said
are
that.
deceiving, because this bratwurst is huge on flavor. The brat alone is tailgate worthy, but the sauerkraut they use sends it over the top. Tastes like game day. 9 out of 10. Now it's time for the staple of Chicago cuisine, the hot dog. And even though this is also a Vienna beef hot dog, for some reason it just doesn't hit the same as that Polish sausage. It's got the same toppings, but the hot dog wasn't nearly as flavorful. It could be that by the time I got around to eating it, it cooled off quite a bit. Or it could be that my taste buds were already worn out from the previous two heavy hitters. The hot dog taste just seems diminished. 7 out of 10. And lastly is the Italian sausage, which of course we got dipped in beef oil and smothered in hot pepper mix. Spiced right, girthy, and complemented by the heat and crunch of the pepper mix. It's pretty stellar. It is noticeably less juicy than the Polish, which is amazing since it was dipped, and it was a little on the salty side. But it still packs a huge flavor, and will leave you wanting more, even though you just ate 2 sausages and a hot dog. A
Nice.
solid sausage. 8 out of 10. In summation, Mustard's Last Stand delivers on the goods. A place to grab a quick bite to eat and catch the big game? Or more realistically, a place to grab a quick bite to eat and then race home to demolish your toilet. Impressive work regardless.
I love the building. It looks like something. It looks like a restaurant I'd make in The Sims. Next to my Sims house, you have like a commercial venue, and it's just a restaurant. And you'd make like a... Oh, I should do that next time I boot up The Sims. Make a hot dog restaurant. Hell yeah. Cutting back to drinking? Well, that would be a bit weird to watch while doing a few drinks myself.
Help, I'm trapped in Kagoshima Airport, and this giant poster of Kagoshima beef really isn't helping my hunger. Man, I wish I had some food, but all I have is this super convenient Family Mart where I can buy delicious snacks and even
Family Mart!
meals. And I'm sick of staring at this awesome sand art that's made of 100% sand, hence
Whoa, I love it.
the name Sand Art. Maybe I'll just people watch a bit. That always cheers me up. No use. And this mini hot
That looks like the front of Dublin Airport in Arrivals.
spring foot bath really isn't making things better. Regardless of the fact that some old
Not
people gave me
Arrivals,
some
Departure.
candy and talked to me and they were really nice. I guess I have no choice. I guess I have to
After
eat.
all, Departure makes more sense to have a bunch of cars outside the front of it because, you know, you gotta pull up to drop the people off, where Arrivals can then make their way to their rent-a-car, or the endless sea of people who signed up for a bus service. Little hint, by the way, guys, if you ever go to Dublin Airport, do not sign up for a bus service. It is not necessary. If you don't want to do anything but grab a bus after you arrive in Dublin Airport, you leave, you go out to the far end, you go down, and there you'll see all the buses lined up. All those are standard Dublin buses. They'll take you wherever you need to go. You just check online where you need to be. And because Dublin is so tiny, as long as you get you to the city centre, that's all that matters. You want to go from something more obscure, like say, I don't know, you're from Spain and you have to go to fucking Fox Rock, right? Okay.
The body
Oh,
is
shit.
round.
Thank you so much.
Let's do a shot.
Let's do a shot. Thank you so much for that $5 reduce. I very much appreciate that. I want to finish my line of thought, and then I will do said dollar reduce shot. Shot is now done. Current state of the Mickey Fins. But you go down there, you just check online to see how you're going to get to Fox Rock. Well, the quickest way to get to Fox Rock is probably to get to somewhere like Black Rock or somewhere like that. And honestly, the quickest way to get to any of the places on the south side is to take the Dart and just walk it. It's not that far. Dublin is very short. But when I came back after the meetup in January, I went down and I saw these rows and rows of 20-something kids all waiting for this blue bus service to show up. And I'm like, you're all going to the same place that would have cost you $2.50 a time. And I bet you this cost you $20. Peace of mind is one thing, but a bus is still a bus, right? You're going to be getting on. If you're not going to pay a fortune... And hell, if you all had jumped onto the same cab, it would have cut you down in price. Anyway, I need to pee real quick because beer is going to beer. And when I come back, we shall do the shot. Thank you so much. You are getting us every step of the way. We've almost completely got over the text for Starfield. So we're probably now in the 20. Yeah, 16. Yeah, we're now in the 20s. I've got €20 in the PayPal. Like I said, I need 70. Good progress. Let's keep going. Alright, let's do a shot. Shot. Ugh. Overflowed it a bit. I fell on my leg. I'm quite nude. I'm not nude. I've got underwear on. But my legs are completely bare. So all natural. Ooh, that is lovely. That is never not being lovely, by the way. Anyway, point of the matter is, you ever come to Dublin, and I know you well enough, I will pop on the train a few hours prior and come to meet you. And I'll, at the very least, I'll ensure you won't get swindled. I'll get you to your hotel, no problem.
Tonkatsu, one of my favorite dishes in the world. Everyone should know what it is by now, and if you don't, this is going to be the last video you see before you understand. Tonkatsu is fried pork, and it's delicious. To put it into terms that are more easily understood, it's like Marth's grab reach in Melee. Insane and way too good. This set came with a beautiful raw cabbage salad, and some soup, and a little salad of roots like renkon and gobo. Tonkatsu is my deserted island food, or in this case, my stranded at the airport food. By the way, I'm not actually stranded here, so don't send help. My flight is on time and it takes off in about 45 minutes. Now I kind of wish I was stranded. And if I weren't wasting Slayer XP, I'd live here. There's tons to do and the food is miles better than the $900 water bottle I once bought at a US airport. Help, I'm trapped.
Wait. That last part there kind of scared me. Did he just say what I think? I'm going to have him play the entire video all over again. Did he honestly say he paid $800 for a water bottle? I'm going to mute it. I don't need to hear the whole thing all over again. It's a lovely airport, I'll say that. They have their own fucking, what's that, pool? Airports can be very, very stressful experiences. Or they can be the most calming, relaxing thing in the world. I love airports. They are dirty, messy things, so I won't lie. It's like everything I love. I don't hide it. I know its flaws. Airports are overpriced. Airports are incredibly they're dirty, they're smelly. You have no idea how dirty airports can be. My family worked Dublin Airport for years as cleaners. The horror stories. The best one I ever had was my nan. She said the McDonald's, after it got established there, had to clean out for the food inspector. So she was sent in. Now you're probably thinking, shouldn't they have their own cleaners? I don't know the details, but he went in. She went in, turned on the lights in the kitchen, and for one brief moment she saw nothing but cockroaches all on the floor. And the second the light hit them, they scarpered. That's why it was a Burger King, not a McDonald's. Now the Burger King's been renovated for years now. So has McDonald's. Hell, the airport's been renovated twice over since that time. But, you know, I've never eaten in Dublin Airport's McDonald's or Burger King. I'll get a pre-packaged sandwich and I will just pray to Xenu that a 900 bottle of water. This is what I was looking for. Oh, don't freak out now. Hey, it has it up here in the top corner. Whatever. Here's Philomena Cook being Philomena.
Humankind.
You know what? I think Philomena, as well as being very, very, very funny, I think she's kind of cute. I love the ponytail thing she's got going on.
Sits impaled on a crossroads, facing an uncertain future. Will we rise to the challenge of climate change, or the opposite of that? Will computers learn to delete us? And if they do, how will we get ourselves out of the recycle bin? Can humankind learn to exist at peace with itself? Or are all of us, right now, living through the final hours, minutes and seconds of civilization? Or not? I don't know. And nor do you. But whatever happens, it'll happen right here on Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, that was great. We've got that, Philomena.
Yeah?
Yeah, what was the other thing?
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah?
Nice one.
Is that what you're done?
Yeah, great work.
Oh, great. So are you sure you can actually make it look like I've been to these places?
Oh, yeah, don't worry about it.
What, really?
We'll do it all in computers
Okay.
afterwards.
Oh, okay.
It's upside down.
Brilliant. See you then.
Oh shit, I think I'm about to wake up on a pool of drool or something like that, because I just had a bit of deja vu that I watched this before. I'm just waiting for the moment where I wake up and people are trying to wake me up and I'm in like a, I don't know, a courtroom or something like that.
Bye. Now in the present moment.
Oh yeah, that's the thing, it's not an actual blooper, she's just intentionally... Like, yeah. Like, never forget, Philomena is kind of like Ali G. She just plays it up. She's not actually this dumb.
Welcome to Meat Meals of History, where I recreate historical meat dishes from around the world. Today we have the shooter sandwich from the Edwardian era.
Next time you hear two things. Number one, English people aren't funny. Only Americans ever say that. And two, women can't be funny. Unfortunately, a lot of men say that. Both of them point to Philomena, alright?
England. Dubbed the world's best sandwich in 2010, this historical treasure was a popular lunch eaten by hunting and traveling parties during the early 1900s. It starts by pounding and cooking your steaks, finely chopping your mushrooms, and then thawing all the moisture out.
My god, that was some...
Then take a large bread loaf and hollow out the center. Spoon a generous amount of Dijon mustard and lather up the entire inside, including the top. The layers go mushrooms, steak, Dijon, and repeat. Now put the top back on and wrap in plastic wrap. You want air to escape when you press down the sandwich, so don't wrap too tight. Place in your fridge with something heavy and wait till the next day. Slice it open and reveal your creation.
Oh, it's the same principle as beef Wellington, but yeah, honestly, this is more appealing to me than beef Wellington. I know I'll never, ever, ever claim that a beef Wellington is not really nice. Or incredibly hard to make. I will say, it never appealed to me as much as other meat dishes. Alright, Jim can't swim. Let's see if there's anything new. 2 months ago, Sarah thinks... Yeah, I've not watched this one. Sarah thinks she's going home. Let's see what this is all about. I've got nothing but time, so fuck it. I do this for me, motherfucker.
911, what is the location?
Money helps. I just do the women.
4748 France Court.
Is this a police or medical?
My boyfriend is dead.
Okay, send a line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
Fire rescue. Tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case and we were playing. Like, kind of...
What? Playing? Okay. Do you mean like play? Like, when I was with someone and they said that like they had played with other people, which was a description to say I have I've fucked with other people, like role play in particular. Role play equated to play. So is that it?
A hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened.
Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase.
He was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Right, is he breathing?
No.
I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
purple.
Okay, listen to me. Lay him flat on his... Okay, ma'am, listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Okay,
He's stiff and purple.
Okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him, okay? Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Just by looking at him, you can tell.
Okay. And
Please! Okay, he just gurgled.
Okay, listen to me. Place the heel of your hand right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
Yes.
Put the other hand on top of that hand.
Yes,
We want to pump his chest to me hard and fast, twice per second. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Who pronounced?
Oh, right there.
This is 42-year-old Sarah Boone, who you just heard on the 911 call.
Already that's saying a lot, because if you're showing her face, then she's almost certainly guilty, right?
A few seconds ago. Her boyfriend was 42-year-old George Torres Jr., who she locked inside a suitcase the night before, ultimately leading to him dying of suffocation. Sarah's explanation is that it was a totally unintentional and unforeseen accident, but what she's completely unaware of at this particular moment is the fact she recorded 2 videos on her phone last night, the first of which was taken at 11:12 p.m. and shows her laughing at George while he's zipped up in the suitcase. But George isn't laughing. He's asking to be let out and repeatedly stating that he can't breathe. The second video was recorded 11 minutes later, showing the same thing, except the suitcase was flipped over and in a different area of the apartment. Sarah is both unmistakably and heavily intoxicated in these videos, which may explain the fact she didn't delete them. It would be safe to assume that she has no idea the videos exist. And yes, you will see the moment she becomes aware of their existence. But
That's not the issue. By the way, JCS is also aware of Cobes. He's also aware of Mandalorian Gamer, who made a video about a really odd... It's not a JRPG, it's kind of like a graphic novel, but it's made in the West, but it's done in Japanese style, it's done in anime style. And I bring that up because that means one day, if fucking your favorite son can do a documentary on Cobes, Mandalorian could do a documentary on Cobes, and that's... I want that so badly. What do you do when you're a bad boy goth cowboy wizard in a town full of junkies, druggies, and junkie druggies?
First have to acknowledge how this episode was even possible, and that would be the Law and Crime Network. They sent us the uncompressed documents that comprise this video, and almost every case we have covered, or will cover, is already available in its raw form on this channel, which includes the 2 main items of public record in the case of Sarah Boone, starting with the body cam footage, which is right where we left off.
And I'm... Battery's dying on the phone. Not that I need it, it's not like I'm gaming, but couldn't hurt. And I'm a big Vosh fan, and I'm also a big Jim Can't Swim fan. And yet, Jim Can't Swim or Vosh has been on my podcast. What are the chances? Very good, but there's some chances. Phone just fell.
I had a cigarette lit.
Get it for you, okay? Wait 1 second, okay?
I really need something to drink.
Okay,
I got my Dr. Pepper on the counter.
Okay, we'll take care of you. Give me 1 second. What's going on? I just got here, so fill me in.
No problem. Like, he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork.
Shiny Cock Media. She looks like the girl from Shiny Cock Media a little bit.
You are putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
Like, having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek.
So, that's where your mind went? I thought it was a sex thing. Maybe it is a sex thing. We'll find out. But, like, it's just... It does seem a bit weird, right?
Right?
Okay.
So, he gets in the suitcase. Okay?
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband. My former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No. I called him over here.
Okay, okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys.
I recently had a conversation something similar to this.
Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened.
Okay, okay. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so cotton mouth right now. It's on the counter.
Cotton mouth, you said.
Anything from out of the house.
Like,
Here, I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? Sit. I don't want water. Just water. I can get you some water, okay?
The officer then talks to Sarah's ex-husband.
About 11:30 is when I started calling to find out, because this is supposed to be her day.
He referred to the fact that Sarah was meant to have custody of their son today.
She's generally not very good about always doing it.
They called back and said she was still there, or she came back.
So I was calling to find out if she was going to be getting him or not today.
From school?
Yes.
Okay.
Hair
Got
looks
over
so
here, told her
plastic.
she needed to call
It
911.
looks like a sort of Lego hair that you put on top of the man. You go boop, and there's his hair.
Over here, and then basically she said she needed to go outside, have a drink and a cigarette. But I called her
Give me
initially.
1 second, okay?
He's currently on parole because of it, so...
Because of domestic violence with her?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He explains that George has been arrested for domestic violence multiple times against Sarah, and that Sarah's literally
I feel like
bailed
the
him
girl
out
in the
every time.
cosplay trying to get the croissant. There we go. You will be mine.
Okay, well listen.
The police officer asks the ex-husband to stick around for a little while longer. She then gets a
I'll
notepad
pour
and returns
myself
to
the
Sarah to
other
collect more
shots.
information.
At some point,
If we get another donation,
No, he got in the suitcase, so he thought it would be funny to be put in
ready
the
to
suitcase.
go.
So I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna
and
joke
crack
with
open
you, and I'll
another
see
can
you
of beer.
can,
I got
you
4
know,
more in there,
whatever
and
it is.
then I'm
Then I
moving
fell
on to
asleep.
the spirits.
I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right
You
where
got
it
in
is.
it. Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought he would be funny, a little
It
joke.
was. We both were laughing about it, and then
Okay.
I fell asleep
Where did you fall asleep at?
upstairs. I just totally
So you
forgot.
began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About
And he
what time
gurgled,
this morning
like he
did you
gurgled.
start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon, and it like air was coming out, and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR. You were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can
you.
I have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah, go.
Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it. It's secure, okay?
The officer then confirms the ex-husband will be taking custody of the child.
And your child is in school right now. He's not here with you.
No. He's
okay,
in school.
he's in school. How old is he?
This will be a fun one. He's 9. He's 3rd
I
grade.
can't even start with how you would explain something like this. Okay.
The ex-husband leaves, and the officers wait for investigators to arrive.
Hey,
Not right
sport,
now. We can't
wanna
have you
go to
Why don't you
McDonald's?
sit in the shade?
The investigators then arrive.
Hey, Sarah. Did you get enough water? No, if you want to stay seated, I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah. My name's Chelsea. My partner Scott.
They ask Sarah what happened.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was laughing about it too, to zip him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. I don't know what happened.
Okay. After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away
And I both
laughing?
were laughing about it, but I went
understand,
upstairs and I fell asleep.
Okay.
I'm afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am
Why
afraid
is that?
for my life. His family have never liked me.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Does
No.
anyone know? Okay.
They're
So
gonna
it's...
kill me.
Okay, well... Do they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me.
The detectives
won't.
reassure Sarah that she's not about to get murdered, and then go in to investigate the apartment.
Just stay seated, okay? Sarah?
Meanwhile, you
Your
see the
parents,
neighbors
okay?
there,
Just
very
relax.
cool cat-esque. They look at the camera like, nope,
check
nope,
on
nope,
you.
nope,
This
nope.
police officer was brilliant. Her temperament was perfect for the situation. The investigators simply asked Sarah to stay somewhere else for the night, and to come to the police station the following day with any questions she might have. Sarah stayed with her ex-husband, then showed up at the sheriff's office the next day at 3:51 p.m. with an entire handwritten page of questions, the first of which was about when she's getting back her phone.
I'm gonna have you sit in the green chair that doesn't move. Appreciate you coming in. Yes, ma'am.
Sarah takes out her page of questions, which the investigator semi-acknowledges then brushes off.
So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm gonna read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand why I
Interesting
did
how
that?
they have to warn you about the Miranda rights. Are people triggered by Miranda rights? I didn't know that. It makes sense. Might bring back bad memories and shit.
Sarah has no idea what just happened.
This morning we went to his autopsy.
They have to happen. You have to do it.
And
it's like needles.
We were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little.
I haven't laid
swollen.
a hand on him.
Okay.
Forensics have since proven that George sustained his injuries the night he died, and he didn't have them before entering the apartment.
I also too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know, and he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. So I.
Okay.
The investigator details further injuries, including a contusion on his neck.
And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it. I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. We had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine, and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play. And listen
Read the Bible.
She had all night to set this up, which is the issue. For all we know, she could have designed this entire scene of events from scratch. There is a 12-hour gap between the timestamp on her videos to the moment police showed up on her doorstep, which is plenty of time to assemble what looks like a very pleasant scene of events that in no way precipitated a drunken act of revenge that ultimately
It's also
led
the
to
type of person that when I see them on Tinder, that I kind of swipe against, like I swipe left and just keep on going. Paint? That's cool. Puzzles? No. Look, if you like puzzles, that's awesome. But you have to like other things too. I've literally met people who say that their most interesting thing that they do per week is to go to the shop and do puzzles. Like, no. May it bring you many years of joy and peace. That is not what I'm looking for in a partner.
Murder.
Nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising. And
Clay as well.
On, his
Why would
head
anyone
and skull.
clay?
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
Like that.
I have not touched him.
Nude hide?
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
Weed or shot?
No idea.
Hide
We
and
had
seek,
a
every
good
time you
day.
find that you do the
It
shot,
was a
that'd be kind
good
of
day.
cool.
We've had good
An
days
escape,
lately.
a drunk
It's been
escape
good.
room. That'd be
Like,
kind
I
of
don't even
interesting.
know where this is coming from.
The interrogator now brings up Sarah's last call to police, reporting domestic violence.
Yeah, he said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
She just referred to the fact that George didn't face charges for the alleged assault.
Like, we've been good. I don't know.
Yeah. Seriously, in all fairness, if he did attack, then he should have been brought up on charges. I once pushed charges against somebody who I had warned about, and they got a fine and a warning, and they never talked back again. But I came to the police station weeks prior and I told them. And then it happened, and the same cop who took my statement then was there that night. I looked at her and I said, I bloody warned you. I warned you. And she's like, I know. We'll get this sorted. Don't you worry about this. This is before body cams. And she did, in all fairness.
Since the last time he got out of jail.
I've also had to take.
Like,
I've
we've
also
been
had to
good
give
and
statements
he's been
at
having
rooms
his
like this before.
classes.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition?
The guy the two guys who took my statement, by the way, had just come back from a retirement party and they were trashed. But the guy wasn't the one in the wrong, huh?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me.
No,
So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually
No.
what it is. And I don't know if you talk to Brian about any of that, but
You
most of the time when I
leave.
sleep, I go
That's
over there.
the end of it.
So,
he attacks
Sarah
you
is
once, that's
detailing
it, it's
possible
over,
motives
it's
for
done.
retaliation. Routine
You don't
procedure
do
would be
that.
to keep her train of
Ever.
thought locked on this element. Provide encouragement and understanding while inquiring further
If you're so unhappy with your partner that you have to attack them, why didn't you leave a month prior? Money doesn't fucking matter.
the suspect's grievances with the victim. The only problem is that the lead interrogator really doesn't like Sarah, and abandons the task of pretending to, which makes this a significantly flawed, yet remarkably entertaining process to bear witness.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been
Yeah,
good.
this isn't how you... I imagine if she rips her apart, this isn't how you do it, but it's going to be fun.
And when I asked
'Cause
you
we
yesterday,
both know.
there
We
has
both
the
know.
last incident that you could remember was the
we
cutting rod
know.
incident, which you said was a
Hindsight.
month ago.
Yeah.
So, give or take. Right.
The investigator challenges an earlier assertion which remodels the discourse, and the suspect then starts defending her relationship with the victim.
I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him.
Past
He came a
tense.
really
He's
long
dead
way.
now.
And he was trying. He was really trying.
She somehow transitions into the principle of how she doesn't normally drink, and it's kinda only because of George that she drinks at all.
The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend.
Oh, it was his
That's when
fault that
you
you
have
drink.
a good
Okay.
time. You don't have to
Yeah,
wake up the next
it's
day.
Ireland's
I
fault
have to
that
wake
I
up the
drink.
next day and do things. I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him.
Sarah talks about George's anger management classes and the supposed progress he was making.
And would always come home and show me his papers. And we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him. Even though he's done all these things to you.
Yeah,
When I
no.
tell you I love
no,
him, I
no,
love
no,
him.
no, no. You leave
You
him.
love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that.
At some point, somebody gets enough.
In the next moment, the detective will say, then they have to do something to defend themselves. Sarah's temperament will completely switch at the completion of this sentence.
Then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just
Ooh.
sleep. And I don't know if you would like to see it on my phone, or I think it's actually
No.
on a laptop.
She explains how she once filed a restraining order against George, then for some reason brings up his ex-wife.
When I say a monster, she's a monster. Like it does, she...
The interrogator lets her vent about the ex-wife for 2 minutes. She will now bring the focus back to the investigation.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you
I
went
told you-
upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
She recalls the game starting at around 4 p.m. and her going to sleep at around midnight.
So I have 4 and I have midnight, so there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or...
Like when we started to play hide and
Mhm.
seek. Yeah. Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it, started to paint. Well, started to listen to music for a little bit, started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever. I don't
Apparently
wanna
it
paint
picks up
anymore.
around about here.
Ugh, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's like,
I mean,
okay,
we already know
Okay,
the
take
outcome,
off.
right?
That's not how you play hide and seek.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did.
Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship.
Mm-hmm.
When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay.
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back.
Scrawny would he have had to be to get
I
into
know
a
the
suitcase?
CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not, but obviously
No.
I understand, you know, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter, you were laughing, he was laughing, but what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday? No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
With regard to the
How did she not know this was coming?
colossal realm of interrogation footage, the level of notoriety these next moments acquired is virtually unprecedented. I feel like this picture belongs on a wall somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shut it down.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
Always
Sarah
the
may have
case,
been hoping
right?
that was the end of it. Really can't say that I blame her for that.
What's
Is
that?
it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
Mm-mm.
Look at her fucking desktop. They're cold folders, lady. They're not that complicated.
I don't know how much I can take.
I don't know how to find her.
Do I have to watch this?
Yes.
I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see
I
it.
don't.
That's
I don't
okay.
care.
You
You're
can
gonna
either
watch
explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
No.
For everything you've done to me. For
Oh
everything
no, no,
you've
we'll
done
put it at half speed now just to mock you.
Fuck you. Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Sarah.
I've been with a lot of girls who use the word play for sex play to be coy about it. Yeah, that's a very girl thing. Role play is, in particular, something I've heard play. And I'm like, cool, awesome. Say what it is. You're fucking with somebody, right? No? Maybe?
I don't want to watch it, please.
No, you're watching it.
Okay.
You like it, no?
That's him saying that he can't breathe, and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down.
The interrogators should not be cutting each other off, but their missteps can be forgiven on this occasion due to the power of the evidence, which the lead detective will now focus on.
Guys, this
Yeah,
is killing me.
that's why she's not being professional. She's being professional because this woman's lying through her fucking teeth when the evidence is like so. Like, this isn't even really necessary at this point. Like, this is Jared saying he likes little kids. Like, it's not complicated. This woman killed this guy intentionally, not manslaughter.
Now. So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah,
but not
why did you?
intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because...
What?
You were
Stop
getting
here.
ready for bed.
Just to be clear, Sarah still has no idea how screwed she is. She just referred to an earlier statement that she didn't lock up the suitcase all the way, so George could get out.
Stopped here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out.
It's, and his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if
Yeah, if he can't breathe and pushing on it, that's a sign that he can't get out. Like, if I'm in a very claustrophobic situation, I'd probably say something along the same lines. I wouldn't say that and then immediately take the thing off. I'd take the thing off, take a big gulp of air and go, it's already stuffy in there, you know? You know, if I was claustrophobic, this would be bad. Everyone, by the way, is a little bit claustrophobic. Just a smidge. If you were literally that dude who was infused with the cube. Oh, I don't even know how to search for it. And I'm really not okay with showing some of the results on Google Images. But there was this girl who showed her boyfriend in like this giant gray cube of like rubber or plastic or whatever the fuck it was, and it's like a frame of metal and then like foam plastic, and in the center is his outline just stuck with his arms up and his legs like kneeling. Apparently that's his kink. And she just like moves him around the room. As I saw someone in the comments, how the fuck do you come to that conclusion that that's your kink? It's so obscure.
Can't get out.
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
Into like the pleb
I don't know what you
side
want me
of
to tell
it.
you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing
you.
you.
Want to
I'm just
spank
telling
a
you
girl?
what we see.
Have
and
you
what
ever
we've heard
tried
from
to
the
be a girl, but you
I
at the
understand.
same time?
He's begging for you to let him
Ow.
know.
Why?
You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a
no. It's not malicious.
Oh, she didn't say it was
not
malicious.
malicious.
Then what is that?
She didn't say malicious, but she immediately went, it's not malicious. I didn't say it was malicious.
My intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
Nah.
This video is at
She's got
11:12 when it starts, so was he
very,
in there for like a long time
Karen,
prior to you
No.
recording this?
No. No.
I think we've all gathered by now that Sarah might be twisting the truth in her favor a little bit. She seems to have forgotten that 2 minutes ago she claimed to have no recollection of this incident, so her impeccable memory all of a sudden seems rather selective.
Yeah.
But I didn't think that
She's got very selective memory,
was-
this one.
like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying Sarah, Sarah, Sarah.
Hold down the fort. D
I
or B.
can't breathe.
And yes, I
and
will take
you're
this
the only
B.
one laughing.
Metal.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments. Like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but, like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to, like, feed me.
The interesting thing about Sarah is that her intuition is correct. She sort of recognizes what the police are doing here, but still has no idea of the ramifications. Her energy resembles that of someone who feels the police are about to start rumors about her.
Like, no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase.
Yeah, and?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think, he's asking to come out, he
I
can't
didn't do it
breathe.
intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him
Also, I love how her idea of hide and seek is basically having him locked up in a suitcase. What?
The
And what was
suitcase.
your plan?
Waiting for him to come upstairs. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't, that, you
He's
all...
telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Sarah tries to move on to another topic, but the interrogator doesn't allow it and brings her back to the specifics of the evidence.
Again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I mean, you put him in, so what?
It's their job to put pieces together and assume. Like, they're using the information in front of them, which is pretty fucking damning, to come to a conclusion. A fair conclusion, too. Like, you are... I can't blame... Years and years ago, I was blamed for something I didn't do. And when I look back at the information after I realized I didn't do it, and they apologize, I'm like, no, that's fair. You didn't have any idea. Hell, again, Billy. Actually, in your case, we kind of need... No, we did we did thonk about it a bit. We came to the wrong conclusion, but still.
I didn't take him out.
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You, like, consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past.
I don't imagine you've ever murdered someone before.
The lead interrogator starts playing the video as Sarah is mid-sentence reiterating her innocence.
I don't know.
No. Nor do I get that vibe from you, man. You were just a good example right then and there.
I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way,
I hope
shape,
August
or
is doing
form.
okay, by the way. I really do. I hope wherever he is right now, he's doing okay. I saw him a few months ago in Drunken Peasants live chat, when they were live, and that was it. I know he's still on Discord, so I know he's still alive anyway. It's rare you see someone tank their own credibility in their own community without any outside help so fucking quickly. There was the occasional, like, DM. Hey, August isn't doing the best. Like, have you seen General? And there's like 20 things. But, you know, we've all had bad days. But then he kept on going and going, and eventually, yeah, no, fuck him.
You admit to moving the suitcase,
I still hope he's
like,
well.
over. So
I really hope he's
you roll
well.
it over. Like,
He's in
it's
a
not
bad
like...
place.
I didn't want him to be
He
like
could be
that.
homeless right now, for all I know.
You didn't want him to be upside down? How do you even get upside down?
I've been to a New York shelter. They're not fun.
You guys are killing me right now. I don't know how you want me to say it. I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Ryan, and like, what, 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video. He asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two.
I don't know why her VLC media player looks like that, but it kind of looks like a country flag. Like the little black with the warning cone, and then like pure white. It looks like a Dominion of Britain or something like that.
You know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. They'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
This was an absolutely imperative moment to allow the suspect to elaborate, but the lead interrogator cuts her off.
Well, based off the video, one video's at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean, I don't
Were
know.
you punishing him?
No. Just...
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you get. This is what you make me feel like.
See, and then it's all backfired on me. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of
I got something
when he was
after
asking
this.
to let
Much
you
more
let out.
awesome.
You're like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf. And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, he's in there. Night, night.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like...
We're just trying to figure out why.
Why? What?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the video?
I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid.
You know, it's a good analogy for the day. He's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted. And he has a bump on his eye. I mean,
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair that you all are assuming that that's from me.
I'm the victim here.
That you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out. Should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
I'm still kind of waiting it for the moment where he goes, haha, fooled you. He was actually okay all along. This was all an elaborate stunt.
Blaming it on the wine. After talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
It's exactly fair.
If you could push it open...
I love his response, too. Like, he's literally like, that's what you just said. You said it on the video. Like, I'm not taking you out of context. We can play it as many times as you like.
Are you out? Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming it on the wine. After talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
Look at his reaction here. Like, it's so honest. Like, what do I do with this information? Like, she's not acknowledging what she did. It's right there. She did these things. She admits she did these things, but she won't acknowledge those things were bad? Like, what do I do? The fuck do I do?
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
And tell you he can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for
I'm
themselves,
not big into the whole crime and investigation that makes up 90% of all women's viewings these days. Like, my God, back when I was a kid, women would watch talk shows, daytime talk shows, and they would watch cooking shows, antique shows. Nowadays, it's crime and investigation. All the way down. You want to get laid, you start watching crime and investigation. Cold cases, out the yin yang. You might even like it yourself. But, like, I get this. This is raw and isn't like, doo-doo, where are you? Where are they? You know? Ireland had its own show called, like, Netwatch, I believe it was called, for years, and it would always happen right after the national news. Don't forget, Ireland has two national networks called RTE. Radio Telefísean, aka Radio and Television Ireland. And we have this at 6 o'clock. It's called 6:01. It is the Irish national news. You could argue that sometimes it's propaganda and shit. Yeah, sure, absolutely. It does also show Irish news. Like, it literally shows it in Irish too. But afterwards, used to be a show called, I think it was called Netwatch, and it would always show, like, these two presenters in kind of dressed the way Philomena Cook is, in these sort of, like, very serious looking business suits, you know? One man, one woman, and they would walk in and they'd be like, tonight, we look. It's like 60 Minutes, but instead of interviews, it was always like, this criminal organization, this case of a serial rapist, this case of online fraudster. It's very old people stuff. You know it. I know it. There's a reason in the when you go into a pub in the afternoons, 9 times out of 10, the TV will be playing Judge Judy. And as you get older, my God, I relate to that woman more and more. But shit like this, in its raw, undiluted form, none of this doo-doo, where, who, wow, hot, You don't need random shots, random, like, flashes. No, just the raw, the basic. I like this. I can't say I love it. I don't seek it out, as proof by my search history. But yeah, like, this stuff intrigues me. JCS exploded for a reason. I remember when their channel was 1.2 million. Now they're 5.4. And I'm sure there are people who actually remember it much smaller. Hi, Troy. I hope work's doing alright for you there, man. I am getting very drunk. Not very, very drunk. Though my phone being a dick does not help that. We've been having a fun time. We watched Cobes. We watched some Shotgun Red. We watched some Kent Rowlands. We watched some Ordinary Sausage. We watched some Daily Dose of Internet. We watched some JCS.
They're going to do it. They don't need assistance.
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No.
Hope your work day is going
I don't
great,
have
man.
anything.
You're right.
Or at least
you're telling us that we're assuming stuff.
It's not
but
terrible.
What we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what
understand.
you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay. Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
Sarah now gets freaked out by the male detective. She thinks he's texting someone about her, which creates an absurd yet hilarious moment.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's...
Is the what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
No, I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you.
Not intentionally.
You got up, and you went up to bed.
You all?
Please sit down.
Listen to me. I did not intentionally kill him.
I got you on.
If there wasn't a recording, you could make the case of manslaughter. There's a recording, you're going to jail.
Videos.
And hell, manslaughter still results in jail, so...
Screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. There's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question,
you
you
did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put him upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because...
It had to have been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again, so you had to flip it to
I'm
there.
leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this.
You left him in there. You did trying to
Oh
dance
my
around
gosh,
the fact.
this is-
You left him in there.
This is not...
You didn't leave him in there?
It's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool. You intentionally left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking
Like
up on
murdering him?
Wouldn't let him out of a suitcase.
Oh, gosh.
Anybody looking at it?
One thing I noticed about the women who are on these videos, they're all dressed for comfort. Like, look, slip-ons, big baggy shorts, fucking yoga pants. They don't fucking care. They're here 9 times out of 10 looking at a computer screen, writing up forms, staring at more computer screens, and then this is the 10th time, you know?
I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
The discourse repeats itself a few more times, and then Sarah brings out her list of questions.
So,
Guys,
am I getting my phone back?
Look ugly. I've never seen a cop. Hell, they even made that joke in the X-Files movie. You all look like door-to-door salesmen. Yeah. FBI agents do. You want a crisp, fine-looking sort of suit, you join the Secret Service. And even then, those ties with the little square bottoms, they're not that great. They're great when you button up your shirt, but when you've got like your shirt open, then no. Well, your coat open. No, well, I suppose both. My desktop right now has Quintus Tripe, with no shirt on, laying on her bed. Her skirt ever so slightly raised up, but not showing anything. She's got no shirt on. Her tie going down the middle of her seed coat, and she's kind of touching herself. Not like touching between the legs, but rather that moment just at the start. She's like, oh, God damn it! What am I gonna do for the next 15 minutes? What do you think you're gonna do, lady?
What about Lucas's laptop?
No.
Not today.
How do I go about getting his...
That's how I know I'm
wedding
straight.
ring?
I always
Engagement
treat
ring?
women the exact same way I treat
Camera's
dudes.
office. It'll come to us eventually, and then...
It'll be released to
Oh,
the next
family.
person.
Never put women on a plinth, never put men
I
on
bought
a
it for
plinth.
him.
Never put anyone on a plinth, honestly. There's no one who's better than their worst vices.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them. They're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back.
After this, I'm gonna grab the last 4 cans.
What's next?
And
They're gonna
then...
come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about, like, in the long run. Like,
We'll talk.
what do I need to, like, do I need to be doing something, or...
They're the FBI. Oh, they're literally the FBI? There you go, look at them. Look at this shit. Like, they're dressed. He's dressed like he's at a call center, and she's dressed like she's in a call center. Like...
Or, like...
I can't tell you, like, what to do.
I mean, like, so, like...
I'm sure they have coats. I'm sure their coats are in their car. They get in the car, they drive back to the FBI center in their town, city, whatever, and do whatever.
Like, for... Like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna, like... I'm not admitting anything about being intentional, and like...
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know.
So,
why would the FBI get involved in the murder, though? The FBI get involved in cross-state stuff, right?
This what? I'm done?
Or am I wrong there? This seems too, frankly, provincial for the FBI.
In itself, for me to have to live with.
No, I have no idea if these two are FBI. I assume, yeah, because this didn't cross, if this cross state lines, FBI would be involved, because it's no longer a, you could say a cross-state investigation, which is as simple as a 10-minute drive. Like, let's just say she killed him, got in her car, and drove 10 minutes up the road and crossed into, I don't know, she's in South Carolina and then they're in North Carolina. That would either be a cross-state thing or it would involve the FBI. I think the FBI, though, would be more involved with, like, this is a part of a wider gang feud that involves the entire East Coast.
Getting him out and doing what I did is...
But I don't know the nuances. I don't pretend to know the nuances.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
His daughters, too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
This is
Making a comment. I mean,
CSI that was there yesterday.
Forensics take her DNA and fingerprints. The investigators then return.
Okay, Sarah. So, you're not free to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
This comment seriously puts Sarah on edge, but she still won't quite be fully aware of what's happening. This is coupled with the fact the investigators now try to get a solemn declaration out of her to close out the interrogation.
That or else cast fucking a spell on her. What's up with his hands?
Logical dynamics of the moment are extraordinary.
Oh, do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we've talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
The investigator explains that it's just protocol.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Why?
That's
anytime we talk to somebody,
The male detective re-explains that it's just routine, only in a far more comforting tone. But the tone doesn't do a whole lot to reassure Sarah. She looks about ready to get swallowed up by a wormhole and take her chances in a separate dimension.
It's not a trick question.
To the best of
Go
my
to
knowledge.
your happy place there, Sarah. Ain't no happy place.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, do me a
Glad
favor, stand up.
JCS is back.
You turn around, face the wall.
That was-
Your hands behind your back. Do you have
I
anything in
felt
your
sad
pockets that I
when
should
they
know
left.
No. Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally. So this was a trick.
You were read your rights.
There's no trick. It's all on
Why is this
camera.
happening?
Because
Before y'all said I could leave. So what am I supposed to do now?
Stay here. be
I
arrested.
had a sneaky suspicion this was going to happen. And I need water, like, really bad, please.
No, you don't.
You all check me down here.
An officer comes to take Sarah to the jail, but Sarah has questions first.
Those holding cells, am I going to be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that. Yeah. I don't know. Go ahead, stand up.
I have not.
So what am I going to do with
Again,
my purse?
ponytails. I think I'm in a
What made you
ponytail.
all
Oh,
decide to do
damn, lady. Is this blonde girl free? I'm not normally for cops, but you know, I can make exceptions.
Made us decide to do this?
Uh-huh.
George's dad.
You guys, I knew this was going to happen.
You did?
Sarah was taken to the Orange County Jail at 5:44 p.m.
Orange
She was
County.
charged with second-degree murder and held without bond, which keep in mind was in late February of 2020, just before the entire planet went into lockdown due to a pandemic. So Sarah must have had a real fun time getting acclimated to the new environment. She's been
Yeah.
in the county jail since, with a trial date set for April 10th of this year. She's currently working with her 7th attorney.
April 10th. That's well past the point now. Even 2 months ago, right? Oh, no.
Have already filed motions to get the fuck out of there, and all of them cited the same reason, which was irreconcilable differences.
No, Sarah. Sarah, you did a bad thing. You're going to have to pay for those bad things. You reap what you sow. You know this saying, yes? Great documentary. We already watched the documentary. Well, we watched something quote to an hour. I gotta grab my last beer. Well, not my last beer, but my last 4 beers. So I will be right back, but I will pop something on so it's not complete quiet. But what can I pop? Perfect. Like I said, Townsend. To make everything wholesome, it is time for Townsend. This is the comfort food origins. French toast.
This is French toast from
I had
1792.
to tell Krendar who this guy was, and I was like, this guy is probably the most wholesome guy you'll ever see on YouTube. He lives in a log cabin. He makes food that the settlers, the revolutionaries, the pre-revolutionaries do, and he works out of a thing called the Nutmeg Tavern, which, while isn't an actual tavern, might as well be.
We think of it as a wonderful breakfast, but it's also a comfort food that's over 1,000 years old. Where did it come from? What was it like in the beginning? Let's explore the origins of this comfort food. I love the history of French toast because it goes back so far, more than 1,000 years. In the Apicius, which is a 3rd or 4th century Roman cookbook, we find a recipe for something that's called another sweet. Here's the recipe. Slice fine white bread, remove the crust, put it into rather large pieces, which you soak in milk and beaten eggs, fry in oil, cover in honey, and serve. If we move forward in time, we get to the 15th century English cookbook manuscripts that we have. And here, this is really hard to read because the English in the 15th century was like nearly impossible. But it goes something like this. Take fair 30 yolks of eggs, separate them from the white, draw them through a strainer, take salt and cast upon this, take the fair bread, cut it round, and then take fair butter, I like fair things, take fair butter that is clarified or else fresh grease, put it into the pan, and so fry them up, but beware it clinging to the pan. When it is fried, lay them on a dish and sugar. So that's 15th century English recipe. Now when I think comfort food, I usually think inexpensive. But as we look into the 18th century and late 17th century, these recipes for French toast are in fairly high-class cookbooks. You'll never see it called French toast. Sometimes it's pain perdu, or sometimes it's cream toasts. Pain perdu means wasted bread. It's a great way of using up bread that isn't so good. You can make bread pudding, or you can make these pain perdus. We get a recipe in 1710 in royal cookery. This is a long and complicated recipe. It's strange that the recipe as we go through time seems to get more and more complicated. This recipe in royal cookery ends up being the one that's copied the most in cookbooks as we go through the 18th century. Hannah Glass copies it almost word for word. And it has this strange combination of soaking it in the milk first and then adding the eggs, which seems like a strange way of doing it. I mean, I don't think anybody does it that way today. The one I want to do today is a little more modern. John Farley, London Art of Cookery, 1792. He gets a little more to the point. Pan Perdue, French.
My ma taught me how to make these before she taught me how to make omelets. And I gotta tell you, French toast is one of my most delicious things I can make, because it also doubles up as one of my other delicious ones, omelets. You just don't have to add the bread. The real thing about French toast though is in America you add sugar. Here it's a savory. Damn right too. Fucking adding powdered sugar. I went to IHOP once and they added sugar to it. Big mountains of fucking, not even cane sugar, just sugar. And I was like, why? Why would you destroy something so possible? With big, giant slices of bread too.
Rolls that have been baked one day are best for this purpose. You want stale bread.
Tasteless.
Cut them in slices, have ready eggs, cream, sugar, and rose water beat up together as for a custard. Lay your bread in it to soak, fry some butter, and then when it boils, take the slices gently out and put them into the pan. As soon as they are done, lay them between paper before the fire to drain. When it is all done, arrange them neatly in your dish as you would biscuits and put some sugar over them. I don't have any bread on hand, so we're gonna make a couple little loaves. We're gonna cut them up and let them go stale overnight. We've got the standard bread recipe here, which is flour, salt. We've got yeast, which in the form of a liquid barm, and then water. That's it. That's all we need.
Barm. Made a strawberry compote and put up Borman or display syrup. Hey, at least that sounds like a fucking effort on your part. The syrup, again, I've seen ones with syrup. It's not what I make. If you come to my house, you're staying the night, and you say, when I ask what would you like for breakfast, and you turn around and say French toast, I'm like, okay, I will make you a savory breakfast, not a sweet breakfast. If you want a sweet breakfast, you ask for pancakes. And none of those griddle flapjack shits either. Proper American flamjakes. Good old flamjakes. Big. The whole pan. This thing is huge, fluffy, thick. You can slice it off and put it into a Tupperware bag. Toss it in your bag, and as we're hiking, you can take nourishing bites out of it. Like, this thing will be solid and respectful, and also as sweet as savory as you like, because they're both nice. But in my house, nah. French toast is savory, and not only is it savory, it's fucking delicious. One of the few times where white bread is superior to brown bread is French toast. I've tried it with brown bread. This doesn't work. Texture-wise, it fails. Get yourself a big, fluffy white pan. I only ever did it once with baguettes, and I'm going to be honest with you, it was okay. But at the exact same time, I made a bunch of garlic bread with baguettes too, and they were much nicer. Look at his kiln. He probably made that by hand. Bun.
Farley's recipe calls for cream and rose water.
Squish.
We're going to substitute
like a fine pair of ass cheeks.
Milk for our cream, and no, I'm not going to use rose water. I know some of you are big rose water fans out there. I'm going to use a different aromatic, and that is nutmeg. That's referred to in multiple older recipes, so we're going to bring that forward to Farley's recipe. It couldn't be simpler. Add our eggs to this and whisk them up with a little bit of milk, and then a little bit of spice on top of that. Soak our bread and fry it up.
RTE News admits... Hold on. RTE News just admitted something terribly wrong that they posted. That's always nice to see. Serious breach of trust. As Tuberty, he's a big name here, mentions, admits paying hundreds of thousands of euros more than published top earners list. Oh, Tuberty! Is that why you left? Or is that why you left late? This is a very Irish thing right now. When I'm talking about my fucking phone, I swear to Christ. Here. There, it's not gonna fall down now. But the big talk show, and one of the most influential talk shows of all time is Late Show. Where's Wiki? Yeah. Irish talk show. Late Show, where its title shortened to the Late, is an Irish chat show. World's second longest late night talk show, after the Tonight Show. Obviously Jimmy Fallon. If I remember right, Gay Byrne was... Yep, there he is. He's the one who had his... Before he died, he had that interview with Stephen Fry, who fucking destroyed him over the concept of religion. Pat Kennedy then took over. And then Tuberty. And Tuberty has just been ousted for taking a bunch of fucking bribes. Like, in the grand scheme of things, Americans don't think about the late. That's fair. But those who do talk shows do think about the late worldwide, including America. So the late is a big deal. It was a big Gay Byrne, who, although being very pro-Catholic, stood up on stage in the heart of Catholic Ireland, live on stream, and showed how to put a condom on a wooden phallus, because the Catholic Church said that the condoms are bad. Now, he did this because he honestly believed not wearing condoms is hurting Ireland. There are too many children born, there's too much STDs going around, blah blah blah. He had the right idea of it, even if there was a religious stint to it. He also had tons of gay people on, back when it was illegal to be gay. He had tons of... if there was something new in Ireland, he wanted... Like, Jacksepticeye was on it. I think he was on Kennedy's or Tuberty's. But, like... Yeah, like, Tuberty is gone now. Like, he's going now, and faster he can go to better. I remember when he was on the radio back in the day. Irish radio, by the way, is the Wild fucking West. You're allowed to say whatever the fuck you want. You can literally say your opponent in an advertisement eats babies. Like, you can say that. And it's up to the people to take it out of context or to take it for what it is. You would sometimes be... when I was in the gym, it was a part of a chain of gyms up in Applewood and Swords, and you'd hear the radio talk about the opponent's gym like it was a collection of idiots and fools and all that other good shit. Like, it's great. Like, Irish radio used to be awesome. I need to find some, like, clips of, like, the best Irish stuff. What's it, like, Babies and Bikes used to have the worst of the shit. Like, it was great. I don't know how else to describe it. And you know what? I'd try it, not only because he'd make it, but because he wasn't using just regular old-fashioned powdered sugar. He was using, like, nutmeg. At least the nutmeg would add something to it. It would have that earthy, almost chocolatey vibe to it.
Complete Cook of 1662, we have a recipe that's called To Make Toasts. It says, cut 2 penny loaves in round slices and dip them in half a pint of cream or cold water. Then lay them abroad in a dish and beat 3 eggs, grated nutmegs, and sugar. Beat them with the cream. Then take your frying pan and melt some butter in it. Wet one side of your toasts. Lay them on the wet side. Then pour the rest upon them, and so fry them. Send them in with rose water, butter, and sugar.
Yep.
This is from a high-end cookbook, 1662. We can tell by some of the ingredients, like the rose water and the sugar, that this is meant for a high-class table. While our bread's soaking, we're going to make a sauce. You could use maple syrup.
Yeah,
but
in the 1600s. You know how much it's a given now that we can have sugar? In the 1600s, you got sugar from the occasional bit of fruit. And you didn't get it, like, directly. You didn't get it in powdered form. Or honey. Honey was added to almost every dish because they couldn't produce it. And then cane sugar came around. AKA slavery, Caribbean, rum, molasses. The nightmare of a distillery outside of Jamaica, outside of Kingston in Jamaica. Or half a dozen different things. Everyone always thinks, oh, slavery equates to cotton. Slaves did a lot of things, one of which was sugar. Sugar is used to be, anyway, very labor intensive, very physically backbreaking, quite literally sometimes. And you would only get a few pounds of sugar for a whole harvest of crop, of like cane. So it was an incredibly lucrative business.
To make an 18th century sauce. So we're making a sauce made of equal parts butter, sugar, and wine. We'll be using an 18th century wine similar to a sherry. Warm this gently over a fire until the parts incorporate. They won't perfectly incorporate, but that's all right. You stir it right before you pour it on.
Yeah, that's how I make it. I try to make the pan a little bigger, the plate a little bigger to make it all nice and even. I don't know why. I don't like it when it's all kind of like flopped on top of each other. It doesn't create an even spread. Yeah, that's it. Hell, what I do is I put more egg than necessary, so you're left with a sort of halo of omelette along the side. And then you serve it, so you get the best of both worlds. But I can tell this, for example, is going to be nice and fluffy. But then you're going to fucking ruin it with all the fucking sweetness.
This is our French toast, right out of John Farley's 1792 The London Art of Cookery. And while I was cooking this, I couldn't help but think that people have been making this same dish as comfort food for 100 years, 200 years, 300 years.
1,000.
More than 1,000 years.
Yeah.
This is an amazing recipe, an amazing connection that we have with people in the past. The fact that it's in an early 18th century cookbook at all means it's a fancy food. Cookbooks were really only meant for rich people. This was meant for the well-to-do table, and the fact that it's made out of such simple ingredients and has been around so long means that it was most likely on poor people's table too. These slices are thick, so I'm expecting some great bread flavor in the middle, the egg flavor on the outside edges, and of course the pop of sweetness and a little bit of sharpness in the sauce that goes on the...
No. Count me out in the sauce. A little bit of butter, maybe. Well, actually, no, because you're probably frying it in butter. So, no.
The outside. A very typical 18th century sauce.
That's not... That could...
Here we go.
I would enjoy that, maybe a cup of coffee, but that would not be French toast to me. That would be something else, and that's okay too, before you get all freaked out. I'd eat that. I just wouldn't call that French toast.
French toast from the 18th century.
Not to me, anyway. No sweetness.
That sauce is so good. It's got a wonderful texture. It's very thick, very filling. So good.
And I'd take this any day of the week.
For another
over the
great
shit I had
breakfast,
in IHOP.
check out...
Ooh, the omelette. We'll have this as our next food thing. Because something tells me we're going to watch something that's going to be very... something tells me like I don't have control over my own life. Wait, hold on. Alright, let's see what's going on here.
Where else can you get a pasta with little fishies on top and a burger stuffed with cheese in Japan?
Alright, this is still technically food, but fuck it.
Gusto, a family chain restaurant in Japan where you order from a tablet and a little robot cat brings you your food. There's about 19,000 items on the menu, so this is basically just the Japanese Cheesecake Factory. I started off with some Japanese style pasta that had spicy fish eggs, spinach, shiso leaf, mushrooms, and little baby fish called...
Nah, I couldn't eat that. Mushrooms. We're gonna watch Peaches after this, or rather listen to it.
Shirasu. Just look at the little cuties. It may be a little bit off the deep end for people who aren't familiar with it, but it was delicious, and Japanese pasta is often slept on for no reason. If that's not your style, you can go the exact opposite side of the spectrum and get some french fries. Listen, french fries dipped in mayonnaise is good, you'll need to stop. Next up is a burger that's filled with cheese. Being American, I thought for sure this would be a terrible burger, but it was actually not too bad. It was less of a burger and more of like a cheese stuffed hamburger steak on a bun. I honestly have no idea what the cheese is supposed to be though.
Yeah.
It looked a mess, but it was good in kind of like a guilty pleasure kind of way. If you're ever in the market for...
It looks very filling and very smooth. But, I don't know.
For Japanese fishy pasta, and then after that you want to eat a strange cheeseburger, Gusto is probably the best
What
place.
an odd mix. I will say that. Anyway. Peaches. Now, two things. Number one. Actually, three things. Number one. That's an AI picture of Vosh without his beard. I don't think he looks like that underneath his beard, but he could. One day we might find out. Number two. Vosh hates Peaches. Not Peaches the fruit, but rather the song, because he didn't like the movie. And number three, this is an AI cover. So he never actually sung it. Oh, and the movie itself is the Super Mario movie. The new one, yeah. There's a song called Peaches. You've probably seen it trending on YouTube.
This one is from my one and only true love, Princess Peach. Peach was so cool. And with my star we're gonna rule. Peach, understand, I'm gonna love you till the very end. Peaches, 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 oh, yeah, yeah. Peaches, 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 love, love.
Weird thing is, he'd never sing this. I fucking would. I would do a version of Peaches with the most unflattering picture of me you've got. I think there was one I did called like The World Is Coming to the End, and the thumbnail's me like that. I would do this shit. Like I would, I don't know, a stream goal or something like that. Maybe we help charity and I'll sing Peaches.
Oh, oh, Mario, Luigi, and a Donkey Kong too. 1,000 troops of Koopas couldn't keep me from you. Princess Peach at the end of the line. I'll make you mine.
All those cats randomly fighting with each other in the background.
Peaches, 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 love you. Oh, peaches, peaches, Peach.
I love that song. Vash should probably absolutely hate this since he hates all synthesis. Yeah, he hates AI synthesis and the Mario movies, so it's a combo. Yeah. Peaches. I love the song. We'll watch something actually solid before we move on to back to more food. BTC CBT freestyle. Oh, that's the... No. Delete. 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 Oh, this is interesting. Modern pirates of the African coast.
What's your mission here, my friend? Talk to me.
My friend, I will kill you, my friend. We are old friends here.
I just want to talk to you. Come down, please. Don't want to talk to me? How?
I want to ask questions.
Questions?
Okay? Yes.
As in?
Just few questions, okay?
Oh, okay, come.
That machete was close.
That one was less close.
Okay, come down now.
Interesting how they've blurred out the gun of all things. Like, we know what he has in his arms. It's a Axu, most likely. Which is an AK that's been kind of shortened.
I just want to talk questions. Don't be scared. Don't be scared about me.
I'm not scared.
I just want...
They kind of are. They think maybe, for example, he's a tool of the government, or he's a tool of like the task force the UN sent to deal with him.
To ask you a few questions, if you agree.
Okay, come inside.
Is okay?
Come inside.
What?
Inside, quick.
Yes.
The pirates drink a cocktail of gin and cocaine.
Yeah.
They think the mix wards off bad spirits.
Okay.
See? Same thing.
I got it all on camera.
What's your mission here, my friend?
Fascinating stuff. It's like, if you ever read on Lord of War, early on in the Ukrainian, the Ukrainian war that's going on right now, fucking Putin. But there was a prisoner exchange, and they exchanged a arms dealer, and the arms dealer was the guy from the Lord of War. He was in Russia, like, getting a bunch of random items for the for like rebel groups in like Kenya or somewhere like that, or Sierra Leone or Liberia, somewhere in Africa. And he would drink and partake in brown, which was cocaine mixed in with gunpowder. And like also while mostly fictitious, Blood Diamond also has similar veins. Like, the idea is whether or not you're a part of a mercenary group, or whether or not you're like an arms dealer or a banker or whatever, you gotta deal with shit like this, and that means you gotta do like drugs and fucking, you know, you gotta put up with this shit. But they're not idiots either. They know, for example, if you're from a really wealthy country and you're coming here to lend them arms or get them in contact with other groups, you know, you're probably better off alive to be humored. But hell, like, this might genuinely just be an ego thing, you know? They want to say their piece. I'm sure they do. They're doing this, they're raiding up and down the African coast, and no one knows why they're doing it. Well, we can make assumptions. We can say that they're poor. Okay, but there's lots of poor people. Why these ones specifically wanted to grab guns and point them in people's faces? And I know if I was living in the fucking jungle or the mountains or in a cave or in a burned out city, I'd want people to listen to me. It's why I'm listening to the Horus Heresy, and all these space marines are pissed off that remembrancers are showing up. And they're like, oh, we just want to capture your image. I'd be okay with that. What I wouldn't be okay with is, for example, there's a very famous scene of US soldiers deploying on a beach in World War II, and they're all marching by in a massive column, like 12,000 of them. That was all staged. They had already done that 2 days prior, but he was told like they needed to have the shot, so they were doing it all again. So when you look at the camera, they're all mouthing words that aren't recorded, and all those words are like, fuck you, buddy, we have places to be. What the hell, man? Like, we did this already. I wouldn't support that. I would support, you know, so why do you fight? I fight because my government's corrupt, because people are being executed, because there's no freedom of speech, whatever. Like, I would want people to read me. I'd want people to know who I am. Not to say that these guys are freedom fighters. They are literally pirates. But how did they become pirates? I still want to know their story. Anyway.
Welcome to 18th Century Cooking.
Only 4 minutes? Damn. I wish I could fit into a fucking... that's not a doublet. An over... I suppose that would be an over... No, it's just a jacket. You know, a coat.
Your host, John Townsend, and today we're cooking something that you've probably cooked many times. It's got great 18th century roots. It's an omelet right out of the cookbooks of the time period. Thanks for joining us today as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. You'll find recipes just like this in multiple 18th century cookbooks. The one we're using today is The Universal Cook by Collingwood and Woolham. Let me read to you this recipe real quick. To make an omelet, take 6 eggs, beat them, strain them through a sieve, put them into a frying pan with in which is 1/4 pound of hot butter. I love that. Put in
That's a lot of butter.
Ham, scraped
Christ.
fine, some shred parsley, and season them with salt, pepper, and nutmeg. Fry it brown on the underside. Lay it on your dish, but do not turn it. Hold a hot salamander over it for a half a minute. Take to take off the raw look of the eggs, stick in some curled parsley, and send it up to the table. Now, this is a fancy recipe. This is one where we're caring about presentation and the look of it. Obviously, we're in a camp setting, and this recipe you can do equally well without making it look all fancy. Like in this one, they're not flipping it over. They're coming in with a hot salamander to finish the top side to make it look just right. Well, we don't have a hot salamander here. We don't have extra equipment like that. So we're just gonna flip it over in the pan like you would probably do in your house. Our main ingredient, eggs. Of course, we've got this wonderful ham that we're gonna put in there. We've got parsley.
Pretty heavy. That's gonna be a chunky omelet if those cubes are gonna be so huge. Even if they're sticking out like crazy, like you're gonna need a puffy one.
We're using a couple of different steps. Of course, we need 1/4 pound of butter, and then some spices, salt,
more
pepper,
butter, more.
a little bit.
Get an entire bottle of vegetable oil. That's what's up, tubes. Oh my God, look at it go. One of the prettiest things in the world is just an unmelted block of butter. And soap too. You can tell it's both soft and yet there's a, I don't know, there's a firmness to them. My God, that's a lot of seasoning. No, look, the omelette is still... Yeah, it's not so big that the cubes... Yeah, there you go. Don't be afraid to break it, because you can actually, if you're quick enough, you can reforge it. Shuffle it around a bit, and then off you go.
Our camp...
I was told I could be a short order cook, making omelets. Like just, 5 number trees, and I could put that out in under, so long as the resources and the pan is sizzling, I could put that shit out in under 10 minutes.
Fire omelet is done. We had to flip it over in the pan, so slightly different than the recipe, but easy to do out here on the campfire.
Out of a spoon? All right.
Oh, what an excellent...
You want that sort of bizarre blend that a few recipes beside an omelette can give you, which is both texture, like it has a wiggliness to it. I don't know. If you've had an omelette, you know what I'm talking about.
Excellent omelette.
Also, don't be afraid that if the center doesn't look fully cooked when you flip it over, it's gonna still cook. You flip it over one more time for good measure as you take it off the heat. The pan is still scalding hot. It will take care of the innards. By the time you're cooking it open, especially if there's a lot of cheese in there, it's gonna take care of itself.
There's always a special flavor that comes along, a wonderful flavor that comes along when you cook things over the campfire. I so enjoy cooking on the campfire for that reason. Adds that extra flavor to this omelet. We've got the wonderful egg.
Just from listening to your cooking knowledge on streams, I'd hire you to work in my kitchen on the spot. I manage one in an assisted living home. Hey, all I could promise is 3 simple things. Number 1, not fancy, but tasty meals. Number 2, no one would get, like, salmonella or anything. And number 3, cost low. You want to get very, very fancy dishes, you hire a specialist for those dishes. Or maybe I'm feeling at the end of the year I want to give the residents of your assisted home something special for Christmas or whatever. Maybe I'll do some research myself. Maybe I'll try. But yeah, you want them to have like solid, no nonsense meals. Yeah, absolutely. If they're going to be very picky eaters, I'd need a team. At least 2 other people. Ideally 5, especially if it's a big crowd. And frankly, I'd need them in certain respects to be far superior to me. I'm a very basic bitch, but I'm a good basic bitch, you know? You'll get yourself your grilled cheese, don't you fret about that, but it'll be a good grilled cheese. It'll be a grilled cheese that make your toes go do the little twisty things. Yeah, I've had those grilled cheeses before. I've even made them for myself. Not to say that I don't make mistakes. Of course I make mistakes. But I appreciate the vote of confidence. Krendar might work the dishes at his restaurant, but I know for a fact that if he got behind a grill, like if he was hosting, he'd produce some fucking bangers that would blow out an eye make out of the water. Elf King, twice as much. They would get experimental. Raisin, Missy, both of which would be amazing around a chili pot or a jambalaya or what's the one with rice that the Spanish love? Paella. I've only ever had bad paella up to 2 years ago, where I had my first good paella. The cheap sort of clumpy rice stuff, nah, you need to know what the hell you're doing. Both of them would make superior paella than 90% of the paella I ever made. Well, that I ever had. I never tried to make paella. My mom made paella once, and I tried it, and I was like, ugh. Like, she didn't make good paella. My mom was never the best cook in the world, but she did teach me the few basics. For example, how to make homemade chips. I have a 5 kg bag of spuds there, ready to be cooked. I haven't opened it up yet. And when I do, I'm going to cut it up into, on average, even slices. Toss it into the drum. Toss the drum into the air fryer. Throw a little bit of black pepper into it. The greatest chips that were ever made? Of course not. Tasty. To me? Yes. And by the way, every chef, every cook, every person who doesn't want to die of food poisoning needs to know this simple fact. You will be your best judge of flavor. Period. Your mother, your girlfriend, your wife, your husband, it doesn't fucking matter. You will have the final say on your taste buds, so you know what you like. Good. Work with that. It's not that complicated. I have no respect for any man who does not know how to cook for himself. I've met men... I told this, actually, when I was talking, one of the few times I talked to Monitor Lizard, when he was live streaming, like, he was like, well, you know, I imagine even Jared knows, because he was talking about Jared, I imagine even Jared knows how to work a microwave. And I was like, I swear to Christ, man, I met a guy who was 5 years older than me who did not know how to work a microwave. And he was speechless. Rightly fucking so. And I mean that too. I met a guy, I actually knew him. He was, I knew him when I was much younger. And years later, we met in a bar and we had a sort of reunion. We went back to my place and he was like, oh, we should have gone to the chipper. I'm like, why? I've got a whole thing of like oven chips. I'll just give you a half. He's like, oh, cool. Like, I was thinking to save him some money. And then he's like, oh, so you know how to cook? And I'm like, well, I know how to make oven chips. So do you. And I looked at him and he was just this blank stare. And I'm like, you know how to make oven chips, right? And as I kept on grilling him, he didn't. He didn't know how to make oven chips. He didn't know how to he didn't know how to wash your hands after working with chicken. Because he didn't work with chicken. Ever. He'd never cooked with himself. Ever. Once. And I was like genuinely stunned. I gave him a base rundown. Like, toss him onto the tray. I actually, like, he helped me with it. Toss him onto the tray. Put him in the oven. Set it for 20 minutes.
We'll toss it around halfway through to make them nice and even. When done, pulled it out, and he was like, oh, wow, this was really nice. You're a good cook. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Why do you think? Because his mother, it was... Alright, so a backstory on this guy. He was the son of the woman who used to look after me when my mom was at work. She used to send me to a neighbor's house who used to be paid to look after the kids while the parents worked. And she would cook. And she'd cook from scratch. I learned how to make potato bread from this woman. So I thought, because he grew up with such an amazing chef, a genuine chef in his life, he would know how to. But because she was such an amazing chef, he never bothered to. It was sad. And I told him that. Like, I was like, man, you had access to... Did it never appeal to you to try? And he's like, he's wolfing down the chips and the bread and butter and the beer and all that. And he's like, no. What do I do with that? Made me feel very sad.
Flavor.
He was better than that shit. I was definitely better than that shit. You owe it to yourself to give yourself quality food. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you partake in what you can partake in, you know?
Along with the ham. This is so easy and so delicious and so much butter.
Love it.
Oh yes.
Absolutely.
If you want another just delicious recipe, check out this scrambled eggs from the 18th century.
Yeah. Love you, Townsend, but we're moving on. I've got nothing but time. I don't have content. Let me have a look. There was some channel suggestions and like. Billy's dad is a fudge packer. Okay. We all laugh at how puritanical the 50s were, or at least how they were presented. And Billy's dad as a fudge packer expresses just how far we come. Okay. I have no...
School's out for the day, and some of the gang is headed off to old Mr. Johnson's vacant lot to throw the ball around. Not today, fellas, Billy tells them. I've got a homework assignment. Good job, Billy. With career day coming up, Billy's head is spinning with possibilities. What kind
What have a feeling the bombs out of Fallout are going to drop any second now.
of man will he become?
Hey there, smooth skin. I'm Billy.
Look, Billy, it's sister. Billy sometimes wishes he had things as easy as her. All she has to worry about is being pretty and social and making a good wife someday. Come now, Billy. You know better than to compare yourself to a girl. Of course you'll have to work harder. This is the way things are, because this is the way things should be.
So to say our Republican overlords. This show's like a Eastern Orthodox version of like Christ, but instead it's Eisenhower.
Now, more than ever, Billy's determined to do a good job. Dad's home. Billy's dad is a fudge packer. At the local...
That's it. That's literally gonna be the joke, isn't it?
Candy factory.
Which also is what the South Park episode when they had Tom Cruise on. Tom Cruise is a fudge packer. You're literally doing a video, or you're making a movie where you're a packer of fudge. Just because I'm making a movie where I'm looking at fudge and packing fudge doesn't make me a fudge packer.
Father needs to relax after a long and draining day. Mother tries her best to help him loosen up.
T, what is he? Some sort of effeminate British person? Bring this man a goddamn martini.
Dad likes to do his own teabagging.
Of course he does.
What's that? A knock at the back door. Yes, Father is always willing to accept visitors through his back door. But Mother has to remind him.
Only I got the metaphor. My God, I'm dumb. I must be drinking too much.
His work is done for the day. She'll take this one.
She'll take it in the back door.
It's Betty Henderson, the grocer's wife. She's arrived with the finishing touches for dinner. She always knows just what Mother needs.
Mother needs pills and vodka. Mother needs Dwayne, the gardener. Hey, Dwayne makes her not think about it. Her husband and his long days of packing fudge. It's that easy.
Betty is very independent for a woman, but it's okay because her husband isn't at home. While he serves his country overseas, Betty is minding the store, delivering her goods to all the wives in the neighborhood. Nutritious things like eggs and avocados. Dinner's almost ready, and everyone helps out. Sister sets the table.
It's important to point out that all these people are proud Anglo-Saxons. We're not racist, we just killed a bunch of them over in Europe.
Billy pours the milk.
And even more of them over in Asia, but they don't count because they were racist to other Asian people.
And while Mother checks the bird, Betty offers some helpful hints on using the turkey baster.
Damn, Mommy. Yeah, son! I'd be in the exact same situation that you're about to pour yourself in.
Oh, be careful, Billy. You'll spill on yourself before dinner. Say, don't you have homework to do?
One day you'll grow up and pass anti-gay legislation. Really, Mom? You think so? Sure. Now let me go and just scrub this stain out of the ground by getting on my hands and knees and sticking my ass in the air. Yeah, take it. Wow, I'm sure this won't scar me as a child, and it did.
Mother likes Betty and is always open to a helping hand.
Cocaine and meth, anyone? Yes, please. Oh, that's not changed much, has it?
Thank you, says Mother. Mother's saving up green stamps to get Sister some jewelry for her birthday. Boy, will Sister be surprised. Why, she's asked just about every boy in town to give her a pearl necklace. Betty appreciates Mother's interest in stamp licking and decides to throw in a little extra, knowing how close Mother is to her final goal.
She goes for the other stamp that's brown and a little bit further up.
Betty is good at her job. She has a knack for fulfilling the needs of each and every housewife on the block. And now it's time to enjoy a healthy supper.
Of lard, plastic, and more drugs.
No matter how long and hard a day Dad's had fudge packing, he's never too tired to toss the salad.
My dear, have you ever thought about hitting the gym and becoming a buff guy with a 7 or 8 incher? Have you?
Dinner time is family time, a chance to share the events of your day.
I
have to write an essay for career day at school.
Why, Billy, that's an important assignment. What do you suppose you'll write about?
Golly, I don't know.
Maybe my giant forehead.
When I grow up, I'm not sure if I want to be a policeman or a cowboy.
Huh. Well, either way, I'll support you 69%. Wow, Dad. Why do I have a feeling that I need to ask the police for help? Oh, sounds like you already made your choice. Ah!
Well, when I was your age, I was in exactly the same boat. Policeman or cowboy. Maybe a construction worker or even an Indian.
Dun, 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 dun. That's why I decided to join the Navy. Yeah, it's been done. I support it. I 100%
It wasn't until I was a few
this.
years older that I knew fudge packing was right for me.
None of these children are yours. Yeah, I know. Why would I want to touch you, femoid?
Dad? I guess I never really knew what you did at work.
Well,
Father
Billy,
mentions that he rises at the crack of dawn.
Creamy Pleasures Candy. PCP.
He comes early 5 days a week to the Creamy Pleasures Candy Factory,
I know there's a joke here, I just can't see it.
where, as a head
Hey, Scott Hansen, what are you doing in the chat all of a sudden?
supervisor, Father has several men under him and likes to stay on top of things. He knows there will be less friction if his men work together as a well-oiled machine. Father is a courteous boss. He knows Mr. Stevens appreciates the gesture of having his stool pushed in. But he also understands that it's important to maintain his position, and he must be a little rigid.
All I can think right now is that scene. I forget what movie it is. It's like an indie film where these guys are having a three-way, and they're basically not just 69ing each other, but they're like the one extra than 69ing each other. And one of the guys is literally in the other guy's ass, and he starts singing, "Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early," like, making the guys. And the other two are literally like shitting themselves laughing. Like, it's just like. By the way, guys, humor in the bedroom is always welcome. If you don't find people who think that humor in the bedroom is okay, there's no other way to put it. They've got a stick up their ass, and it might not be your stick.
Make sure that's not dirty, Sanchez.
Of course not. But you are dirty, not because of the shit on your face, but of course, because you're foreign.
Yes, Father keeps a tight grip on things, and in the end
That was
is
actually a cool
satisfied
shot. Like, you could do that in a lot of different circumstances, and that'd be kind of cool.
and every day.
And so, young Billy, that is my day.
Gee, Dad. Do you think fudge packing is for me?
Too soon to tell, Billy. Too soon to tell.
See? Even these hardcore conservatives acknowledge that gay people are not a threat to your children. Figure it out on your own, Billy. That's one of the joys of life. I want a divorce. That's against the law. And I'm going to make sure that the city council approves said laws stay in place. She takes that gun and blows out her own face. We're so high as fuck, we don't even care. Let's go beat up on black people. Yes, Daddy, I'd love that.
Look for these other modern knowledge educational titles. Thalidomide, Wonder Drug of the Future. Why do we have colored people?
Alright, I need to pee again because beer and small bladder. I just want to leave it on that. I'll be back in a snitch. Well, you know me, I'm back really quick. What? Why do we have colored people? Because God wants us to have a good time. That's why. So are we here for your entertainment? Everyone's here for everyone else's entertainment. How may I entertain you? Build a civilization. Sure. I hereby establish the kingdom of low energy. Here's a place where men can be men, women can be women, and NBs can be whatever the fuck they're feeling that day. The following edicts are now in effect. Number 1. Be sexy and get laid if that's your vibe. If not, that's okay too. Number 2. Don't be a dick. Number 3. Like, share, and subscribe. I'm channeling Charlton Heston right now. Also, donations would be much welcome. Seriously, if we can get that extra £2, then that little extra at the end of Starfield will not be around anymore. That'd be awesome. No one has to, but that's the one that my Aspie brain is going to right now. I'm literally like looking at it and thinking, oh, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. And then the end of the D will just be sliced off. And we will be free. Free! Anyway.
And there's no room for that kind of thinking in a free country.
That kind of thinking. Oh yeah, the manifesto of the Unabomber. Might actually do a stream where we're just looking over that. Not while I'm drinking, of course, but eh. Let's see, we've done Cobes. We've not done Cyrax in a while. Let's see what Cyrax is up to. Cyrax, most vile man on the internet. Worst person on the internet, Cyrax documentary. Cyrax godly physique. Short overview? Alright, let's have a look at this one.
Chance Wilkins, or better known as Cyrax, is known for his online tantrums, meltdowns, and rage. If you followed Cyrax for as long as I have had, you'd know his mind is incredibly interesting, but something even more interesting is his body.
Cyrax doesn't care.
A ton of health issues like bedbug bites all over his body, dental problems, terrible hygiene, and a ton of other things. In this video, I'll be going over all his physical ailments and problems. First, I want to say I don't personally know Cyrax, therefore the things I say could not be 100% factually correct. But before we look into his health issues, I think we...
I did love that last one, like the whole... like, why do we need black people? Or like, why do black people exist? Well, you know what? At the end of the day, we exist on this rock for a short amount of time. And the rock is big enough and we are small enough that we diverse as we move across the endless plains, mountains, ranges. Jungles, forests, canyons, rivers, islands, continents, time zones. We turned into numerous creatures. Neat. That means we've got numerous ways of thinking about things.
You should know his height and weight. Now there's only one video I found where
As for Cyrax, he's one of those examples. He wouldn't have existed if Columbus had died on the voyage west.
Talks about
white people might have ended up in the New World, in the Americas, but due to the domino effect.
About his height.
And I'm only 5'3".
He says he's 5'3", but you can never trust what he says, so I did some research and here's what I found out on my own. There's body cam footage when Cyrax calls the police on people trolling him. In this particular video, you can actually see Cyrax emerge from his little goblin cave and you can compare him to the door. The average door in Ohio is around 80 inches tall and Cyrax is about 2/3 as tall as the door.
Jeez.
2/3 of 80 inches is 53 inches, which in human height would make Cyrax a towering 4'6".
Oh
now
no! Oh. So he's a goblin. He's goblin sized. Ricky Burrick will be able to take fucking Cyrax. What the hell?
This is just a rough estimate, but it gives us an idea of how tall Cyrax is, and he's
I'm 6.
definitely not 5'3".
And I'm only 5'3".
With weight, there's not a lot to go off of. Cyrax never really talks about his weight. But we can estimate that Cyrax probably weighs about 80 pounds because that's the average for a 4'6" male.
Yeah, there's not much fat going on there. He probably doesn't get much enjoyment out of food. Or if he does, it doesn't process in his body real quick. Process through his body too quick. It doesn't stay on his form. Which, in other situations, would be, frankly, something to envy. But he looks like somebody who could do with some fat, honestly.
One of the most known health problems is Cyrax has fetal alcohol syndrome. His mother drank while she was pregnant with him. This led Cyrax to be born with a lot of health problems. The known ones Cyrax has confirmed are...
When I was born with 1 kidney and 1.5 lungs.
Yes.
The thing is, Cyrax is the type of person who at first glance you don't want to make fun of, or mock, or shame, or anything. You want to protect. But then he opens his mouth and...
There's an underdeveloped lung and a missing kidney. We can't prove if Cyrax has a half a developed lung and he's missing a kidney. This could just be a lie for sympathy, which he does a lot. Cyrax shows pretty much all signs of fetal alcohol syndrome. I'm going to go over every single symptom and show a couple examples of Cyrax showing them. The first symptom of fetal alcohol syndrome is abnormal facial features. Cyrax has some pretty abnormal facial features.
Yeah, like, he looks like a clay model that's been melting in the sun. He doesn't look like... He looks broken. For lack of better terms, like, he looks wrong. And he is broken and wrong. If your child was produced like Cyrax, you'd know that DNA-wise, it fucked up. It's like if you were born quadriplegic. You make the most of it, but you don't pretend this is the ideal state. It's not.
And he looks pretty similar to adults who have fetal alcohol syndrome. The next symptom is low body weight. This is really apparent in Cyrax. There's a couple videos where Cyrax shows off his abs. You have to be below 15% body fat to have abs. This could be because of the fetal alcohol syndrome, or because he's not eating that much, or both. The next symptom is low height. We already went over this. Cyrax is super short. He's 4'6". He's about the size of a 7-year-old child.
Jesus. I'm trying to think 4'6". Like, I'm trying to think the shortest I ever fucked was in the 5s. the light 5s. 5'2", 5'3", maybe? I've never fucked someone in the 4s. I've only ever hung out with an adult person who was not clearly like someone suffering from dwarfism or whatever the hell the equivalent is. Whatever the modern day term is. You know what I'm thinking. Like the Warwick Davises of the world. I don't know what they call themselves these days. It's valid too. Like, they want to be called a particular thing. I'll call it. I literally just don't know it. The adult person in question, she was hanging out with a guy who was 5'2". He was short, especially for a man. Out here as well, Irish people are on average a little taller, a smidge taller than a lot of Americans, and he was short for an Irish guy, to the point where if I wanted to, I could have lifted him up and tossed him around over my head. Turned him into a base of pizza. But he was, he met up with this girl who was like 4'9" or whatever. And she was fucking short. And he's claiming to be 4'7". I think the smallest lady was about 5'1", 5'2". Remember Vicky singing songs were. And how old were you and how old was she at the time, you know? Like, if you remember your teenage crush, well, you were both growing, so. Like, I remember the first kiss I ever had was like a girl who wanted to meet up at a particular place, and Christ, we'd been 12. But I remember as a 12-year-old finding an old suit that I wore for a wedding when I was like 8 or 7, and it looked like the suit that Cobes's puppet would wear, you know? You grow. So if he's really this short, my God, like, I wouldn't have to just look down at him. My neck would hurt looking down at him to keep him in view. I'd have to sit really far back to give him the respect. And I'm an Aspie, so I can't look someone in the eye, but there's little tricks you can do. You can look at the side of their face, up, down, left, right. You can't look them quite in the eye, but it, you know, it passes. And you can for a little bit. You can look someone, like, there, right there. I looked at the light, which I see as like a little eye. And after a while, my eyes just kind of go, like if you ever put two magnets together, they kind of go. I couldn't do that with Cyrax. But if I was trying to keep him in fucking shot, and he was always next to me, eventually there would come a point where my neck would just start fucking killing me. He's that short. I know this because I've babysitted a few times in my life, and that includes when I was a lot older. I'm actually a halfway decent babysitter. Not for like really super duper blah 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 blah, like young kids. Older ones, sure. For like 9 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, absolutely. Pop on a movie, there's 2 hours right there. Make sure they get a meal. What if they want me to cook for them? Like you said. I think I'm not the worst cook in the world. I can produce shit. I cooked for a bunch of kids once and they wolfed it up. Of course they wolfed it up. It was chips and burgers. Like, What kid doesn't like a chip and a burger, right?
Next one is sleeping and breathing difficulties. We don't know how well Cyrex.
Video games, and they had phones. They want to be left alone. I remember being that age. I know exactly what they want. They want to be left alone. At one point, one asked me for something and I gave it to them. I forget what it was. It was like their stomach hurt, I think, a little bit before dinner. And I think they wanted like Tums or whatever. And I was like, yeah, sure. Here you go. Parents called halfway through the night. And I was like, yeah, they're just minding their own business.
Sleeps, but he definitely has breathing problems. When he's ranting online, he has to gasp for air in between sentences.
Kids aren't that complicated.
This is probably because of his half-developed lung. It makes it way
Cyrex is complicated.
harder to breathe. The next symptom is small head size. Cyrex seems to have a pretty average-sized head. I couldn't really find anything to compare it to.
Yeah.
The next symptom is vision and hearing problems. Cyrex has a pretty bad lazy eye, but we don't know how well his vision is or his hearing. That's it for fetal alcohol syndrome. Now on to head scabs and balding. Cyrex has a ton of scabs all over his body. I'm not sure how he got these exactly, but it's probably because his room is infested with bed bugs, rats, and cockroaches. He probably gets
Oh, God, coming out of his beard. No. How the fuck do you let them get into your beard? I've never had bed bugs. Ever. Jared right now has bed bugs. I hope they eat him alive. And like he also has cockroaches. I hope they eat him alive too. That scene from, like, is it Squirm or Swarm? The guy in the safe room, and then they're coming out through the vent and they just fill the room up. Like, I had a beard so fucking bushy. Like, how the hell do you not know? Same with Cobes getting shit in his beard. How the fuck do you live stream with shit in it? There was one picture of me that had a bit of beard gel that was a bit clumped in a corner. And I don't fucking like that picture to this day. How the hell did I not miss that? One more sweep. I sweeped it about 10 times. This thing becomes like an OCD's dream. It's just constantly moving and shifting. It's like putty. Seriously, a beard is like putty. It just becomes like, no. Like, I imagine that if you could move your hair more forward, more women would just play with their hair all day. And women play with their hair all day. 5'2", eyes of blue. Has anyone seen my girl? Mid-20s, so fully grown. A bit shorter than the average, but still. I'm pretty sure you and I bathe and they don't. Yeah. I take regular baths. I splash water on my face. I use deodorant. I change my clothes. I wash my clothes. Cyrex, I don't know as much. But Jared, mommy cleans his clothes sometimes. But, like, his Mutant Ninja Turtle, every shirt he has, he intentionally cuts the sides off to show off his not his pecs, his fucking arms. But he has no arms because he's doughy as fuck. Don't forget, this is the guy who wanted to cut down weight by rubbing alcohol into his coffee.
By bed bugs and then picks the scabs.
Cyrex is on the other end of the spectrum. I honestly don't think his body can get fat.
So he'll pick his scabs, then toss them across the room.
I'm surprised there's not fucking lesions on that back.
Wait.
Oh, the noise! The noise! I was not prepared for that noise. Like, we've all taken things off our body and like dismissed them, but they kind of like fluttered to the ground. I've never heard anything going clink like a piece of metal.
Cyrax is 32 years old and he's balding.
32. Now, I won't lie, I lost my hair in the late 20s. That was my dad's DNA. He lost his in the late 20s too. Comes with territory. I miss my hair, but I'm not Cobes and I'm definitely not Cyrax. You fucking deal with it. You shave it as smooth as an egg, so it has a bit of fucking symmetry, so you have a little bit of respect. If anyone ever wants to throw fucking shade at me for being like Ben a few months back, for saying that I was bald, yeah, well, at least I don't have a fucking rat nose, you know? Like, but where would that get me? I could tell him I have he has a rat nose, and he does have a rat nose. He reminds you of a ferret, actually. Or one of those sort of hunting dogs. The ones with the big floopy ears. Not a King Charles. Something like it, though. But why? Why would I do that? But what I would say is I didn't get to choose this. He didn't get to choose his rat nose. You get to choose if you want to shave the hair off. I suppose Ben could get surgery if that mattered to him. I don't think it does. I don't even think it's too bad. In fact, I like that on a woman. The one from Blossom who ended up in Big Bang Theory. I think she's hot. I like her sort of very sharp.
I looked through old photos
Shit,
and he started
you know?
balding around 2009 to 2010. So this means Cyrax started balding around 18
Look at that. He looks like he has hair. He looks like he's got a child's haircut, but still.
years old. Some people speculate that Cyrax is pulling his own hair out. Me personally, I think Cyrax is just genetically predisposed to balding.
Yeah.
Cyrax might have progeria. Progeria is a progressive genetic disorder that causes you to age rapidly. This would explain Cyrax's aged look. This is all just speculation.
I can't see him having progeria. If only because he still has smooth-ish skin on his hands and...
And it's not confirmed by Cyrax. Cyrax is bad hygiene.
Yeah.
Cyrax doesn't brush his teeth, shower, or wipe his ass. Photos where you can see
What?
Cyrax teeth.
He doesn't wipe his ass. Oh, the plaque.
There's a massive buildup of plaque, which can cause cavities and left untreated can lead to tooth loss. Also, Cyrax has really bad breath.
I'm due for a tooth.
There's a video where Cyrax and his
My
at-the-time
first
girlfriend
tooth to be
Heather
removed.
kisses
Those are
Cyrax and then she
territory, I
gags
suppose.
and coughs. This is most likely because of his bad breath.
Oh! Oh no! 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 I have to watch it, but no.
That's very bad.
Says it all, doesn't it?
In a video, a troll named Cripcase says Cyrax told him he hadn't showered in over 3 weeks.
I remember there was one time, it took him around maybe 3 weeks to have a shower, and he actually told me that himself.
I don't know if this is true or not, but if Cyrax doesn't brush his teeth, he probably doesn't shower. There's a video where Cyrax wipes his ass live on stream. This must mean Cyrax doesn't wipe after he uses the bathroom.
Like, everybody thinks that he's this stand-up guy. No, the fuck he ain't.
You know what makes it worse? I kinda want the t-shirt.
If anything, that loser's a piece of shit.
He looks like one of the fucking mutant locals from Point Lookout. The scrawny one. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Why does he have liver
It's
spots?
rumored because of videos like this that Cyrax may have worms. Cyrax's penis issues. I obviously can't show any photos of this, but it's not that hard to find. For some reason, Cyrax will expose his genitals to his viewers live on streams. His penis will look swollen and red, most likely from bad hygiene and not cleaning down there. Cyrax has scoliosis. Scoliosis is a sideways curvature of the spine. Cyrax has a pretty severe case of scoliosis, and it's really apparent when he takes off his shirt. Alright, well, that was a pretty short video.
Very short. He only has 2 subscribers, this guy. Well, now he has 3. Alright. People were good to me early on. No, I get to be good to them. Doesn't matter if this video never sees, this channel never sees anymore. Oh, Cyrax. Ugh. I don't even want to watch. I want to watch something else before we go back to food because I don't want to compare the two. Most painful traffic stop ever? Oh, yeah.
On January 1st, 2023, a Portage County Sheriff's deputy was on patrol when he ran the plates of a vehicle in Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
I guarantee you, by the way, that he actually doesn't have worms, and I'll tell you why, because I've had worms, and I can tell you from the whole purpose in life would be to mitigate the worms until you can get pills, which is kind of weird because they're really cheap. They're like a $5 over the counter at a pharmacy.
It came back showing the registered owner had a suspended license, so the deputy decided...
I had them in my first apartment because my first apartment was a fucking sty.
...to conduct a traffic
That
stop.
was about 10 years and change ago.
Upon approach, the female driver, 33-year-old Nicole Golomsky, immediately began yelling and cursing.
Trip following and waiting for me to leave my gas pump. Look around, dude.
Oh my god, can you believe that people are judging me?
Well, the reason you really don't have anything better to do on New Year's Eve, New Year's night, New Year's Day, when there's all these motherfuckers. Get that out my eyes.
It's not in your eyes.
I didn't do anything
if you know
illegal.
Where I'm pointing
I
right
do
here.
know I know your is gonna pull me over.
Okay.
I saw you're sitting at
You know why?
Hardee's.
Yes.
Because
You know
you're
why?
lazy and you don't want to pull over somebody with actually where you have to do paperwork.
Who has a suspended driver's license?
Oh, I got a suspended driver's license, but you can pull somebody over drinking and driving, right?
Okay, can I have your ID?
No, I don't have it with me. My name is Nicole Glumsky. You know who the I am.
Okay.
Because you just said I have a suspended license. Do what you gotta do with
Well,
your
I have to verify
dog.
that's who you are. I'm not
Don't find
dogging
anything. I don't give a f***. And your buddy back there can bring his
This woman clearly did nothing wrong.
dog. You guys do this to me anytime.
I've never met you before,
Okay,
so I don't know what you're
okay.
talking about.
Why did you creep at Quick Trip
So
until I left? Answer that.
Because I saw you had a suspended driver's license.
How did you see that if you're on the other side of the parking lot and then drove around my vehicle, then drove around again?
Okay, you know what? I don't
Who's
need
the
to answer
hardest?
you.
You don't have to answer. I don't have to answer.
What's
you.
your name, sir?
He doesn't have to answer you, does he?
Why
Get
is-
it out of his eyes.
You're not wearing a seatbelt.
And neither the f am I. Neither am I.
I don't know that.
Oh well. Quit talking to him.
What's your name?
Bye.
Oh my god. She kind of is like channeling Fran Drescher.
He does not need to tell you his name legally. You're not going to try to make somebody. He's a passenger.
Okay, sovereign citizen.
Did I do anything
You are
wrong?
being. This is entrapment. Do you know that? You're going to
It's
get in
not
trouble.
entrapment.
Yes, it is.
If you think I'm going to get in trouble,
It's
my sergeant's
trespass.
right here.
What is that called? Harassment.
Have you been drinking tonight?
No. Breathalyze this.
Breathalyzer.
Get it. Get it.
How do
And
I
I'm
know
not
that?
on
Your eyes are
probation.
glossy.
Yeah, I smoke a lot of weed.
You been smoking tonight?
Nope.
When's the last time you smoked?
None of your business. You smell weed? Nope.
It kind of is his business. It's literally his business.
Are you going to find weed? Nope.
Wait. Oh, we already watched that one. Bop.
Sorry, you wasted your time.
I don't actually. I think I do smell weed.
You do? Search it. I told you, f***er. Get your dog.
I don't need a dog.
Do you got weed on you that you would put in my car?
Why would I have weed on
You
me?
seem like a dirty, lazy cop.
That fucking end of it. It's so forced.
Oh, that's
So when you
unfortunate
dig
that
through my
think
car and you're that don't find nothing, don't be upset and then have to give me a ticket for suspended license and drive.
Don't forget, guys, that we have a stream goal. Anything given, greatly appreciated. Nothing required, though. Don't forget also that if you become a subscriber over on Twitch, where I game, we're doing Final Fantasy. In fact, we're doing all the Final Fantasies. We beat 7. I just did 8 last time I was there. Mostly doing 15, but we're going to end up doing them all. But if you become a subscriber over there, eventually we'll do non-Final Fantasy stuff. And on Wednesday, we will have the watch party over on Discord. So you should go and subscribe over on Discord. Greatly appreciated. Are you detaining me? In 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Away like a piece of cock.
Hell, they were kind of libertarians.
Why don't you?
He wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
No, they weren't. They were bound.
Dude,
Donos.
$5 make you holla.
Truth. I will holla and I will say thank you. I forgot to mention, by the way, if anyone donates, I will do a shot, though that is in the title. The shot has been waiting for some time. Andavar. There we go. As I explained to Krendar, Andavar is our homegrown version of Cheers. Wow, the fruit flies are really goddamn into this drink. I do not appreciate that. I have to take the spray to them, but only after the bottle's empty. I've got the spray right here. Till then, let them lay their eggs. Let more of them die. There's also a whole bunch of egg cans here, so yeah. Thank you so much for that $5 donation.
Guy waited at Quick Trip for me. For no reason, I'm pumping gas and doing my makeup. Ready to actually go to a friend's house and have a couple drinks.
How much have you had to drink already?
Not breathalyze me. I'm not talking to you no more.
Alright, I'll be right.
This is like when Missy on Twitter loses her shit, but she'd never be dumb enough to do that to a cop.
Back.
So if you've got a violation of a passenger and he's refusing to identify himself...
I walked up, he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He's claiming he took it off, but I don't believe him.
Okay.
Neither one of them had him on. She's telling me she's the RO. She gave me her name, but she doesn't have a driver's license on her.
Okay.
So I can write her for that.
Yeah, check and
Plus,
see if you can find the driver's license picture.
Well, yeah, I stopped her for, she's suspended.
Oh, okay.
Let me ask you something, sir. Do you have a valid driver's license?
No.
In a few hours, Krendar will be joining me for Bearded Ramblings. I am going to stick around, not quite until then, but near around enough.
No? So neither of you are leaving here then until
I
we have a valid driver also.
What? I can walk away. Can I?
You can't leave right now.
If I'm not being detained, yes, I can.
No,
am I being detained?
How?
You're getting a citation.
That's
you're
not
not
being
going
detained.
anywhere.
That's not being detained.
Yeah, you're not leaving.
Okay, well, when your is done giving me a ticket tag, I'm gonna...
Alert, suspended driver's license. Female, white.
Oh, I want to know the robot voice's opinion.
Without a license.
Am I
He
being
says he don't have one either, but he
detained?
won't identify himself.
That's perfect. They can sit here until they get someone out here.
Operator
Permit.
failed to have passenger
Yep,
seatbelted.
yep, that's a citation.
She's getting a seatbelt.
By the way, there's a shot waiting,
How far
and
do you want
this
to
is
push
what
his
it is.
identification?
It's up to you too if for failure to carry her driver's license on her person.
I
It's up
kind
to
of
you.
feel like that's a double-edged sword because
Okay.
of this already being suspended. She doesn't really have a driver's license. Otherwise, I was going to write it.
I was gonna say with him is, I mean, if he says he had it on, he took it unless you saw that he didn't
Well, I
have
pulled
it
up behind
on.
them. They never took them off. They were, in my books, they were never wearing them. There's video from my squad, you never see them remove seatbelts or anything like that. They were, in my book, they were not wearing them.
Oh,
it's up to you. It's your stop, so if you feel that he truly wasn't wearing his seatbelt and you have a violation, then he's required to identify himself for his citation. If he refuses to identify himself...
Well, I didn't write him a citation. I was going to write it to her.
But
instead of...
What I'm saying is he's obstructing an investigation. If he has got a citable offense...
He's a rough one, he is.
But it's up to you if you want to push it that far. If he says he doesn't have a license, we can sit on him until we get someone out here to pick them in the car up.
So then we're just going to have, I don't know, like go as far as telling him we'll take him to jail to identify him and he can get booked in for obstructing.
Weird, my back feels cold or warm, but my
That's your discretion. If you've got a citable offense, he's refusing to identify himself. He's, by law, is required to identify himself.
Yeah, this would be a simple
$10 ticket or a criminal...
Well, that and just a suspension. I wouldn't have even cared or wrote him. Like, this is unnecessary.
Yep.
Somebody fucked themselves in the ass.
Okay, so are you willing to tell me who you are, what your name is, sir?
No, he doesn't have to. I'm telling him not to talk to you. Do not.
I'm not talking to you right now.
Okay, well, I don't want him
Stop
talking to you.
talking.
No.
You need to stop talking. Step out of the vehicle.
For no reason.
Step out. Come here. I'm going to talk to you back here.
No. Sir, do I have to listen to him?
Yes, you do. Walk to the front of that car, please.
I just want to know, dude, speaking person to person, like, why?
Damn, another dono.
Shot waiting, you say?
Shot waiting, you say indeed. $3 dues. For me. For yous. Eventually for yous, because we're probably pushing a third towards the goal. No, I have to remember. That goal is not 130. That goal is 60. I put that 30 at the end there. Thank you, by the way, for when we have Krendar on, which is tonight. The current amount is, remember, I need €70. $26.35. So we're making some progress. Thank you so much. I really wish you could switch it. Like, I don't know how to switch it. I looked. It's not dollars. It's euro. Because I'll buy and sell in euro. I won't buy euro. I won't buy and sell in fucking dollars. Unless I'm in America, which happens more than a lot, but I'm not right now, am I? Anyway, donation equates to libation. In all fairness, if I drank the whole bottle, it would be very heavy on my stomach. So, I'm glad I've been pacing myself. Do I have a tender stomach? I think I do to a degree.
Are you guys not? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cops here.
Look at how you're reacting.
Because
I'm not trying to mistreat you. I'm not like trying to make you feel bad.
Listen to me, please let me finish.
Sure.
There's so many drunk crackheads, meth heads, alcoholics, people with so much stuff that if you pulled them over,
yeah, but he pulled you over, and you didn't even give him a chance to ask him why. You just went straight at him.
Actually, I don't know. You feel like you were doing good because they were drinking and driving, or they had drugs, or they were doing something bad.
Okay.
But why pull
somebody? Well, you physically told me you're smoking pot, weed all the time.
Because you're being a Saying my eyes are glassy, you smell weed. Actually, I do smell weed now. You know you don't. You don't smell weed, you don't smell alcohol. I haven't been drinking.
Okay, for
That's
one
lying
thing,
to me.
it would be lying if I was lying. I'm not lying to you.
Don't raise your voice at me, dude. I have daddy issues, and I don't like men.
This isn't fucking FetLife, okay? Don't do that. He's a cop. He's not cosplaying as a cop. He's not going to take you around the side of that and break out the handcuffs. He's going to break out the handcuffs to take you to jail, and you're going to be left with a couple of $1,000 in fines or jail time or both.
I don't trust them.
Listen.
I have PTSD. Do not talk to me like that. Do not.
Debris found by... Oh, is this about the submarine? If you guys haven't been paying attention, that's fair. Most people haven't. The submarine that went down to the Titanic has been missing for 3 days now. Debris found by team searching for missing Titanic sub and being evaluated.
I'm not...
I think they know where it is, but even the Coast Guard and the Marines don't have subs that can go down that far. And if they can, what can they do? The arms couldn't pull the sub up. They couldn't, like, attach themselves to it. Like, there's no tech that we can use to get down that far and do anything when we're down that far. It's, pour another one for the, for these people who are, no joke, probably dying or dead right now. We detected the bubbles for, of their, submarine, and, yeah, like, what can we do about it? It's like finding that there are people stranded on the moon and they have a week's worth of air. What could we do with that information? We could send a rocket ship up right now. We could send a rocket up. In theory. Would it be built in a week? Would it get there in a week? What could we do once we get there? Could we get them on board? I've been watching news about the submarine. What a oh yeah. Yeah, if they're still alive right now, I wonder if they've made peace. Like, I wonder if it's hit them that we can't do anything. Like, if we can... I'm shocked Elon hasn't come up with some bullshit idea. In fact, it reminds me of this story in particular. Internet historian. A lot of us know who the internet historian is. The Cave is the one I want to look at. Wait, am I not subscribed? Oh. Where's the Cave? It wasn't that far back. Cave. Oh, it was taken down.
So, for the re-upload, fellas, the original got copy struck. RIP. But don't worry, we are working on new main channel videos. Here's a sample of the timelines. In the meanwhile, incognito mode, which has a new video about every 6 weeks, and story mode, which has a new video about every 4 weeks. Thank you.
Alright, so this story was fascinating. It was about a guy who... There was a cave spelunking craze during the Depression out in the Midwest, and The locals, who didn't make much money, decided to make a lot of money by hosting tours of caves. This guy had some land. He went out to the land. He went into the cave. He got himself trapped. And what happened was this massive national effort to get him out of the cave. It ended badly. That's how I feel about the submarine. It's not going to be like when the miners, the one that's Banderas and Pedro Pascal were in. It was it'll be more like the Kursk, you know? There are actually, it's very much like the Kursk, because the Kursk was also a sub.
Lying. Everything I say.
Elon has made a statement. The submarines you start. I hope they do. That's one less thing people should fucking rely on him on, right?
Say that we're talking about.
Though we have no idea what the submarine's problem was. There's a billionaire on board, and there's a bunch of other people who are also important. So, yeah, I imagine Internet Historian will eventually make a video on it, because he made a video on the Costa Concordia, he made a video on the Filipino kids trapped in the cave.
What is
recorded. You know how scary this is when you see like this happen on the news? Where
none of this would even have gone this far or be to where it is right now.
Get held down by you guys, choked out.
If you could at least have the slightest bit of respect.
Brad, I do not. I want to walk away from you because I don't owe you shit.
Listen,
but you know what you would do?
Walk to the front of my car.
You know what you would do?
Just walk to the front of that car.
You would physically hurt me. You would hold me down.
I'm not going to.
But if I tried
I'm not even going to touch you.
You would. You'd shoot my.
Just have a seat right there. Relax.
Hey, lady, you're not black. You're gonna be okay.
Okay.
Officers, don't shoot. This man isn't black.
So here's the thing. You're not identifying yourself. I pulled up behind you. I have a camera that's also in my car that I've never observed either one of you removing a seatbelt. Therefore, you weren't wearing one. It's a violation. If you're not going to tell me who you are or give me your identification, that's obstructing. And then we're going to handle it differently.
What are you trying to do?
Just tell me who you are.
What have I done wrong? Because I saw you driving around.
No.
Yeah, I saw you at Quick Trip. I ran her plate. I saw that she was suspended as a registered owner of the vehicle. I can legally do that. I can sit at a gas pump and run every license plate around me.
Stop thinking that you know the law better than the people whose jobs every day it is to quote the law, process the law. If you do, then you've almost certainly guaranteed their jobs to be suspended and you to get compensation, because that happens. But everyone who talks like this always thinks they're the one that's gonna be the one who goddamn breaks the code. They're the one that makes these pencil pushers, these bureaucrats, these Jews, because it's always about the fucking Jews if you dig deep enough. They're the one that will make them fucking submit to your will. And that'll make up for the fact that your wife left you, that your husband left you, the kids were taken away, that you were fired, that you don't do well on Tinder, that you got blocked on Discord, that you're the main hero of this story. Everyone get up and give them a round of applause. That scene from EVA. Congratulations. Congratulations, EVA.
Maybe I could love myself and me. My life is worth living here.
Yep, this is all they want.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
I fucking hate that anime so much. There's so many cool ideas tossed in there, and then they toss in this fucking notion that Shinji is a good person. He's not a good person. He's a bad person. He's a bad fucking person. Yeah, who knows what caused the issue for sure. Yeah. All this woman did was dig herself an early grave. And this guy seems to be also in on it too. He seems to be shocked and appalled that a cop who pulled them over is asking questions. It's literally a meme where you say, "What's the problem there, officer?" Or as South Park did it, "What seems to be the officer there problem?" You know, like...
I can legally do that. Irving.
I-R-V-I-N-G. Zaragoza. Call it in right now so I can tell you how it is.
6-2 comp. Could you look up a Irvin Zaragoza in-house?
Just that's that bonus.
You see, this is true. You do need to record this. But here's the thing. This isn't going to end up the way that they do. Like, when a random person is pulled over and they're like, "You know why I'm pulling you over?" and you've been recording the whole time? Good. These fuckers did it wrong. So it just makes them look obnoxious. And frankly, makes this look the wrong thing to do. Don't ever think that.
Yeah, what's the for harassment?
This wouldn't, if she wouldn't have like started yelling at me and like all this would have never gotten to this point.
It's just that we're all the time. It's just happening. Like we're not doing anything wrong. Literally at the picture, standing there, and like.
So I drive around, and I like that's my job is to observe traffic, and I run license plates.
I put the wrong gas.
No, hear that? He said no. Your job. Then he shifted away. No, his job is literally this. I don't like cops, but they do a lot. That's why when I hear defund the police, I do think it's stupid. Reform the police sounds like a great idea. I said this on stream once with Red. Reform the police.
No, I literally look for people with suspended driver's licenses. I look for people that are revoked.
And so now you're out in forest. Why?
No, this is my normal shift.
There's quite a few guys.
Right now, yeah, you got us on shift change, so there's a lot of us. There's guys coming off and on. Half hour ago, there was like 3 of us. That's it.
Trying to mess with us when you could be actually doing something good.
Okay. How much we?
They are doing good. They're pulling you off the road. That's a good thing. When people say like you gotta be doing good, sure, they mean like capture the rapist, you know, stop the bank robbers. Those are extremes. They don't happen every second of every day in every town and city. They happen, and you want cops there for it. So why are you here taking up their fucking time?
Weed is in the car.
There's no weed here.
I can smell it.
Okay, if you can smell it, then you get your nose checked.
No, Irving, we're talking to him. We already got your name. You need to stop asking you questions about my
Jared, you want to walk up here?
You might as well just get it done and over with. You want to get in here and check it? Go ahead.
So I looked at past contacts too with the car, and like it even says that there's been marijuana in this car. So you're gonna tell me that I don't smell it when it's been in here? I don't care to search the whole vehicle. Honestly, I don't want to look in the dang vehicle.
I don't care. Like, what are you trying to get at?
I'm just being honest. I'm talking to you, man to man.
Yeah, dude, fucking read the room and like, stop it. Stop feeling like you're more important than them. You know, like, throw rocks at cops at during protest. Do what Paris does, you know?
set the city alight. I've seen Paris burn. It's impressive. Majestic in this way. I wish I had a camera. But that shit gets things done. When time's right. No one will start a riot over this. Alright? They shouldn't. You got pulled over. She could have acted normal and helpful. She didn't. She lashed at the cop. This is her fault. You gotta deal with this.
I don't want anything.
If you're trying to get in here, get in here.
Okay, can you step out?
Can you run it? Can you be quick?
Yeah, no, you're not going anywhere. You guys might as well start calling for a ride.
I don't have
Okay, I'm gonna have you step forward
I
and
saw
hang out
your
with that
ass
officer.
crack.
I want to look inside the car.
Oh, yes, go ahead. I have to give you permission, not him.
No, you don't. I don't need permission. Because the more I talk to him, have my head in the car, I can definitely smell marijuana.
Really? How do you know what marijuana smells like? Get that marijuana then. Don't put any drugs in my car.
Wow, that's kind of odd. You know, next week, their state might legalize marijuana. Awesome. They should. I mean, I don't even smoke it all that much. I haven't smoked it in years, but legalize it. It's the right thing to do. But until then, they have a duty to enforce it. They might roll their eyes at how ridiculous it is. But one thing's for sure. When you smoke weed, you're not the best driver. Some people might claim differently. All the more power to them. I've met people who claim they're the best drivers when they drink. No one doubts you don't drink and drive. Except for the idiots after the meme kicked off, which was one of the most hilarious anti-libertarian things I ever heard. So some libertarian motherfucker literally said, I remember what it was like back in the old days. And someone responded, what, when you could drink and drive? And they were like, yeah. And the memes that came out of it. Because technically, it's a law that's stopping you within your own property while using your own property to do what you can do legally otherwise. So a libertarian should promote drinking and driving. But they don't, because they're not, well, they are idiots, but they're not that sort of idiot. Except they are. Except they aren't. Except they are. Except they aren't. So it starts a fight. Starts an argument. And I always love to see it. God, I almost wish I had some brown right here, right now. No joke. Like, if I'm going to sneeze, at least let me sneeze when I'm high as a kite. I won't be low energy for fucking tonight if that was the case. Well, welcome to Bearded Ramblings. Let's fucking go! Krendar is just like hugging his chair, like, dude, are you okay? No! And we're gonna find out just how deep this well goes tonight, motherfucker. Like, share, and subscribe.
Do you have your phone with you?
90% of the OnlyFans girls are fucking, like, cam girls are high as fuck. Or drunks, or both. To the point where I think it was like Honey Pop or Honey Bop, the cookie clicker game where you run a series of cam girl websites, and it was like made by cam girls to promote cam girls, basically. They even got like a cam girl to voice the like the tutorial girl with like the pigtails. They're all like on substances. Well, of course they are. All prostitutes are on substances. If not all, then they're all more likely to become addicts.
Just like so many cops become drunks. There's a lot of shit going on. Never forget that the girl that you pay 20 for so she can fucking vibrate herself to completion while screaming your name, she's a person too.
Irvin, do you want to try to call somebody? Because you guys aren't...
And hell, if you find one for 20, oh my god, you got yourself a deal. I hear they start around about 50 for that shit. Wait a minute, I remember this shit. I've Deja Vu 2.0. I've had this conversation. Gotta numb out that trauma, dude. Hey, the great thing about being a cam girl compared to being an actual whore is that you can set your tone. You know, like, there's no pimp. There's no, like, the Johns are safely behind a screen, unless you got a stalker. Although some of them do advertise, you know, like, if you give a couple of thousand, you can come over here and fuck me. What a very sad situation you'd find yourself in. Because if you're gonna spend that much, you better be at the end of a long series of, like, dates that result in both of you realizing you loved each other. But no. Like, she got $5,000. She's gonna pay off her student loan payments, and you, what? Get the fucker in the ass? Cool. There's a girl who'd have done that for $90 around the corner. She probably would have fallen in love with you, more likely. Because you can both make fun of the fact that you came to the same high school. You can relate. Town's not been the same since the steel mill closed, huh? Yeah. And then she kind of like just puts her head on your shoulder. Yeah. Compare this to a girl who's like, okay, so these are the 3 things you can't do. You can't choke me, you can't donkey punch me, and no water sports, okay? But mud sports are alright. And you're just thinking like, wow, I'm like... And then she cuts you off and going, I know what you're thinking. Yes, you are a number. And your number is 5,000. She waves the money in the face, spreads eagle, turns the camera on. Look at the camera and say what the hell you like. Yeah, like, I mean, that's all prostitutes have ever been. Prostitutes don't provide much more than what you can naturally do yourself. If you've got fingers, if you've got a toy, you're going to do the exact same thing a prostitute can do. But they provide fiction. You have a wife, you have a girlfriend, you've got a lover, you got a boyfriend, you've got a husband, you've got a whatever the hell you wanted them to be. For one brief moment, right? Well, yeah. And then what happens when that's over? You're still left alone. They get to take the money home with them. You get to go online and bitch about how women are all whores before you have your sermon on Sunday. Human beings are fucking weird, man. We're broken in many respects. We created a system that just fucks us over. And yet, at the exact same time, I kind of love it. I mean, I love the obvious things about it, being in the Western world. I love the idea, for example, that anyone can say anything. Fuck the Pope. 150 years ago, that would have gotten me killed. If I'd have posted that in a newspaper, the British establishment at the time wouldn't have cared, but some lads would have come to my house and clubbed my head in with a rock or shot me with a fucking like revolver or some shit like that. Go back 1,000 years and I'll be like, there is no God. Everyone would have descended on me with rocks and knives and shit like that. Now, you went to the Middle East and, well, you got new problems. Paying for any kind of sex is a no bueno for me. I don't even like strip clubs. Much rather flirt, joke. Last time I even came close to going to a strip club was when Missy Ann, no joke, suggested before she had to cancel our meetup back in January, she wanted to go to a strip club with me. And I was like, anytime I go to a strip club with another woman, with a woman, is really hot to me, and it's really cool. Like, I just find the concept really attractive. But she had to cancel. Otherwise, I haven't gone to a strip club in fucking decades. Well, a decade and change. The best one I ever went to was in New Jersey. The something Rhino, and it wasn't the Spearmint Rhino. It was not that, because that's in the UK. But yeah, like, strip clubs are kind of weird because strip clubs are just, well, they're strip clubs. Like, they don't like they give you a hard-on that you can't actively work with. A girl might grind herself up about you, but are you gonna come in 10 minutes inside your jeans? No. Well, 10 minutes, 10 seconds to say. She'll show her body to you. So what, you put it in the spank bank and go home? No. You change the dynamic. Your girlfriend wants to get a lap dance from a girl at a strip club while she's wearing a slutty outfit and the girl's wearing next to nothing. And you can touch your girlfriend, your wife, whatever, to your heart's content. That changes the dynamic. Hell, you're basically having a three-way. But it's still not the same thing. You go to the champagne room, and it really is just a room with some gaudy fucking furnishing, champagne, and two girls who will not fuck you. Because what you want at the end of the day is to be fucked. You want to fuck. And sometimes they want to fuck too. It's rare, but it happens. It happens a lot, especially. It happened to me one time where I know for a fact the girl wanted to fuck me. And we couldn't. And it never happened. Because she was on the clock. It was a job. You grind on top. You fucking show your tits. You can let them suck on your nipples if you fucking want. But, like, you can't do a damn thing about it. Whether you want to fuck them or not, it's the exact same difference of whether or not he will fuck you or not. Not to say it doesn't happen. It happens a lot. But officially, they cannot. The regulations for striptease is incredibly tight. Not as tight as, say, the prostitute's Bible in, say, Holland, in Amsterdam. Like, I've seen the book. It's like this big. The things you can do, the things you can't do. The things you must do, the things you must not do. The things your owner can and cannot do. The things that their other employees, third parties, can and cannot do. Onwards, onwards, onwards. Endless rules and regulations. Rules and regulations. Are you that shocked that so many girls put themselves out there on like Escort Ireland or Craigslist? Like, at the end of the day, cut through the bullshit. Bounce up and down, up and down, up and down. He's done. You've gotten $120. You're now technically a whore. How does that make you feel? And I guarantee you most people will say itchy between the legs. Yeah, probably would. Want to have a shower. What does he feel though? Alone and 120 shorter. Prostitution does not always equal usefulness. Even the girlfriend, hell, double down on the girlfriend experience, because the girlfriend experience is there where you're making out, you're whispering in her ear that you love her, and when you're done, you don't love her. It's over. She's gonna get up. She's going to clean herself up, she's going to get dressed, and she's going to leave. So, at least online, it's just an aid. It's just, you know, you can create your own setting. That's sex. Like, do you want sex? Especially as I get older. Do you want sex, or do you want intimacy? I want both. Don't get me wrong, I want sex. That's why I still have myself set up for just like a quick fling on Tinder. But I've actually been rejected by women who said that for that very reason. Like, oh, you're just looking for sex. And I'm like, right now, yeah. Maybe a few years from now, we'll see. But sex, being paid for sex in an age of porn, nah. And that goes for women too. Like, women can get all they want sexually out of pornography. They can't get intimacy out of pornography. They have to find that elsewhere. Same as us. That's why I don't like incels and black pillars and all those fuckers, because they never stop to think that women are people.
They're driving out of here.
And they have the exact same problem as men do. Not as much because of social, cultural biases. You know, women can gatekeep more. There's no other way around that. Some men's rights activists and shit might claim that, and it's true. It really is. Like, women can gatekeep sex. And the only women who ever claim that that's not true are the women who get fucking laid whenever the hell they want. I've done that personally. And when I explain like the situation, they're like, oh yeah, I suppose that would be true. Well, of course it's true. Like, you can get laid whenever you want. Men have to go through hoops. The thing is how they respond to going through those hoops, and whether or not they should go through the hoops at all is very important. If they go through the hoops and then blame you rather than the system, fuck off. If they just walk into a bar and have a good time and have a conversation with someone and end up going back home and fucking their brains out, by the standards of an alpha chat, they're still somehow beta. But how does that work? Oh, because you didn't dominate her via conversation using these 5 points that if you buy my $150 like DVD box set that's banned in 7 countries. By the way, Andrew Tate's currently up in court right now. May he have many years.
Uncle, like 2 houses up, I'm pushing my car in his driveway.
I'm going to hand you your phone so you can work on a ride.
I don't need a ride, I'm going to push my car.
Okay, well, I'm going to go knock on that door. I'm going to verify that's your uncle, and he says it's okay, you can put your car there.
Go ahead, why don't you check the address?
More
Why do you have a
stuff about
hatchet in
Tuberty.
your door?
I can have whatever the f I want in my door. I can have one in my door.
Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to hear.
Probably a shot, right?
Nope. Thought you didn't have an ID.
Yourself.
That sounds like obstructing. You can say I hear all kinds of things. I just don't want to talk to you because I don't want you to keep yelling at me. I don't work for the city.
Nicole was released and cited for failure to wear a seatbelt, operating while suspended, and failure to have a passenger wear a seatbelt.
That's what I was doing that picture. But he said he saw that I have a suspended license when I don't have a front plate.
Keep it up. And I'm going to write you for obstructing, for not
Please
giving me your ID.
Please do. I don't need to hear it. Not from you, and not from nobody.
Here's a citation for operating while suspended. There's a court date and time up here.
Well, she didn't go to court, so fuck that shit. She should have gone to court.
Hey everybody, today we're going to be showing you how to make cheese. Cheese is a food that's made out of bad milk. I know that sounds bad, but it tastes pretty good sometimes and is really easy to make. To make cheese, all you have to do is take some wet milk and cook it and stir it and
unlike dry milk?
Squeeze it. I don't really understand how it works, but if you do it right, you'll end up with a big old tub.
You have to go through cheesecloth.
Cheese that you can eat all night long. Invite your friends over and have a cheese sleepover where you eat bucketfuls of cheese and talk about mean teachers and boys. It'll be great. Please invite me. I've never been to a sleepover. I never get invited to anything. Please, I want to know what it's like to have fun.
Okay. This one is for Troy. How lettuce is made. Troy has to... Can't watch that. That would get me in copyright hell. Artificial cabbage. Yeah, copyright. Let's change it with grown. Alright, day one, plant the seed. He has to harvest this shit so much. Oh, cross soil, nice. I have it muted just in case copyright music. Interesting as feck. Some mold is folding on the soil. Oh no, shit. Removed the slight mold and ensured air circulation. That's good. It grows a lot per day. Lettuce. obviously, very few people claim that lettuce is like their go-to food. But, you know, whatever. NATO protests Tanisha. Michael Martin at government forum. Oh, wait, really? Oh, NATO oh no, they're Vitniks. Vitniks protest? No, we can't watch that. We don't give Vitniks the time of day on this channel. Putin needs to be Stalined really quick. Actually, he needs to be more the last Tsar of Russia. Duh. I don't like the idea of Putin lasting to the end of his life, naturally dying. Jared Genesis is back on TikTok. You can tell that, like, Egghead's kind of made his life about Jared. What's this?
Feel the love tonight. Jesus, oh, God damn it, Jeffrey. Oh.
Jeffrey, you sexy lump mugget, you.
Oh, what the hell?
You big pound of love pudding.
Okay, then I'm gonna come in the other way. I'm gonna come in the other way. I'm gonna come in the other way. I'm gonna go in the other way.
The other way. The other way! No!
Shoot! Why?
Back.
Why?
Get back.
Why?
How big is Egg's house?
Why? I ain't do nothing.
Get out of here.
I ain't do nothing. I am out.
Get out of here.
I am out.
Leave.
Leave.
Go to the living room.
Can you feel?
I'll spray your phone. Don't worry.
By the way, it's can you feel the love tonight? You have to make it. You have to make it pop.
It's freaking me out.
What even airspray is that?
Breeze.
He'll Febreze you. So much so you'll rush back to your dirty bathtub, which isn't that dirty anymore, but we always remember the old days.
Why do you hate me?
Because you do shit like this.
You know you love me.
Why do you have a thing on your bed? Into the beard. Load beard him. Ooh, I don't want to watch Vosh, but I want to watch the video he's watching. So what's it called? Tears of the Kingdom is not a masterpiece. Okay. Tears of the Kingdom. Ooh, the very second one.
You know,
oh, a whole hour? I don't know. A whole hour? Ooh! I haven't looked at any IP2, and I'm getting drunk enough now that I can't really engage on higher tier shit. Like, we can't talk about trans rights and, like, fucking tax shit. But we could, for example, look at how Andy Dick is a piece of shit. Chicken Andy nearly dies as driver crashes into his broke RV. Oh, yes. Yes. Also... oh, damn. Flat Irish Andy. That's someone on Discord. Yeah, Flat Irish Andy and Ayumi are having a gay old time in every apparently sense of the word, which awesome. All, well, not all, obviously we purge the right-wing motherfuckers, but all cool and based people are welcome on my Discord. Gonna hit play.
The body is round.
Oh, the body is round, is it? Well, let's change that dynamic.
Shots, shots, shots.
Shot, 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 shot. Lakayam. Thank you so much for that $5 redo. We are now, I'd say rough. Yeah, over halfway there to the stream goal. Will we get it tonight? Probably not. That's okay. The point is, the bar has been moved forward. Speaking of the bar, that's nice. BRB, nature calls, in the most practical, alcoholic way, aka small bladder. Shots. Speaking of, let's pour another. Don't forget, by the way, that once this is done, I have a very small bottle of Absolute. However, once all the beers are done, I will pour myself a drink, a man's drink. So, we'll speed it up. I'm just moving all the beer, the empties over here now. There's a whole bunch of desiccated forms that were once beer cans, once my friends, and then I sucked them dry. Huh, weird. Best shit ever was when my brother bachelor party met up with our female friends, bachelorette, in the same strip club in Detroit. Hilarity and fun ensued. Of course. One of the coolest experiences I ever had was hanging out with a bunch of, there's no other way to put it, really fucking butch lesbians. They were going for a hen's night before a wedding, and but you might as well have called it a stag's night because they were all in top hats and canes. I've never seen a group of men outside of the royal family look so fucking swag, and I know this because I've actually met members of royalty, and they were all dressed in top hats, canes, white gloves, like fucking dress tails. Like it was exactly what it was. There was 9 of them, and I had a few drinks with them, and they were fucking wild. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were planning to go until their flight that time tomorrow. No sleep. Now, whether or not they achieved it, I don't know, because I had to back out before they did. You know? I didn't have anything special to do. I just generally could not make it. Like, I could not last. I say goodbye to them 9 hours later. Woo!
What are you doing? Oh.
Oh shit, a truck. As always, guys, I hope you're enjoying the stream. If you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Do not forget to check out the links down below, which will lead to Twitter, Twitch, where if you become a subscriber, you will be able to join us on the watch party, Discord, where you will need to actually join us anyway, And of course, Streamlabs, where if you throw money, I will do a shot. It's waiting for you. Are you ready? I'm not. Actually, I am, so long as I keep my bladder empty.
Please pop a tire.
That's not even a fuck. That didn't even feel like a
Look at
fucking
Andy. Like, Andy is so fucking scrawny. He is so fucking scrawny. But respect where it's due. I've never seen anyone handle getting fucking basically mauled by somebody 3 times his size and get back up and go, you want to go for round 2 or you want to go for round 3? Like, he got fucking pile drived into the Las Vegas cement. He got back up and asked, you want to go for round 2? It didn't even look like it hurt him. He got smacked down, but he got right back up. He got knocked down. Get up again. Never gonna keep me down. Like, Andy would beat me in a fight. I've got range, I've got height, I might even have muscle on him. Doesn't matter. He'd beat me. I've got viciousness on my side. I could go for his eyes. He wouldn't care. I don't know how. I don't pretend to know how. He just beat me.
Fuck, that didn't feel like a fucking
Andy,
feels like you're right.
I don't like Andy. Andy is a tool and a tool of other people. Like, he doesn't just use people, like he is used by other people. But I have no problem to admit this. You'd fucking owe me. Also, he's been doing this for years now, and he kicked my ass. Like not only kicked my ass that way, but also kicked my ass, like, money-wise and view-wise. People want to see Chicken Andy. There's something about him. I don't like him. I don't need to like him. I need to acknowledge that there's something going on there. Or by being an adult, right?
What the fuck was that?
I have no idea who his new cabal of people are.
Dude, everything just started fucking bouncing.
I know who that fucker is. Look at fucking fat Horace Lupercal right there. You know? Like, the state that Blade has gotten into. I don't know, man. Who's the terrified gun that... I don't know! Like, they pick up and drop off people that have, like, thousands of years of lore if you ask the right person. I'm not the right person. Like, I know who Blade is. Blade is what's left of this person right here. But...
Are we good, bro?
Look at Blade. Fuck's sake. My god, he is my body. What the hell? He is my body with Horace's face. Let's go back a little bit. There. Perfect. Right? I'm going to send this to Elf King. As far as I'm aware, they don't know who Blade is. But they do know who Horace is. It's 40k shit. Technically 30k, but 40k works. I've basically created a new emote for the channel. Bop, bop, bop. I sent Elf the important questions. Uncle Fester. Yeah, he has an Uncle Fester vibe, doesn't he? The guy who played Doc Brown and the guy from Stacked. Ah! I get that vibe, yeah. I do actually, you know what, I'm not much to promote myself like that. It's probably why more women aren't carrying my children. But I actually have a decent jawline. It's why when I had a beard, someone just offhandedly on a comment somewhere said, I bet he grew that beard to hide a weak jawline. And for some reason, that hit home to me, which was odd because I knew I don't have a bad jawline. Especially when I keep the weight line down, I'm not bad looking. Like, I know I'm not a bad looking person. A 7? I suppose that's entering into people's like preferences and shit. And what above a 6? So a high 6, maybe? But hell, like my dating profile, I've met guys who have gotten 0 likes on their dating profiles. 0 for years and years and years. I'm sitting at 17 right now. Just right now. The most I've ever had was 50. And I had a 50 with a little plus next to it. Because I didn't want to I didn't want to pay for premium. Why the fuck should you? If you match, like, you can actually gauge what the person is on their outline. Normally, here's a little trick that Twitter and plenty of Tinder and plenty of fish don't want you to know. When you're you receive a like from somebody and you can't see them, what you do is you immediately dislike the next person, and I guarantee you that person will pop up into the person who liked you will pop up into your list. I don't know the logic behind it, if there isn't even is a logic, but that's how that worked. That's, by the way, not me as a flex, or because, for example, if it's a flex over that I have a good jawline, I didn't earn this jawline. I guess I earned the personality. I mean, everyone earns their personality after all. It's just a statement of fact. Like, I could show you that I have 17 likes right now on my Plenty of Fish, and I think 5 on my Tinder. I don't know about the other apps I'm on. I wasn't a big fan of Bumble, and I wasn't a big fan of Hinge. Hinge in particular for what I'm after, which is frankly just sex. Right now, I'm not ready for a relationship, so I'm not going to waste anyone's time. I'll be a bit of fun for the weekend. Why not? They want fun too. Like, it's out there. It'll be a bit of a laugh. You want to change the dynamic? Well, then we'll keep touch after I fucked your brains out, you know? Like, what can I do, right? Like, I hope you're having a lovely day. Like, I hope the issues that you had when we first met, and everyone has issues. If you ever see anyone saying I'm not looking for baggage, fucking avoid them, because they don't know how people think. Everyone has baggage. Baggage can be as light as, am I doing the best I can, or daddy raped me when I was 5. It can be 2 extremes, you know? But that's baggage. Whether it be, am I doing the right job, or my last husband tried to kill me. It's baggage, and you've got to deal with it because people deal with it. Like, there's nothing wrong with baggage, but I see it on like Tinder. Like, don't bring any baggage in. I'm like, blunk. What do you want? Do you want to fuck? No, it's a long-term relationship. You want a long-term relationship. This is women too. Men and women do this both. Like you set up your thing on Tinder for a long-term relationship without baggage. So you don't want an ex-wife who will break your kneecaps and make you watch while she rides your partner before killing you. Okay, that seems reasonable. It's very specific, but I wouldn't want that either. You don't want somebody who, for example, had a boyfriend who was like belittling. Oh no, you won't find that. Like, sorry buddy, you won't find that. But you just give it you have it as a given for the easy part, the whole sort of like, you don't want to be put on a menagerie of some serial killer's list to, hey, so my boyfriend once said that I was fat and I can't handle that. Okay, well, I don't want to handle you. There's too many people out there who aren't ready for dating. Am I? Not right now, no. So that's why I've aimed towards a bit of the old fun. A bit of I'm somebody's weekend boyfriend. And I'm happy for it. Because I know my limits and they are right now quite limited. Later on in life, of course I'm going to expand it back outwards. Marriage, dying in each other's arms. Yeah, right. Kids, even. I'm okay with this. That went all over the place. Tangent. I might as well have just called this fucking channel Tangent. Forget low energy videos, forget bearded ramblings, 3 drinks minimum, whatever. Just call it Tangent. Hello and welcome back to Tangent. As I was saying in the last episode, flippity floppity hoppity moppity.
The body is round.
Dating is for suckers. You know what isn't? Shots.
Shot. Thank you so much, Bill. You have already... Well, look at that blue bar. It speaks for itself. That's all you, by the way. No. One was Troy. The rest was all you. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Prost. And dating is not for suckers. Do not let the bad thoughts win. Dating is not easy, but it is a good thing. I've had more good dates than I've had bad dates. Corner of the shot where I remember. Even if I didn't end up getting my dick sucked, or feeling boob, or making out. I've had the occasional shit day, don't get me wrong, but I've had my... here's a great example. I've had my occasional shite meal. I've sat down. I've had it in this village, I won't say where, but I got a panini. I took a bite out of it, and the meat inside was undercooked. Completely undercooked. It was just rubbery and stretchy, and it was like $7.50. The chips that came with it were like also undercooked. Everything was undercooked. and the bread felt stale. It was just not a nice meal all around. And yet it cost the equivalent of more or less 2 pints. I've been on dates like that. And you know what else? I've been the subject of a woman's bad date. I've brought my Z game to the table. Or even my Q game. Or my R game. Or my J game, you know? Other times, I've had a ball. But they've not resulted in a relationship. Dating is one of the most delicate acts a human being has to do. If not the most delicate act, because you're working with another person. And other people, they come with their own baggage. And there's nothing wrong with that. The real question is, are you able to handle it? Are they able to handle your baggage? Sometimes your baggage is a giant red flag that you're not ready for dating. But for most people, that's not the case. You're a Detroit 7-5. Aw, thank you so much, man. I actually have no comparison for Detroit. I'd like to think that because times are tough in Detroit, they're a hard folk. And again, if I look like this in Detroit, I better be... You know what I'd like to do in Detroit? I would like to be in this old, like, worn out, destroyed factory in this sort of like chop shop making decals for people. Like, I'm not even I'm a building tattooist. People say I'm a graffitiist, but I'm a building tattooist. So the next time the like this MTV style tattoo parlor wants their building decal, they come to me, and I'm like, right, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paint the whole right side of it white. Then I have an idea. And then it's like a skull in like a flower coming out of it, and it's like all this mantra. That's the sort of shit I'd like to do. Or maybe I'd be like, hey man, welcome to my blacksmithing. You know, like, you want a sword? I've got 5 of them back there. It took me 3 years to make them. I can't imagine that job would make a fortune. Back in my hometown of Swords in Ireland, there is a guy out the back of the old credit union. It was a huge area. When I was a bit older, it became the skateboard store. And then eventually it turned into, I forget what the building is now, but the back of it was turned into a blacksmithy. Like, it literally is a forge. And you can go in there and you can get horseshoes and you can get plows, or you can get a morning star if you're willing to pay for it and wait. The guy there, and I've seen him, and by the way, he is every fucking girl's dream. He's like this red-headed, scrawny, not an inch of fat on him motherfucker who often walks around shirtless with a giant like the giant leather aprons they use, and he's just slamming away at it. The man's living his best life. Respect. Especially in Swords, in Main Street. The rent of that place can't be cheap. Then again, I can't imagine his produce is cheap either. That's me. What? Back to Chicken Andy and all that rest.
Are we good, bro?
I need to get Stevie on the show before the end of the year.
I don't know, sorry.
That's TJ Kirk's half-brother. He's the man in charge of the Forge. I've talked to him a few times on Instagram. I've never once suggested for him to be on the show. Other people suck. Other people are cool, Raisin. You're one of them. Hopefully I'm one of them too, by your standards. Or do I suck? I could suck titties, I suppose. Nothing wrong with sucking titties. Or is there? Maybe if the titties produced poisonous milk.
What the fuck happened? I don't know, I gotta get shoes on, dude.
Another bit of damage. Those bugs? Yeah, those are bugs. It's a context of dating. Delay is a killer. That's why I have my setup for a quick, no nonsense weekend boyfriend, 5-day boyfriend, for example. Like just a dude who wants to, you know, feel some titties, hold a woman close, have her go, as she's clinging on to life of you, pulling off a little bit of skin as she's grabbing on for dear life. But you know what? Leading up to it, we were laughing at each other's jokes. We were talking about terrible dates or people we knew throughout life. Movie trivia. Eating food. Feeling very comfy in each other's company. You know what? Something that I think TJ said this first, but I really remember Vosh really bringing it up. Was I've never once felt scared to go to a woman's house, but a woman will always have a level of fear going to a man's house. And then, you know, it's just sex. Just sex. And afterwards, no, it's not a relationship, but it was. You could say for 5 days you had the best girlfriend in the whole goddamn world. Because she was yours. And you were hers. That's not the same as investing in silly ideas. No, it isn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you get invested in like, say, let me give you an example. The whole trad wife thing, right? Trad wife promise. Like, I know tons of women. I've fucked tons of women who want to be trad wives. Awesome. Keyword there is that they want to, as in, they want a choice to be. They see the whole world in front of them, and they were like, yeah, but me walking around with my 4th child growing inside me, in like a big sundress, preparing the meal, while daddy is out cutting down wood. The kids are playing out in the alfalfa, you know? They want that shit. Awesome! They want the choice before they want the actual act itself. They want to be able to see the world and go, that was amazing. Alright, let me bend over so you can impregnate me. And like some idiot, some fucking fool would turn around and go, wait, no, you saw the world. And they were like, yeah, and I still want this. That's the whole point of a choice. Choice is to make a choice. Then you see those people online, usually dudes, a few pick-me girls as well, who are like, I think Lauren Southern, wasn't she one of those pick-me girls who were like really obsessed with being like the ideal wife? A wife. You might as well call it a wife. They want to be like, they want women to automatically accept this. But they wouldn't in that situation. If they had the choice between getting castrated and fucking the choice of to be like the burly dude holding the axe, they'd all pick that, but that's not a choice. They want the choice. So do the women. Both want the choice. Both deserve the choice. Both will get the choice. And that's what I fight for. I fight for every Islamic woman who has no rights. I fight for every Christian conservative woman who has no rights. I fight for every person from any culture, mine or otherwise, who have no choice. Including the men. Men have to do this. Says who? Consensus. That's all it is. No. Break the consensus and make your choice. If you're not hurting anyone, if you are in fact helping society, then you should be whatever the fuck you want to be. If a woman, we need more female drone pilots. Oh, okay, Lib. You get a hint of it. You don't get the whole amount of it. But you're right. We do need more women in positions of authority. Not as a sense of like the liberal, women need to be judges so they can pass more laws to support corporations. But rather, so that laws supporting, say, abortion or anything else will be passed. Thank you so much for the donation.
You gotta fight for your right to do shots.
To do shots. Other people stuck. Context, that's not the same as silliness. Isn't the contest of silly ideas subjective in nature? Yes, it is. Very good point. It is subjective in nature. Who says that they're silly? What did I say? There's no such thing as a stupid question. There's only such thing as a stupid answer. Now that in of itself is subjective. They have the fucking right idea. Ask questions to the right people. I love the idea that right now I can get on my phone and I can swipe through a collection of women, all of which will reject me. Because if I went to, say, the Taliban's version of Tinder, what do you offer to buy my daughter? That's a dynamic I don't want to be a part of. I want to have a shot instead. Another thing they can't do over there. I once made my mother almost pissed herself laughing when we were out on the town, because I would, up to quite recently, I would drink my mom a lot. And one time we were out having shots and someone said, "You can't drink." And I think they were referring to the fact that he was under the assumption that she was driving, which she wasn't. She wasn't dumb enough to drive. We already had a mean to get back. But before she answered, I said, "What? Of course you can drink. What? Have the Muslims already won?" And she just pissed herself laughing. Like, the Muslims will win when the Irish can't drink. And when I say the Muslims, I mean it the same way as the Christians. The far hardcore shit. And hell, hardcore Christians do not drink. After all, Christ never got drunk in the Bible. He only ever supplied the alcohol. Anyway, Kampai. And we're raising. Good to see you. No worries about yesterday. Shit happens. Same with Landon. It was a doom stream from the start, right? Hope to see you next week for the watch party. But again, if no shit happens, no shit happens. But yeah, like, I think the greatest thing the West has ever done has simply said, you have the right to choose. Daddy, God, kings, emperors, they don't matter as much as your freedom to be freedom. With a fucking eagle holding an AR-15 and a pack of bud while wearing a MAGA hat, flying over like a bunch of oil fields. But freedom is literally the right to choose. It is the only choice, you could say. And that's what it's about. You could say that's anarchy. Yes! Cool! Awesome! Let's talk about that more. But then people back off. Not that I'm an anarchist. I'm more of a democratic socialist. I think that's what the Americans would call me anyway. But, like, this is the thing. Like, Americans, especially right-wingers, my God, like, they forget the fact that, like, you can say whatever you want, but you need to be able to A, back it up, and B, acknowledge that there are things as repercussions for saying it. But also, just because you say something doesn't mean it's true. I say, and I 100% mean this, I say that trans rights are human rights, right? That doesn't on its own prove it true. But when a couple of million other people turn around and say, damn right they are. And when scientists turn around and go, yeah, I mean, they're people. They're just people like anyone else. A little different, for sure. They were dealt a different deck of cards. And when it's proven that not only are they not a threat to society, but they are threatened by elements of society, well, of course I'm going to side against the Republicans. As if I wasn't already siding against them over the fucking religious shit. Or hell, the ability to talk back, because hardcore fundamentalist Christians don't like the idea of you talking back. Everyone knows Handmaid's Tale for how people were treated in Handmaid's Tale, aka women were treated as birthing vessels, tools, baby factories. But no one stops to think, not that this is on par equivalent, by the way, that also guys who didn't fully fulfill the same role were also treated fucking shit. Just like today, you have tons of conservatives who will vote Republican and then notice that what little support they get from the government is cut. Of course they're cut! You voted Republican! What the hell were you expecting? I'm glad Galen isn't here, because he'd do the whole, what about this? What about... Dude, you used to be so much smarter. Jesus Christ. This is why I don't have Galen on, by the way. Not that I don't hate Galen. I find Galen a very interesting, cool dude. He is fucking obsessed with whataboutism. And I just... It doesn't help anyone. Here's the lady with the red shoes. She'll take all your money, drink all your booze. Hey, you just described a date I had about 2 years ago.
That one looks like, well, that one looks like it's just blowing air. Yeah.
What were you riding on, dude?
Booze, though.
What the fuck were you riding on,
dude?
dude?
Own drinks. BRB.
Careful? Okay,
Need
be
to do
careful.
something real quick. For once, it doesn't involve my
Oh, my
bladder.
tires look good.
What the fuck was that noise, dude? Dude. Y'all writing some dumbass shit? Yeah. What? Hydraulics are down? Are they? No, they're not. I don't know, maybe it was just... Try again? Maybe it was just right there. Should we check the left side of the wheel? Drop the tranny? No. Is it the transmission or no? Alright, just pick up speed and let's go. Come on, get in. Let's go, get in the driver's seat. Your time. Oh Lord. Alright, if you accelerate, keep your hazards on. Accelerate. This thing came off the left side. Only accelerate when you know that there's nobody fucking behind you.
Figure out what it was?
Huh? No. Maybe it's just the fucking road. I don't know. If it happens again, then fuck. I mean, might as well put everything on the ground already. In advance. I don't know. Rumble strips? Was it really rumble strips? Oh well, just
It felt like the hydraulics
was it that
dropped and clunked down.
Did they? Can you try to pick them up or? I mean, no, the hydraulics are all up. They're up?
Did you check underneath?
Yeah. Okay. They look like halfway down, but I don't know. Okay. Alright, do you know how to do this?
Just pick up speed on the side.
Pick up speed. Pick up speed when there's nobody behind you.
I can do it now. I'm going.
Go straight.
Let's sit down for this part.
Oh God. Let go.
You think that those were the original banisters there on the RV, or do you think they've been replaced a few times? I think they've all been replaced at least once. I have no idea who this kid is. Whoa! Yeah, the RV ain't what she used to be, was it? Look, he went to Blade for answers, but why the fuck would Blade know? Blade spends most of his days in a fucking catatonic state.
So bad. Is that suspension, transmission?
Like, he
could be transmission fuck.
He has nothing to offer. You might as well gone to me.
Because that's kind of what
I'd have at least gone, I don't fucking know.
Jerks. I don't know. Alright. Or shocks or something? I don't fucking know. Woo hoo! I should have just left the NPA. God damn it.
Yeah, we should have parked for the night, didn't we?
Could be so many things. I think it's transmission, dude. I don't know.
Trans-based.
Drive shaft? I don't know. I gotta piss a little bit, dude.
We gonna hear some piss? Wow, Tuberty's career's over. Fuck me. That's like if Jay Leno lost his entire career by the order of the US government over the course of 48 hours.
Hey,
That's pretty big for Irish people. For me,
what? Yeah, I took a piss a little bit, but I had to film you a little bit.
Still, it's noticeable. It was a big deal. Never liked Tuberty.
We're good now.
He had a look that said that I've got a lot of secrets.
It's a fucking rumble strip. No, it's not. We were in the middle of the road. It's not rumble strips. These are fucking rumble strips. We weren't driving here. We're driving in the middle of the road, dude.
Yeah, no, that was not. Someone snapped.
What the fuck?
Fuck the RV.
Direct traffic for safety? I mean, I could try that, but I think the lights are good enough. I mean, fuck am I gonna do? I don't want to flash their fucking shit. That's gonna blind them.
Yeah, you gotta fucking bring flags out next? Like, what the fuck?
Get the RV off the road? Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, but we need to find the nearest exit.
And by the way, no... What the
fuck?
Oh my fucking god.
Why, they gonna get jumped by the fucking chupacabra? What the hell?
Call 911. Get out the way! Get out the fucking way!
What the hell happened?
Get out the way! Go! Out the way! Oh my god, I was under the RV. You were under the RV? I was pretty much under the RV. Woo! That guy's good too. He's good? Yeah, I think. I don't know. Hey, go! Move out the fucking way.
Hey, what highway are you on?
Holy fucking shit, dude.
Oh my god.
Highway, look at the highway.
Hasn't been that broken up since the tree with Gucci's.
What? Highway. What about the highway? We're trying to figure out the highway. What highway are we on? We're on the NYS Thruway, right?
Oh, good thing for the
New York
sun,
State
man.
Thruway. What number? I don't know what fucking number. I can use my second phone. It's got horrible service. Fuck.
Dude,
wait,
just fucking stop streaming and start.
Dude, if it wasn't fucked, it's fucked news.
It is fucked, dude.
This shit
We're
doesn't
so
matter.
I don't
Your
know.
streaming doesn't matter as much. This is
I don't know, though.
entertainment. You turn off radios when shit like this happens, or turn off the TV.
We're right next to the Mamaroneck River. Mamaroneck River. We're on 287. We're on 287. No, there's no cars for a while. No, Chicken bought insurance yesterday. He's good.
Of course, it's content. Oh Jesus! I think this is worse than when the tree hit them. Of course, this is content for them. Don't get me wrong. Like, I get it. It's just.
Is that guy good?
Like,
you check on him?
If they were smart,
good.
they would. Of course, if they were smart, that would open up so many
called
other
the 60
things.
seconds before it happened sent $3. You morons didn't even pull all the way off the road. You will likely be at fault. Get your insurance and go back. Go through the roof. You absolute morons. L.
By the way, they stream exactly for that. Just random donations of $2 or $3. It's like if I were to drive around America in an RV and I would get the exact same amount as I end up doing. Before you say, oh, well, for your size, you make a good amount of money. It wouldn't justify doing this. The money they get does not justify it. Nor, frankly, does the emotional shit that comes with it.
We're still in our lane, right? Yeah.
Like a lot of people,
We
who
should
are
have
in
parked
IP2,
a lot closer to the rail, but
like,
I don't know.
Psychiatric care either because of it or even before it.
Because our car couldn't even fucking move. Like it was
like you know, Andy has been sexually assaulted by someone at least twice in their lives, and they've never acknowledged it.
Bad, like we have it all on video. Our shit was so the whole shit was bouncing. We can't drive like that. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know. Thank God he's fucking taking my insurance, man. Thank God. Woo! Thank God. Shit. Oh my God.
Like when Blade showed up, he was to meet up with Ben from DP. They were so he was so fucking wasted that he ended up introducing to himself to Ben like 5 times.
Woo, Jesus Christ, I'm fucking done. I'm not directing shit, dude. You can't direct shit.
He's waiting for like a giant bit of the RV to come flying out and stab him in the face.
What's that fucking cop doing, dude? Why is he not here yet? I guess he can't loop around or something? God damn, bro. Oh man, I can't wait to go home now. God damn it, dude. Gotta go home now,
Fuck,
dude. Fuck
man.
it. Fuck this shit. We're still
But
in
what
Jersey?
about
That's
the
what-
good city of Chicago? Yeah. I haven't thought of I haven't looked into Gucci's for a while. Let's see if she's up to anything. And oh, this was from the Gucci's channel. Gucci's clips? Was she in it?
Jersey? That's close to me. I'm fucking dead. So this shit gets small. Those died a little bit. We have to get all our stuff. Yeah, I was like, dude, the RV is a giant fucking...
Yeah, no, it's all the same. Edward Kim pulls up Ice Poseidon, calls Gucci's a disgusting crackhead. Oh,
I never heard of...
Ooh, message redacted. What did you say, naughty boy? America's content, future leaders? Yeah. Future leaders be damned. The first one of them is already a part of, like, city's council at this point now.
Never heard of anything except today, Bong Bong. And Paul's saying Bong Bong all the time. I don't know the fuck... I don't know who Bong Bong is, man. She could be cool. I don't know. But not anyone with a funny name. Like, I'm not going to hook up with... You're going to be like, oh, Flip Flops is online now. How about you go hook up with...
I mean, they're saying Gucci's.
Huh?
I mean, they're saying Gucci's.
Who's that?
So, I mean, she's like a crackhead.
Well, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, she's... I mean, she's like a...
What's rich going from this motherfucker?
Disgusting creature. I think he's more...
I mean, Goo is a wreck, but she's trying to do better.
Along the lines of saying...
You hanging around Japan in fancy fucking outfits. And I know, as far as I'm aware, he's not in Japan right now. But, like, up to recently, he was in Japan. Like, it's like he thinks he's better than them, but it's not for the reasons that he is better than them. Like, he's better than them because he's not pumping heroin in his arms and then trying to have a fist fight with a homeless person. Like, rather, like, he thinks he's better than them because he's got 10,000 more subscribers, you know? It's kind of... He's missing the forest for the trees.
If he hooks up with a girl and then she ends up getting like a lot of hate or something, now Nick is like associated with like hooking up with...
Alright, so he called Goo a crack whore. The thing is that she's not a crack whore, but she has partaken in crack, so... I mean... part's true. That would like someone saying, hey, low energy, you're a fucking drunk. Yeah, I am. So what of it? Ooh! I know we don't show analyzing evil on my channel, but this is only 8 minutes long. He's an awesome dude. Highly recommend you subscribe to him.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 133rd episode of Analyzing Evil, featuring Big Jack Horner from Puss in Boots, The Last Wish.
He recently put out a poll and a video asking, should I talk like my normal self or my vile eye self? And both voices are the exact same. And he's like, so everyone thinks I sound the exact same? You do! Just own it. Roll with it. Do whatever you feel is comfy, buddy. You produce really cool content.
Now, if you've seen this film, you'll know that Jack and the ethical bug do quite a good job of analyzing Jack's evil within the film.
Yeah,
but regardless,
the ethical
he will
bug.
ask for it.
Oh, you're a monster! Ah, yeah, you're a monster. What took you so long? Boing! Great film, by the way. Highly recommend you watch it.
And I brought
Spoilers ahead.
Tribute to their findings. Jack is a horrific creature, an overgrown baby seeking ultimate power for his own sake at the expense of all who happen to get in his way. In this video, we're going to run through all of Jack's horrid exploits and deconstruct what little personality he has, giving you all the sordid details of how a boy-handed everything can turn into a man who will do anything to possess the one thing he doesn't have. Now without further ado, let's begin. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner, eating his Christmas pie. He put in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I." This is the nursery rhyme that Jack Horner is based off of, and although it's slightly different in the film and used for a different purpose, the meaning behind the original rhyme is quite prevalent to the character we see in this film. It's disputed as to whether or not this is true, but I'm going to read the supposed origin of this rhyme that you can find on education.com. The story behind this rhyme is that Jack is actually Thomas Horner, a steward to the Abbot of Glastonbury. The Abbot sent Horner to London with a Christmas pie for King Henry VIII. The deeds to 12 manor houses were hidden in the pie. The abbot did this in an attempt to ingratiate himself with the king during the dissolution of the monasteries. On his trip to London, Horner put his finger in the pie and pulled out the deed to Mel's Manor. Shortly thereafter, Horner moved into the manor. His descendants have lived in the manor house for generations. Horner's descendants dispute this story and claim that Horner fairly purchased the property from the king. So essentially, this nursery rhyme is
probably that, because that sounds like a really convoluted way to give somebody a massive land and title that's been held by a noble family for centuries to this day. It seems really convoluted. Aha! So the boy pulled out some papers, and that's why you have to pay us taxes, you fucking peasants. No,
And it's been used to that effect since its inception in several different ways. Greed couldn't be a more apt sin to accuse Big Jack Horner of, and the original rhyme he's based off of is quite fitting. However, the film's version is used as more of a company slogan for Horner's pies, the cute little buttered-up baker's boy doing his song and dance to help his parents sell their pies. Now, Jack's relegation as this company mascot in his youth hampered his development, and it caused him to form an inferiority complex. And this complex greatly affects Jack's personality in two distinct ways. Because he was called little all of his young life, as an adult, he's ensured that he's now Big Jack Horner, a powerful man that no one can cross without losing a couple vitals, especially if they dare to refer to him as Little Jack Horner. And Jack appears to rule as a tyrant in whatever town his factory lies in, a town that looks grim and choked in smoke as it languishes in the presence of Jack's dark palace of seedy business. Now, while Jack being referred to as Little basically guaranteed that he developed some sort of insecurities in one way or another, and it helped shape him into quite the nasty fellow, the other component of his inferiority complex is much more problematic. As a person who's close to, but not quite a fairy tale character, Jack watched as all the other fantastic creatures and people that surrounded him gained fame and recognition due to their unique attributes and magical abilities. Jack, though he had his very own...
I kind of love the Shrek universe. Like, it takes all the things we expect out of it, and instead of going full dark, it goes... Best pour another one, just in case. We're under 50% now for the absolute. Gonna put that here. Though after I have 2.5 cans left. After that, that's it. I love how instead of going full dark, it goes, I'd say about 50% dark.
Nursery rhyme was often ignored in favor of these more captivating creatures. As what's more interesting, a talking puppet, or an overweight boy with a purple hair and a purple thumb? More often than not, it's the puppet. So Jack felt maligned in the presence of these more attractive entities, and because he envied their fame and power, his chief desire in life became the acquisition of magical power, and not just some magical power, but all the magical power in the world. Aside from his inferiority complex, his upbringing also contributed to the formation of this desire. Jack says that he had 2 loving parents, stability, a mansion, and a thriving baked goods enterprise to inherit. That wouldn't seem like circumstances that could turn someone into the kind of man Jack Horner is, but what we can assume from all this positivity is that Jack was spoiled rotten, and because he was handed everything in life and wanted for nothing, he was thoroughly ungrateful, as he believed was just...
The body is round.
Pour a shot. Drink a shot. Let's go.
Let's motherfucking go! Thank you so much, Bill, for another 3 dollary dues. You paid for this bottle and then some, that's for sure. You said it last time, let's use it now. Salute. Shot. Pour another one. And keep it at the ready. It's DEFCON shot. I'd say there's a shot there waiting. And there's about 2 more? 3? We'll see. Or we won't. And that's okay too. You have been very clear now. In fact, we should be in the 40s now. If it says 50 there and the money hasn't been touched, so I'll tell you exactly where we're standing via euro. Remember, our end goal is 70, 69, 99, 36, 99. That's where we're sitting at right now. Don't believe me? Good, because I'm not going to dox the people who fucking donated on my screen by turning my phone towards the camera. Oh, I got a message. Why did I get a message? Oh, it's a scam! Why are you scamming? Bop, bop, bop. There we go. Don't be scamming. Scamming bad. As the kids say, apparently. Damn, we're almost at 7 o'clock. 8, 9, 10. 3 hours from now we got the podcast. Can we last that long? Probably. I mean, if I end at 9 and then Bearded Ramblings goes live in 40 minutes, okay. I guess I, on my part, only have to stay awake for another 5 more hours. Doable. I feel like that right now. Less than 5 hours from now, we will see. Important thing is, you guys have been awesome. Don't forget that if you subscribe over on Twitch, you can partake in the watch party, which is this Wednesday. I will give you guys a quick stream here, and then I'll head over to the Discord. You can join our Discord for free, but if you subscribe over there, look, I've been actually 9 hours now pushing of stream. I was gonna ask for a nap. There's a grogginess behind my eyes, I won't lie, but I have to go another few more hours and then I can finally last. I wanted to sleep hours ago. I still kind of want to sleep now. I can go a few more hours. Shit, the die has been cast and they will not fucking go until they are completed. Like, under 6, I will do a shot. Over 6, I will not. I'm going to partake in my beer. Blah. The number is 5 and 9. Well, 5 and 4. So, beer it is. Roll them bones.
How things should be, and whatever Jack Horner didn't have, he wanted, no matter what it was, and whether it was useful to him or not. And so,
held
this greedy,
a bit of,
spoiled, and envious child developed into a man who collected all magical things.
They were just dice, but they were like dice from sheep bone. They felt really interesting. But they rolled the same as always. They weren't designed to have any sort of particulars. I lost more than I ever got with them.
Things with a shocking carelessness and ignorance. He seems to hold
Like
all,
most
if not
dice,
most
honestly.
magical items that ever existed, and he's no more careful with them than a child throwing one toy over his shoulder in favor of the next. Baby unicorn horns, the Lilliputians from Gulliver's
I'm gonna
Travels stuck in a
say
bottle, Excalibur still in its
under
stone,
half.
the Wicked
bollocks.
Witch's crystal ball, a phoenix used as a
Let's try it
flamethrower.
again.
Jack is a personal and
Still
environmental
standing,
hazard
though.
that would see all things wondrous and whimsical in his world
Under
held in
12.
his possession. But he doesn't even covet them for their beauty or
3.
magnificence. It's for their power. And he's that same spoiled little boy taking all for himself, just so he can say that he has them.
Yeah.
That isn't to say that Jack is little physically, though. Quite the opposite. He's a massive individual with massively disproportionate features, and his gangly arms, gargantuan hands, enormous frame, and baby face all serve to not exactly terrify us, but definitely set us on edge. His appearance is nothing
He
compared
looks
to his poisonous
off.
personality.
He
though,
looks like
and he
somebody has taken a giant, like, bouncer outside of like a mobster club in a Batman comic, and then no, he's Dick Tracy's like Babyface, and Babyface is like this huge giant brick of a human being, and then his face is Babyface, you know.
proves that he's every bit the
I mean, in
irredeemable
all fairness, it makes sense. He lived off pies his entire life, but he's not fat. Well, by that logic, it means he's hitting the weights every fucking day. There should have been a scene where he's literally just shirtless, just built like a fucking that graffitied red that was sprayed over more and more. That power station I showed a couple of weeks ago. He's basically that body.
Monster on the inside that Mr. Ethical Bug claims he is. He's callous, cruel,
But with a baby
unempathetic,
face.
and brutal, caring little for anyone close to him, and using.
And by the way, Billy, it's all about pacing. Like, I'm drunk. I couldn't get behind the wheel of a car. But I feel good. I feel fan-fucking-tastic. Why? Because I didn't down it all in 5 seconds. That's why. He's cured of mass and then cut that shit like a muff. Oh, yeah.
People's lives as one might use a hammer to pound nails. In this story, we see him employing a pair of sisters who conducted many murders to acquire the star map for him, sending his minions to the grinder as they attempt to clear a path for him in the pocket full of posies, shooting haphazardly with no care for the safety of his employees, killing several of them in a puff of confetti using baby unicorn horns, and he uses his remaining henchmen as a human bridge so he might cross a ravine, forcing them to bear the load of his caravan, which sends all but one of them hurtling to their death. What makes matters worse is that while he's committing all of these atrocities, Jack is cracking jokes and treating everyone he harms as useful fodder for his ambitions, and he has not an ounce of remorse in his body for the misery he's caused to anyone who dares to get close to him. What's even
The
worse than that,
Midas touch, which is a hand that if you touch it, you turn to gold.
though, is that Jack enjoys his barbarity. He's so twisted and sadistic that he even revels in the idea of being called death. A job that he would no doubt carry out with glee if it
He
happened to fall
wasn't
into his
death.
lap.
Death was
Despite
the
all that
fucking
he
wolf,
is, and
but
all that he's done, all the misery that Jack has caused over the
he
course of
loved
his
it.
life would be nothing compared to the horror that would have been unleashed should he have gotten his wish. If the glimpse into his crystal ball is any indication, the very world itself would have crumbled under the weight of Big Jack Horner the Warlock, a man with zero empathy, limitless greed, and the power of a god. All that stood before him would be turned to his use, or crumble in the wake of his godly powers, and the world as we know it would become the playground.
Oh, sometimes I don't. When I see there's no reason to get absolutely shit-faced without a purpose, I will keep myself balanced and sedentary, like today. But other times I'll just get myself fucking destroyed in 5 seconds. Why the fuck not? If you check your calendar and there's nothing coming up, why the hell shouldn't you? Sometimes, rarely, that comes back to bite you. last night I got a very sad DM from somebody, and they were seeking help, and all I could do was just relay them to other people. I mean, in all fairness, sober or drunk, I couldn't have done that much for them. And if they're watching right now, I hope they're okay. But, like, I had gotten prepped for the stream by getting shit-faced. The stream didn't happen. Shit happens. Like, life happens. This is why every Thursday, tonight, when we have guests on, we do a pre-show, half-hour thing. Life is gonna life. It's why I don't hold Landon to any sort of fucking standard that he had to leave yesterday. Oh no, he would have had to have been breathalyzed today by getting shit-faced with us yesterday. But don't you realize that I wanted him to be drunk today? No! Shut up! The man has important shit to do. Real shit. This isn't real. This is fun. This is a chance for people who have real shit weighed down on them to take their fucking load off and just chill for 2 hours, or in the case of tonight, what's gonna basically be a 12-hour long stream, because what'll end the stream for about an hour, it's about 11-hour stream, for an hour or so. I'm still like I'm here, and anyone wants to show up. It's why I never hold responsible. I've never once yelled at a guest for leaving. I've never super early. Gurley, for example, has never once, whether it be 3 drinks minimum, coffee chat, or bearded ramblings, lasted the entire night. I've never held that against her. She's got shit to do. She can't be around. You know what? She could be entirely honest and just say, I'm just not feeling it right now. I want to sit down and just stare up at the ceiling. May that ceiling always stare back at you. Like, it's not a big deal. This is not a job for me. I am somebody who has very little going on in his life, so I'm going to make an extra effort. So I don't mind that people can't get shit-faced whenever I want to get shit-faced. People aren't here at my beck and call. We go back to the whole concept of choice that women often have to feel. Women want to feel like they have a choice, and they have a choice. They want a choice. Hey, Naira, do you want to get shit-faced with me on 3 drinks minimum? Hell yeah, or I'd love to, or but I can't, or no. All 3 of those are valid. There's no... There's no middle way looking at it. If I turn around and said, hey, just so you know, you're being really disingenuous right now, okay? Like, I'm a very important person. That fucking fuckwit from Florida who was fucking with his wit, you know the one. Who got his car crashed, who we watched earlier. Great example. The one in the pink car who thought that, like, I have millions of followers. Congratulations, fucker. I have hundreds of followers, and I know people better than you do. That's it. That's it at the end of the day. Now, this will never, ever, like, become my world. And if it becomes my world, then it won't become my... It won't, like... strip me of the knowledge. Yeah, Jaeger. Yeah, that's the one with the fucking anime name. fucking Attack on Titan name. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'll never forget every one of the names that I've seen tonight. Not that I've had that many of names pop in and out of the chat, but I can already tell, for example, via the analytics, that other people have popped in and out. They never said a damn thing. They just left. That's cool too. I've done that. I'll do that. They are people. Every one of them. Unless they were bots, I suppose. But for the people, they're people. And they deserve respect. If you want to listen to me in the background while you're fucking mining ore in like Minecraft, you want to build a settlement in Fallout, you want to go and like do some side questing in Skyrim, you want to help your guild in fucking WoW, it doesn't really matter. Like, you fuckers get to choose whether you playing Genshin Impact or writing a term paper. It really doesn't fucking matter. If I'm in your background, I know you in the sense that I know you're there and I appreciate you. As I imagine to some degree you appreciate me because you have me playing. And hello, I hope your life is going okay. That's it. That's all I can do. You're not here to entertain me. You're not here to give me money. People like Billy and Troy and everyone else, like, I don't come here to make money. This isn't a job. I do this for fun. You're playing Octopath Traveler. I've heard many conflicting things about this game. It honestly sounds like a game I'd actually kind of like. The one that I remember most was from Yahtzee, which is there's a lot of really cool things going on there if you can cut through the bullshit. If you can cut through the bullshit, there's a lot of really cool things going on there. But I need to actually close the door real quick, so give me a second. There. So many empty cans here on the right in it. Oh no 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 no. Right? So, like, enjoy yourself. Every one of you. I learned this early on by playing long haul games. First for myself, and then later as a streamer. I was playing Subnautica or the trucking games or the farming games or whatever. Other people will say other things. Cool. Here's the thing. I get it. Like, when I play a strategy game, I'm normally muting it to let a podcast play. So I'm someone in the background. That's my contributing to someone else's life. Awesome. Not only is there nothing wrong with that, there's nothing but right about that. But I talk to you in your philosophizing more so in this game. Dude, you make your choices when you want, including not to stream, not to engage. When I say, hey lurkers, could you contribute? I honestly don't know, like, how long a lurker is there. Like, I could be talking to a lurker who left 40 minutes ago, but I know the analytics said that they had been there. They had been there, and I only noticed it after the fact. Like, being a streamer is a very strange thing. Like, it's it's like you're talking to a room that you know at first is empty, but then sometimes people pop in and out in an endless way. It's odd. And then a lot of people are freaked out about like what you're going to talk about. Well, for me, in that regard at least, I'm okay. I talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. I don't follow trends, and that's why I don't have thousands of subscribers. I've got hundreds of subscribers, and that's okay. That's how it will be. I'm not stupid enough to, like, again, that Wyatt fucker who thinks that, like, oh, well, I have some influence. I have influence to whoever listens to me. Everyone says that, though. Like, the hobo you saw pissing into his mouth while screaming about the Bulgarians will eat your shoes. He had as much valid day, more so on your day. You'll remember him far after you forget about other people, you know. Lurkers are cool. I'm a lurker sometimes, you're a lurker sometimes. There's no shame in it. I would like to know for analytics' sake. Like, when I never see anyone pop up in the chat and then there was like 37 views, like, what goes on there? You know? Someone was there. And that's okay.
Around for an overgrown child with not a shred of mercy. But thankfully, Big Jack Horner is stopped, and the horror that was the cute little butterball turned monster was sent thumbing down to the depths of hell, and his reign of terror was ended. And at this end, who was Big Jack Horner? He was a boy who had everything, one who turned to the only thing he could never have, and coveted it as his by right, like all things in the world were. Jealous, cruel, sadistic, and megalomaniacal, little Jack Horner became one big threat, a beast poised to destroy the world through greed, petulance, and ignorance. A beast who has not an ounce of redeeming qualities within him, and a man who's made of nothing more than pure, concentrated evil. Thank you all for tuning in to this.
In particular, Babish. We haven't checked the Babish today. Giant ramen. Alright, we got 6 here. No, 8. Super Smash Bro curry. Creamy mushroom pasta. Bacon bath of silver and turf. Giant ramen. Pasta out of vodka. Well, let's start with this.
This episode of Basics is sponsored by Viator, your destination for tours, things to do, day trips, and more. There's over 300,000 travelers to choose from, adventures and can book your subscription.
Looks like a toy you pick up in the fucking 90s. Viator. Now, toy. What is it? It's Viator.
Alright, so before we get into pasta alla vodka, I wanted to take a look at the alla vodka of it all. Namely,
I have a little bottle of that ready to go once this Mickey Fins is done. We have less than 2 hours before I will end the stream. Will we break out the absolute? Before then, only you have the answer. If you are so inclined, do not forget that Shots4Donos is a legit thing, as I have been proving today. But on top of that, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Doing anything.
Oh, and if you are more gaming focused, Twitch. Don't forget to check out our Twitch channel where I've been playing Final Fantasy, which you guys bought. I'd say about 80%. No, that'd be 10. I'm gonna say 72%, just a random number out there. Bah. About 72% of the games you guys bought. I have bought the rest. You guys are amazing. But if you want to become a subscriber over there, not a follower, but a subscriber, though follower is always welcome, then you are able to join our watch party, which is for subscribers only next week. That's over on the Discord, which you should join anyway, even if you don't want to throw money. That's fair. Money is tight. We are all struggling to ensure that we do not die of starvation, and light continues to flow out of those majestic orbs or sticks at the roof of our rooms.
For flavor, so I started simmering some until its fumes no longer burst into flames when exposed to fire, indicating that the alcohol had cooked off, so I could see what zero-proof vodka tastes like. And the best way I could describe it would be water that at some point had been in the same room as a potato. So if you cook off the alcohol, this is doing little to nothing for flavor. Some people say it's an emulsifier, which is totally unnecessary in a tomato sauce, and others say it's actually for the bite of the alcohol, which you should add at the very last minute so it doesn't cook off. So that's what I'm going to do in our first up factory standard timeless classic on the table in about 15 minutes, pasta alla vodka. First, I've got a wide, shallow pot of heavily salted water that I'm going to bring to the boil, set next to my very largest fry pan. About the only prep we need to do is finely dice half an average-sized onion, peel a couple cloves of garlic, and that's it. We're headed back over to the stovetop where we're heating 2 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil in our large saute pan, and starting to cook our pasta already. That's how fast this dish is going to come together. Once the oil is shimmering, we're adding the onion and cooking for 3 to 4 minutes until translucent. Then we're crushing in our 2 cloves of garlic and letting that saute for about 30 seconds or until fragrant. Then we're adding about a half teaspoon of crushed red pepper flakes and 3 ounces or a little more than a third of it.
Cottage cheese? Ugh. Guess my goat though? People who don't donate to a stream but want to overly criticize and try to control the same podcast. You know what? That always gives me a shout that they're really young. And I don't really hate them. I always remember the Drunken Peasant song. There's a lyric in it. And one of which is... said something I don't... no. Donate $5. Don't respond to my tweet. Remove $5. Like, it's so odd that people are like, people get invested that much. I get invested because some of these people are generally my friends, and I'm a part of this world now. Whether I like it or not, I'm a part of this world. I've been a part of this world for years. And that's why, for example, the whole thing about Egghead, I had my opinions. Because Egghead is basically a colleague. He is an associate. I've known the man for years, and I will continue to know the man for years. Yeah, like, I didn't say remove $5. Yeah, like, it's the fans expect these things from people. This is what I'm saying. Genuine people. They're just like I know that the fans are people. The fans gotta realize we're people. Now, I keep things incredibly open, incredibly, like, raw. You know I'm a person. I don't hide it. There's no veil between me. There's a veil of security between me. And there's a veil of preference between me. If you give me a vibe, I've gotten DMs, especially last year, I noticed. It didn't happen so much this year, but I got a lot last year where guys were basically hitting on me in DMs in Discord after I had a few conversations like I've been having you there, Billy. And I was like, no. Even if I was gay, which I'm not, don't do this to someone. Someone, not another creator, another person. And they realized, A, they were barking up the wrong tree, and B, they were really overstepping their okay bounds. It's why, and I've said this before, like, I've got a major crush on somebody in the community. I'll never say who, but, like, I'll never DM her and just like plead my heart out, because, well, for starters, what would she be left with? Okay, or do the Helltaker song. It's like, take me now, you know. And she knows me too, and we get along really well. My feelings, my opinions do not equate into fact. They equate into feelings and opinions. That's it. I can act on them, and if I were to relay them to another person, sure. But then, I've not thought about another person who's DM'd me against someone I know in this community, and they're like, yeah, could you fuck my brains out? And I'm like, hi? Like, where did that come from? I'm not against the idea in theory, it's just, what do I do? I fuck her brains out is what I do.
A cup of tomato paste. Cooking that for about 2 minutes until the tomato paste starts to darken in color. Then we're bringing down the heat a little bit and adding 3 ounces of heavy cream and 1 ounce of the titular vodka. Just stirring that together and allowing it to cook for no more than a minute so that the booze doesn't cook off. And once your pasta is about a minute shy of your preferred level.
Streaming for some people is a job, but for every single person who is involved in the streaming community, it is a community. A job is one thing, a community everyone can partake in. You, as a part of my community, and all the others that overlap, some of which have different opinions of me, others which have no idea I exist. That's cool. I guarantee you, I have no idea they exist. That's not sort of like, they're beneath me. No, seriously, I don't engage. Like, recently, I started to engage more because on the DP server, because on Discord, because I'm not on Twitter. And I've already gotten a massive video to review. Ruby Jules reached out to me, and then we had him on the show. I was talking to Billy and fucking Teddy Rubskin and a bunch of the other ones a few hours before going live. Like, this isn't hidden magic shit. Like, a lot of people have to remember, like, we're just fucking people. Everyone is just people. It sounds weird to say, but Trump is just a person. There is no hidden veil. Dude, we already know you're in love with Shabisky. So am I. So is everybody else. Well, I mean, his scrawniness, his lack of conversational skills. My God, his cat. Oh. How could you not want to build a shrine out of him, out of toenail clippings and shit?
Of doneness, it's headed straight into the saute pan where it's going to finish cooking in the sauce. Adjust the heat as necessary so that it's not simmering like crazy, and then a quarter cup at a time we're going to start adding our reserved pasta cooking water. This is going to make the sauce smooth and glossy as we continue to cook it for no more than another minute. Then, if you be so bold, and if you're wearing clothes that you don't care about, you can optionally toss your sauce to make it lighter and creamier at the expense of your kitchen's cleanliness. Now we're going to kill the heat and immediately add 1 ounce of fresh.
Hey, it's not that complicated. You just always have very soft, dare I say, girly flips.
Grated Parmesan. If you need a visual reference, 1 ounce equates to a roughly 1-inch square cube of cheese. Stir this stuff in, definitely off the heat, maybe give it another toss, and you...
AKA a fifth of a block. Get yourself a block, carve off a fifth of it, grind that down, and you've got yourself a single serving. That's
you can
it.
adjust the thickness of the sauce with pasta water if necessary.
I know
and
some
that's all there is
serve
to it.
built
15
different.
minutes might be too generous an amount of time. Plate it up, maybe with a little bit of extra Parmesan grated over
so
top, and you got yourself a big
gooey.
old bowl of creamy, comforting, craveable goodness.
Yes.
There might be nothing better in the world.
Look at that. That's about 900 calories right there. And I don't like. There are pizzas that are healthier for you than this, and no one gives a fuck, me included.
that you can do with 10 minutes and 10 ingredients. In fact, there's not much of an argument that can be made for a more complex version. But to take this from, that's good, to a wordless, breathless table full of compulsory eye rolls and lip smacks, there are some fun ways in which we can layer and complexify the flavors. First, in a wide, shallow pan, I'm heating about a quarter cup of neutral flavored oil over medium-high until shimmering, and then adding 4 ounces of diced pancetta, which I'm going to fry until lightly browned and crisp, about 3 to 5 minutes, draining on paper towels and reserving the oil, leaving me not only with a crunchy, meaty garnish for later on, but some deeply flavored oil and fond in which I can build a sauce. In about a quarter cup of the reserved fat, I'm sauteing the same finely diced half onion, about 3 to 4 minutes until soft and translucent, crush in the same 2 cloves of garlic, and this time for heat, I'm going to use 2 teaspoons of crushed Calabrian chilies. And instead of just tomato paste, I'm going to use 3 tablespoons of sun-dried tomato paste, both of which are going to bring a wider array of flavors to the party. Let those guys get some heat for about 30 seconds, and then we're going to add 8 ounces of tomato puree. And because we want the tomato flavor to be cooked down and concentrated like that of tomato paste, we're going to simmer this for about 30 to 45 minutes until we've made our own sort of homemade, much more flavorful and complex, less harsh tomato paste. Then from there, it's pretty much business as usual. Get your pasta cooking, add your 1 ounce vodka and 3 ounces of heavy cream when it's very nearly almost done. Give it a stir and start adding your pasta. This time I went with mezzi rigatoni, so it looks fancier, I don't know. But whatever pasta you want to use, you generally want to go with some...
I call that the fuck tube from Tiny Houses, because in the movie Tiny Houses, which is about a YouTuber by the way, she gets railed in a in a tube, like a concrete tube. I don't know how else to describe it, but he just kind of rides her from behind till completion.
Something ridged so that it hangs onto the sauce. As before, we are glossifying and adjusting our...
That's an interesting movie, by the way. Like, it knows what YouTube is and a lot of things that only a YouTuber would, but the numbers are all wrong, even for the time. Like, she's a small YouTuber with, like, instead of a few hundred, she's got a few 100,000 subscribers. That's not a small YouTuber. That's a mid-tier to high-tier YouTuber.
Sauce's consistency with pasta water. Then this time I'm adding a ½ ounce each of Parmesan and Pecorino Romano. Don't be afraid to continue adjusting with pasta water if things get too gloopy. Plate it up, this time with our reserved crispy pancetta bits. Bunch more cheese, obviously, and an optional smattering of fresh herbs, basil or parsley. And there you have it, my ultimate a la vodka sauce. Rich, creamy, and positively loaded with layers and layers of flavor. But is it worth the additional time and effort? Yeah, if you've got the time, this is a noticeable improvement over the already amazing original. But you could also utilize any part of it that you like.
Yeah, if I remember right, every single video she took, it was like famous landmarks, but she'd take a video of it, but she'd be in her, like, she would have no pants on, so it would just be her in a pink pair of underwear with like a white hoodie.
Pancetta, the different cheeses, the sun-dried tomato paste, a fancier pasta shape. You might say that the possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That was a weird
Thanks
movie.
again to Viator for sponsoring this episode. The pro tip is...
Very, very nice looking pasta. I wouldn't say no, but all I have right now is the best at therapist perspective. So, Last of Us Joel and... Walking Dead. What's his name? Ooh.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Hello everybody. Unfortunately, Daily Dose of Internet is sick and his voice...
The pasta bites. Of course it bites. You bite into it and you feel good.
isn't doing very well. But he got a few YouTubers to help out with today's video.
This surfer was about to get swallowed by this giant...
Hey, I know this Australian. Red Eye, what are you doing? That's Aussie man? Oh, so you're not all the same people. No, you're all the same people. I'm gonna kill you now so you don't tell me a lie again. Boom. There, I killed the only Australian person. Hi, Aussie man.
Giant wave.
Wait,
When someone on a jet ski came to the rescue.
G'day. Spready? I say spready because of Aussie man. I'm not a big fan of Aussie man. He's too many chuds in his chat, but I used to be. He's not himself a chud, but I never saw this episode, by the way.
Espíritu Santo, amén. Y alabamos, Señor, y te bendecimos porque
This girl gave a priest a high five while he was giving her a blessing.
This person came home to visit her family for Christmas. Her family was afraid of catching the virus, so the entire house was sectioned off with plastic. The family even...
It wasn't 3 years ago, right?
Gave her an observation window, so that maybe she can feel included.
Aw, that's creepy and cute in equal measure.
These guys were pulled over by the police because they were speeding. They were completely sober and weren't under the influence of anything and could not stop laughing when the officer started talking to them.
Hey, sir. Hello, sir. How you doing?
Hi, do you know why I pulled you over today?
No clue, man. I'm sorry.
What's so funny?
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. They're both hilarious. They're both like laughing their heads off, but also kind of terrified.
You doing good?
No,
I would enjoy. You want to take it?
People don't normally think it's just funny when they get stopped by law enforcement.
No, this guy, he's just been laughing all day. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
This deer was stuck in a frozen lake, but these people were kind enough to move it off.
Oh. It's just vibing. It's a vibing deer.
You're welcome.
It looks like the police caught the Grinch this year up to no good.
Oh no, it's a Grinch. How will he learn a lesson now that he's going to have to fight in Shawshank style in a closet with a broom and shit? I could say that the Grinch fought a good fight.
And got a Zelda pot that shows a surprise inside when it breaks open.
Okay. What? Kitty. Aww. Stupid cat. That's not how blankets work.
This guy knows how to draw a perfect circle.
What? Okay, that's kind of creepy. I was expecting it to be a joke, but no, it's a perfect circle. What the fuck?
That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you
Oh, stupid animal.
guys again very, very soon.
Cool. Is that oh, what was his name? The one with the smile as his icon. He showed his face, everyone made fun of him, and then he left. Like, there was a lot of girls who found him super attractive, and he finally did a face reveal, and a few weeks ago he kind of was like, yeah, I'm gonna put my face back away because you guys are just making fun of me. Dream! Was that Dream? Sounded like Dream. Say it in the chat if he was Dream or not. Beer equates to pee. So let me think of something to watch. Now, an hour and a half and then we're over. Don't want to watch that. Already watched that. Already watched that. No one can explain this. Why?
This guy was lucky enough to find this in the dumpster.
Really know what you're going to find up here at this nursing home. Find me an autographed picture of Jesus Christ.
This guy was lucky.
Well, most likely alcohol was involved. Speaking of BRB. And yes, I will take my piss water to the place where I will piss. No, it will not be restocked afterwards. That's a Cobes thing. You know what? If Cobes has a new cooking video or a tasting video, I want to watch it after this. When I get back, I have an hour and a half to kill. So...
The body is
body
round.
is round. Why is the body round?
How many shots are left?
Good question, good sir. Let's see. Out of the Mickey Fins, thank you so much for whatever donations are there. 3. This much left equates probably to 2. First things first, let's just give a good old-fashioned cheers. Cheers. This is what's in the bottle. I know, with the whole sparkly shit, it becomes a little tricky to see, but... Give me a second. Oh. Out of the Mickey Fins, I'm going to be vague, and I'm going to say 2. Probably the last one won't be quite to the same level as the other. That's the Mickey Fins. I don't want to take the Absolute out because it's ice fucking cold, and that's the way I like it. It's one of those tiny bottles. Of that, 3 to 4 shots. So if we can't, let's be polite and say 3 shots. With that, 5. Let's just say 5. Thank you so much for the donation. You are really cutting into this pretty soon. Todd Howard will have his pound of flesh. Because he directly gets the money. Well, he doesn't directly get the money. But Steam will process the PayPal donation. It will take its share. Then, which I think will be like 15, if I remember right. Then, Bethesda will take their money, and out of that, Todd will probably get like 75 cents to $1. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, poor Todd Howard. Thousands, millions of people tossing him money, as well as a bonus for numerous things reached, as well as his base pay. So this is kind of a bonus on top of his bonus. So Todd will be alright. I actually feel kind of sorry for Todd. Todd is a bit of a liar, but he has to be a liar, right? His job is to lie. His job is to spin. And it's not his job to do this, that, the other. Every one of the games that he's ever been involved in, he's had a hand in. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you want to play Oblivion? Play the Hermaeus Mora. Not Hermaeus Mora. Clavicus Vile quest. He wrote that entire quest and voiced it too. Alright. Because there's enough shots left that I feel comfortable, I'm doing this once. If it's under 6, I will do a shot. If it's over 6, I will not. If it's 6, I won't roll again for another hour. I can only do this once. Back. Ooh, 6, 9. Yeah. Let us partake of another beer then. Oh, poor me. By the way, once again, partaking in Mickey Finn's. It's not very strong, although I am doing it in shots. It is, however, really nice. You know, Magicus said something to me a while back, maybe a year and a half ago, and it's 100% true. Like, why do you do shots with alcohol you don't like? And I thought, in all fairness, like, people would want me to want to see me drink alcohol I wouldn't like, for the sake of it, for the sort of morbid ha 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 sort of angle. But as it is, no, they want to see me drunk and make, you know, drunk decisions, which can be good or bad. My God, look at my shine. That's not me cutting through. That's not me cutting through. That is 100% just my baldness. Doing bald. See my eyes. The fucking meme from SpongeBob. What do I do? What do I do? You know, it's getting really noticeable. Smons make shop money. You do have shop money, but I'm not relying on it. After the beer is done, I will pour myself a realistic glass of spirits, whatever's left. Even if it's just one glass, I will partake. But if anyone donates during that time, I will knock it back. That's all I can do. And in the rare chance, like the very obscure chance that someone donates, honestly, probably you, at that particular moment where there's not enough alcohol left to really justify it, I will have an IOU, which will be next week. Because normally nowadays I'm trying for every other week to get wasted, rather than every week. So I'm okay with that. However, next week is the watch party. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a show. Honestly, one part in hope that you guys go and subscribe or resubscribe. I know somebody lost their subscription. I don't know who that is. I don't frankly care. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever the hell you feel is comfortable for you. But I would be crazy not to, right? Wait, only people who don't like you would want to shut you, not like... yeah, that was my mindset. Like, I was expecting people to, like, do a Mickey Richards or early Magicus and tell me to do, like, shots of terrible alcohol. It's funny, look at him struggle. It's like the shock collar that Egghead wears from time to time, you know? But then I was like, you guys don't give a fuck about that, so why should I? So I don't. And here we are. We did the Lebanese breakfast, but I'm curious because he said he did other countries too. So let's have a look at
rating breakfast around.
Yeah, let's have a look at his other countries that he's talking about. Trying Korean. I couldn't even pronounce that. What's that? Tteokbokki? Tteokbokki? I love it. Okay, cool.
Can you guess where this dish is from? Difficult.
That's not what that is.
I am making your favorite dishes around the world so I can find my ultimate favorite food. And today we're going to South Korea to try these squishy rice cakes drowned in spicy sauce called tteokbokki.
Those are rice cakes? They look like pasta. That looks like a put a bit of cheese on top, and that just looks like a pasta.
Probably not saying that right. Anyways, I start by making a very basic dashi, which is essentially a light fishy stock that's gonna be the base of our sauce. To this, I'm adding gochujang, which is this super duper flavorful fermented chili paste, some gochugaru, a glittery looking chili powder, some sugar, some soy sauce, and finally some freshly minced garlic, as all great foods in the world. I'm adding my rice cakes to this, and these things have an addictive texture once they're cooked. They will slowly absorb liquid.
I ended up being incredibly... Actually, there's no problem to say it. If you remember Caroline from earlier videos I did years ago, I met her by going on a date with her. And we hit it off at first, but we quickly realized there was no spark, there was no interest. And one of my major red flags was that she couldn't have garlic at all. Like, physically, she couldn't have garlic. And I was like, it was like taking air out of a balloon. I was like, oh. Because I couldn't cook for her. And I wanted to cook for her. I was, at the time, really getting into cooking for other people.
And soften up as the sauce around them becomes thicker and thicker. I'm also adding shredded cabbage and green onion for some extra textures in there and simmering until this rich sauce is formed. I'm not very good at making this look pretty, but trust me when I say this is one of my favorite dishes ever. It definitely gets a star from me. I am making your favorite dishes around the world so I can find my ultimate favorite food.
But I mean, if you can't eat it, you can't eat it, right? So I'm not going to hold it against her. That wasn't an insult to me. I've known people who have, like, been insulted because they couldn't eat their food because they were, Ooh, we should watch this. Fuck it.
Hey, get out of...
Because, they were, like, diabetic, for example. And they made a cake. And they were like, oh, you should eat the cake. You're like, I can't eat the cake. I'm diabetic. Obviously, they can't eat the cake. But the person was like, you don't like me, do you?
The frozen food section. That's what I'm telling you. We ain't buying no frozen food corn dogs, and we ain't going to the state fair neither. We're going to show you how to make your very own corn...
shit. Egghead doesn't, apparently. He has it ready to go anytime he's on Drunken Peasants.
Dog with a batter that is, you'll be wanting to batter up everything. Deep fried, golden brown, so crispy. Woo, come on, I'm getting the grease hot.
I don't get it. I should even try to use it myself. Anyone donate 20 or so, Egghead takes a shock.
Hey, thank y'all for stopping by the backyard and
corn dogs. You're all terrible people. Oh, you're all terrible, terrible. Hit me, daddy. I mean, what? I mean, whatever you want to donate. Donation from Cowboy Colton 69. Shock me, daddy. Oh, don't shock Egghead. Don't look at me like that. I know what I like. Then just say it.
What I'm talking about. You ain't got to wait for the state fair to come along. You ain't got to wait in line. You can make these
Actually, in all fairness, beg for it. Hell, they want that more. They want the idea to kind of like plead for it. I know what a sub's mind is all about. I'm a dom after all. I don't get why they want the particular act, but I know the habits they perform.
Stay away from the frozen food section too, because these are the best corn dogs you're ever going to have, and they so easy. So let's talk about that corn dog just a minute. Now, some German immigrants claim that they started this deal so many years ago down in Texas. They just didn't have a stick in what they was rolled in a little batter and fried. But then,
openly stated
seen them at the Minnesota State Fair. I think it was about 1927. What did they call them? Pronto pups. Yep, I don't know where. What are they called? Pronto pups. I don't know where my pups are. They may be taking a day off. This has been Americanized so many times, and people have changed the batter recipe, but a true corn dog to me is with a cornmeal base. So you can make them savory, you can make them sweet. Ooh, we got all kinds of ideals for you, so let's get started with some corn dog. Now you gotta have a good beef wiener. That's what I'm talking about, all beef. Now, I have used all different kinds, and this is the way I check mine right off the bat. Hey, Big, can you and Duke check these to see if these is actually good hot dogs? Oh, they'll work, folks. They're gonna be all right.
Look at the amount of dogs he doesn't have yet. He's only got 2 of them.
But make sure, I don't like to get them that are...
He ends up with like 7.
Over bun length, because first of all, they're hard to fit in your frying apparatus time you get a stick in them. So I really love to use some of them Eckrich jalapeno cheese. Ooh, they is so good if you can find them. But folks, this is all the little local grocery store had here today. So we're gonna lay us out about 6 of them, because that's about how many me and the Big and Duke can eat. I want you to dry them really, really well, because that's gonna help that batter stick to them. And then we just gonna let them set till we get all the rest of it good to go. And I done put me some flour and some cornmeal in there. So we're gonna add some garlic. Yep, you heard me right. You gotta have a little bit of garlic in there.
Always.
Now,
just in general.
A lot of people don't.
What was I saying a few minutes
ago? I like to put some baking powder in mine to sort of make that batter pop there when it goes.
This is clearly an older episode. Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah.
Goes to frying. So, whoa, where went something, Duke? I told y'all the breeze was blowing. There went something else. We're going to use about 3 tablespoons. But also, we're going to use about 3 tablespoons of brown sugar. Yep, you heard me right. Now, you can use white sugar or brown sugar, but I prefer brown sugar because it sort of gives them a better color too when they come out of there, sort of caramel coated. Dump all that in there. But before we go any further, I think I should tell y'all the recipe will be listed down there in the little link below. But sometimes folks are getting lost. Just go to the website and it'll be right there. You don't know it? www.kentrollins.com. Click over on the deal says recipes. Jillions of them will pop up. And while we're talking about State Fair,
jillions of them, not jillions of them, as I sometimes say, jillions, Gillian Andersons of them will pop up. Now, when I see Gillian Anderson in like a bikini or something like that, and I know that's out there. Doesn't need
we
to
got
be
a lot of
fan
other State Fair
art.
food that might go
I'm
with
sure
this.
She's
We got a
posing
churro
bikini.
video. Oh, so good. Some Indian tacos.
she's posing
So let's put a little of this in there.
What is that?
That is what you call Red River Ranch Original Seasoning. It goes in everything, even the bath water around here. Get her all stirred up well. Make sure that brown sugar is incorporated in there well, because it will try to clump up on you on occasion. Well, 1 Rooster Bullet Cackleberry Hun Fruit. I need you to put him in there. And if you got some of them farm fresh eggs, you money ahead right there, because them things is what's happening. A little bit of avocado oil, about 1 tablespoon. You can use vegetable oil, whatever you want. But this stuff is healthy and oh so good for you. And we're going to use 1 cup and 3/4 of buttermilk. Yes, we are, if I can find it.
Yes, we are.
There's 1. I'd say that was pretty close to 3/4. But guess what? Them bees wasn't working all summer just for nothing. Not to give part of the State Fair and the corn dog preparation. So what we gonna do? Yep, you seen it right here. You did. We're gonna add some honey.
See, Cobes?
This guy is unfucking believable.
Thank you so much, Flat Irish, for following over on Twitter. On Twitch. Very much appreciated.
In there, because Shan likes hers sweet. She does.
That
so
does not get you into the
now
watch
let's stir.
party. But it
Make sure
does.
all that gets stirred up well. And folks, we may have to add a little more buttermilk to this, or a little more cornmeal or flour, because remember, a lot of mine blowed away. But I'll show you the consistency that we're after here in a minute. Just make sure that you get that egg and everything beat up in there well. Time to bring the dry back over here. I like to make me a little old well in there.
Oh, well.
Then I just gonna pour it in there. Yep. Now I just want you to incorporate.
Time and age is starting to catch up with me as well as alcohol. But
ooh, we're awful close now. But did you think
I've
we was
only
going
got
to go
4
all
more
through an
hours to
episode
go.
and the
I
cowboy
can
wasn't
do
going
it.
to change something up and maybe spice
We
it up a
can
little?
do it.
I mean, we're talking about spicing up your whole life right here. What do we got? Whew. 1/4 of a cup of grated onion, and 1/4 of a cup of jalapeno. Now, the jalapeno is optional. Yes, it is. For you folks that be thinking, telling me,
shocking,
Cowboy Ken, I can't do that. It's too hot. I didn't even take the seeds out of these, folks. No, I did not. But you can see in here, Shan'll zoom in here. Look at that moisture that them onions created. Now, I don't need all that in there. So, bear with me while I go over here to the sink.
Drain them onions. I want to, but she keeps saying put a condom on. What do I do with this information?
But if you don't want to go that route too, you can always use you some red pepper flakes if you'd like a little heat. But I just like the flavor that this brings. One of my most favorite corn dog stories ever in the whole world is at Allsup's. When they first seen me one of them jalapeno cheese corn dogs. 3 o'clock in the morning, I was coming back from a cooking deal, had me 4 of them. They kept me awake rest of the way home, I'll promise you that. It is what I'd call pretty close to that. We may thin it just a little right before we...
Describe that consistency.
That consistency is what I'd call, that's going to stay on one of them hot dogs right there. It will. Now, we could roll them around in there, throw them over in a deep fryer, but we'd get that stuff all over our hands, you know. So let's...
A seldom talked about thing, but with Flat Irish Andy's following, we only need one more subscriber to hit, not subscriber, but follower, to hit the goal of 70. Which has been a stream goal for a long while, but that's over on Twitter.
Let's talk about the stick. You see me have one of these here Willer sticks, which this one was a elm, and since I don't went to all the trouble to get it, I'm going to use it, you can bet yourself for sure. Now I need for Shan to come over here and follow me because folks, this is something you got to check before you ever get started. Will this fit in your frying apparatus? See, you can see that's pretty close. So we're going to have to cheat this in a little. And speaking of frying apparatuses, whew, that is a pretty one. There it is. Just got it, I did. From the Good Field Company, 8-inch Dutch oven, come with a lid. And ooh, folks, what is better on some cast iron than deep frying? Now, I be using their skillets all the time, and they be sending this, and I'm thinking, what a perfect vessel to do a corn dog cooking. So we're going to make sure that all of them are going to fit. Now, you can get corn dog sticks at some of them Hobby Lobbies, places like that, but you're going to have to remember on your little apparatus you're cooking in, you may have to measure every time and make sure that they're going to fit. Now, I have even used some of these here. You know what? It is a giant toothpick. Yes, it is. We call it a skewer stick, like if you was going to put some of them shrimp on there. But folks, they don't hold up real well. So I'm going to go back to what I know works, and that is these or an elm stick. But always make sure that it'll fit in your fryer. Well, like I say, we could take them down in there and try to roll them around and get it all over our fingers, but nah. Look at there. I'm talking one of them tea drinking glasses, or you can use a pitcher, you can use a mayonnaise jar, but I don't know if I can get all that in there where the wind's...
Oh, so it's a light Cobes-esque portion right there. Just a little sprig of oil.
Now then, we can fully baptize the corn dogs on a stick because it's a whole lot easier to do this.
Look how he does that compared to how Cobes did his mozzarella stick. Look at that.
Something. When you just take them out of there like that, you see how sort of uneven all that is?
And we're going back to Cobes after this. I want to see some...
I want you to put her back in there and just give it a swirling motion as you're coming up and about. And folks, we're going to take this one directly to the fire.
Never not make my streamer. I was just going to say, this is the anti-Cobes method. Right? And I appreciate you not wanting your streamers to suffer. Sometimes people will pay for suffering. That's the content, right? Like it's penal. It's the NTR preference. I saw a streamer, a porn star that I follow, post up a video earlier today before I went live when I wanted a little bit of TLC, and she opened it with saying, "Hi, this was completely consensual, and I don't want people in the comments saying that you shouldn't do this and that and this and that." I'm like, okay, I can see where this is going. And skipped into it, and yeah, she's basically screaming to stop, and she's sobbing and all that shit. And I'm like, madam, you are a great actress. That is not what I want from you. I want you to want me. I don't want to rape somebody. That's a bad thing.
So if Shan wants to follow me...
And if you're waiting for a follow-up, there's no follow-up. It's literally one of the worst things you could do. There's like murder, rape, that includes stuff you do with kids. Both of those could play. You can murder a child. Wouldn't recommend it, but you can do it. And under the right circumstances, lie. Zoophilia counts as rape too, because animals can't consent.
Over, when you get her out of there, just pull her up, dip her off, set one...
The stream is on it. Yeah, no. She was welcome to it. She's 100% into it. That's okay. She was commissioned to do it with her partner, who was also the guy who's the camera guy. So it's the POV sort of shit. They were role playing. Not my thing. Just not.
Side of it in there just a minute to let it go ahead and start, and then you can drop the whole thing in there. We're using some good peanut oil today, frying at 350 degrees, and you want to keep that temperature there. But this is my favorite one. Come from the elm tree, it did. And it's so easy to maneuver because it's got more body on there. So we're just going to leave them right there, because I don't know, can I get more than one in there at a time? We are frying them till they get...
It's like the, on the concepts of like don't kink shame, I kind of am a little, because it is a red flag when somebody's into NTR or whatever. But more importantly, like, they're all consenting adults. They're okay. I am looking at you a little differently. I am. There's no other way around it. You did lose a little bit of respect if, like, you want to basically violate somebody. It's like when you hear people are like, oh yeah, the rich need to be overthrown. Hell yeah, by legal means. No, by a revolution, and then after we kill the men, I'll block you right now. I'm about to do that.
Golden brown, take about 3 minutes.
As I always say, it's shocking that they type so well with one hand.
To roll them around there, and you will have to roll them around, folks, just a tad, but you want to be gingerly careful with them, so they'll make sure that they brown evenly on all four corners and all the way around.
Looks like we might have a guest. Alright, I'm calling somebody right now. Give me a second. Hello? Hello? Okay, I guess I will wait until you respond or don't respond. That's up to you. We're calling in Irish guy Andy, who's been in the chat for a little bit. He's the one who recently just followed on Twitch. He asked to be on stream. I told him don't slur and don't be a cunt, but otherwise, you know. So now we just wait for him. Oh, I got a message. Hang on. Oh, you want to use video? Okay, cool. That's cool. You don't need to, but I saw his little video thing go around, so I can put you down the corner of the screen or something. Looks like we got some Discord shenanigans going on. Good thing I got not much going on. But yeah, no, if somebody's into like some crazy ass shit, that's cool if it's between two consenting adults. It is a, you know, to me anyway, it's a bit of a red flag. Like, there's some kinks that don't hurt anyone, like say cake farting. Who the fuck does cake farting hurt? It's really not my cup of tea. It actually twists my stomach and makes me feel ill. But you got a situation where somebody is turned on by it? Okay. It's like people getting turned on by metal or a flight of stairs. There are people who get turned on by a flight of stairs. It's fucking weird, but who are they hurting? But then you have people who are like into knife play or, you know, like I said, rape play and shit like that. It's not. It's a bit more grounded. Anyway.
Okay.
Oh, I hear music. I hear noise. Sorry. That's you? Irish guy, is that you?
I think it might be. Oh, I think this might be working.
Hello. Think it might as well.
I think it might be working.
Keep talking. I'll see if you could. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
How are my levels? 1, 2, 1, 2.
1 2 1 2. Indeed, good sir.
Mark number one. Isn't this a light of fan? Yeah, there we go. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
All this technology, dude, separating us. I can't believe what was going on. I don't know what was going on there, dude. I know. I'm drunk. I don't know how to work this shit. You know. That's.
I'm drunk and I do. What's your excuse again? Oh, alcohol.
I'm drunk and I don't. Yeah, I'm drunk and I don't.
Well, then remove the idea that you're drunk and ask yourself, could you do this when you were sober?
Probably not. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I didn't know if you're going through StreamYards or you're going through YouTube.
Oh no, Discord
yeah,
was
did
the
he call me
name
by
of it.
Discord? And I went, oh shit, no, Discord. Oh, I have a special key. I have the plus key assigned to talk on Discord. Because
Wait, you're not pushing to talk, are you?
Yeah, dude, I have to. No, it's not voice activated. I have to press the plus key to talk over Roger, over Kit Kat Tango.
Oh Jesus Christ! Are you hauling shit from fucking Colorado to like fucking Des Moines? Like what's going on with this Waco over shit? Like why?
I don't know. It's just like, dude, you're so young. You're in your 30s.
Yeah.
You never knew the CB revolution of North Dublin in the 1980s. You never knew it.
I knew of it. I knew that ham radio was a big thing in the 80s.
No, not ham radio. You need a license for ham radio.
Oh.
You need to do Morse code. You know, dip, dip, dab, dab. No, CB.
I used to know how to do SOS thanks to Scouts. I was a scout for a little bit.
Everyone in North County Dublin had a CB radio in their shit box in the 1980s, including my dad. All had CB radios. It was incredible. You know, Smoking the Bandit, big film, and they were illegal in Ireland at the time, but nobody gave a shit, you know. But we all had CB radios, so... Hang on, what am I talking about CB radios? Sorry. Anyway, go on.
No, I found that interesting because when I had Mango Jones on for 3 Drinks Minimum last month, she said that she found it fascinating that I had a radio that could pick up the airplanes as they came to land at Dublin Airport when I lived in Swords. You know, the whole sort of like, we're approaching Dublin Airport, please put your trays in the overhead position and shit like that. I had a little tiny like boxy radio that could do that. And people in Swords used to say, yeah, sure, but never people in River Valley, because River Valley was built in it was built from scratch. There's no natural side to River Valley. River Valley was a collection of fields owned by the same people who own all the horses up there by Airside, like for the longest time. And then after a colossal buyout...
Dude, where are you going with this?
I'm going with this in the sense that I remember, just as you probably thought the craze for the CB radio was dying off, I would have gotten hints of it growing up in Dublin. Like up to 92, there would have been hints of it here and there. So, like... It wasn't like such an alien idea for me. It was more of an abstract idea for me.
I lived through it, dude. I was that soldier. I was in right. So you imagine it's 82. Everyone's got CB radios. Now they've all watched Smokey and the Bandit, but they've all got the CB lingo, but they're doing it in the North Dublin accent. You know, breaker on 111, breaker on 111.
Breaker 111. You got any smokes on you?
It was weird. It was weird.
John Player, fine for £1.
Yeah, it was that. Like I was only relatively young at the time, 13, you know.
Yeah.
And I sounded like being 13. I sounded like a girl.
Oh, I have to ask an important question. Were you a part of the first generation Fibbers crowd after it opened?
Fibber McGee?
Yeah, up there on the north side, up on the north end of Collins Street.
No, I've heard about it. I wasn't into that.
Really?
Is that like folk music and diddly idols?
Oh no, it's proper. It was proper metal. It was rock. It was where the Goths congregated.
No. I was before that. There was another place, McGonagall's.
Oh, I know of McGonagall's.
Off Grafton Street. Where was the place? The pub just where the yeah, I know that place. Downstairs.
Yes, the statue of the guy at the front of it. Yes.
Downstairs wasn't McDonald's.
I've streamed out of it. What the fuck am I not remembering the name for?
Dude, I've vomited out of it. Fuck you.
Oh, I got kicked out of it for pissing myself one time.
That's shameful. That's shameful. No.
Always shameful. I was not proud of it. I'm just.
Was it McGonagall? No, it wasn't McGonagall.
It wasn't McGoggles. No.
Okay, so there was two levels on it. This is back in 91. So 91 was the kind of trendy place where trendy people. But the basement was where all the rockers went. Oh God, this will come to me.
I've got it here on Google. Phil Liddett, statues, Dubliners, outside of Brussels.
Brussels.
Yeah.
My man.
Oh, are you watching? Are you watching the share on Discord?
Yeah, I'm seeing this little video.
Yeah.
Summit Hout, the other place, the rocker place was the Summit Hout. So between Brussels with the X's and Summit Hout, that's where we went in the 90s. Or sorry, not the 90s, the mid 80s. Jesus Christ, I'm so fucking old.
Fibbers in the 90s went through 3 different stages. I saw it near the end of the second stage. Apparently the first stage was called the wooden stage and the second one was called the wet stage. And until it took me years later to realise why it was called it. It was because there was always these strange pools of liquid everywhere. The place was falling apart downstairs for years after years. And it was always full of I'm talking about like proper goth trash metal shit. Oh, also don't forget Gypsy Rose as well. That was also another good one there.
Way after my time, dude. Way after my time.
When did you stop heading into Dublin to go wild?
Well, I didn't. I mean, I played in a band. We support. This is a funny thing. I'm gonna rewind back. All this kind of eulogy. Is it the word? But Christy Dignan. We supported him when he left Aslan. He was.
I missed him. He died a few days ago. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, he was with a guy called Conor McGough, who was.
I met him twice. Lovely man.
We support him. I have other things to say about that dude. But he was kicked out of Aslan. He was playing with Conor McGough. Conor McGough was part of the Kildare Goths, who were the auctioneers, the racehorse guys. Rich kid. And he was playing the Terrors in Ballymun. We were supporting him in the Terrors and the Bagging End. I found Christy to be a very, very odd guy.
He was a junkie. There's no other way around it.
Oh, yeah, okay. There's not that, but he was just odd. He was. I didn't take to the guy, and I worked with him, and people eulogize him. They
Oh no, I know.
What's the word? Hagiography? Is that
Yeah, they'll hide his flaws and praises his strengths, and I don't like doing that. I didn't do it to my own dad. Like I'll point out my dad's flaws, and he's long dead. But like every time I met him, he was lovely. But I mean, the first time I saw him, he didn't look that healthy. The second time I saw him, he looked like a fucking ghoul. Like he was dying, and that was his life choices he was making. Like already, like I'm making a judgment call on him. Like so.
We were playing in a band called Big in a Small Town, right? And we were supporting Dignan McGough in the gigs he was doing with Conor McGough in the Baggett and the Terrors. And our guitar player was a guy from America who was great. He's a fantastic guitar player, but he was a thalidomide kid, like born in '65. And his hands were kind of deformed, he had like 3 fingers in one hand, and first thing Christy saw this, and he went, what the we were in the dressing room in the Ballymun Terrace, and Christy comes up and he sees my mate, and goes, what the fuck's wrong with your hands? And we were like, oh Jesus, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's a weird thing to say to somebody right off the bat.
Off the fucking bat, didn't say, hi, my name's Christy, whatever. He goes, what the fuck's wrong with your hands, dude?
Was he on something at the time, or was he stone cold sober?
He was never. He always said he was always using.
Yeah, he was either drinking or he was high as a fuck.
Always using the gear.
Yeah.
But he was great showman. I have to say that.
Mm.
He, people loved him and all that. But I was talking to my dad. Remember, I was telling him about my 83-year-old dad. I was talking to him the other day, and my dad said to me, "What you think about Dave Fanning?" Talking about him. And I said, "Yeah, absolutely fucking true. He shot himself in the foot." So he went on the Late Late Show, talked about having a conviction for drugs, which stopped him from getting into the States. He just fucked up Aslan completely. He was a mess. He was a mess.
Aslan always feel like a band that should have done much better.
I'll tell you a band that should have done much better, and this is going back even prior to my day. The old 1970s, U2 versus Paul Cleary and the Blades. Down Market. Holy shit. At the time, we thought Paul Cleary and the Blades were the ones to make it. U2 were a fucking joke. They were just like leaping around.
Hell, I remember my ma said like she saw Bono and The Edge like just fucking like playing their piece like outside of that music store down the Keys. Yeah.
Used to play Dandelion Market in '77. They were
the outside and like she didn't think much of them, and eventually they made a crowd, and eventually that crowd
to show you. And Paul Cleary and the Blades were like the Irish version of the Jam. They were so fucking tight. They're great. I don't know if you ever, cue this one. Get a piece of paper. Write the knowledge of the elder generation down. Down Market by the Blades. Watch that. That is such a fucking amazing song. And that's where they were at. They were writing that song, that kind of song in '79. And everyone had their eye on the Blades, and Paul Cleary was going to be the guy to make it. But U2, no, for some reason.
U2, I think U2 really had the great timing as well. The 90s, the 80s obviously, the late 80s is when they hit off. But the 90s is where they kind of like, where they really cut their shit.
I remember
when they made their money.
No. Yeah, no. They made their money in the 80s after Rattling Home. Rattling Home was the big thing. 86, I was a 16-year-old kid. Rattling Home was the fucking album to hear. And I remember walking down the coast in Baldoyle with Rattling Home on my Walkman going, this is fucking good. I don't like U2 normally, but this is a next level shit.
I've got a vague connection to The Edge.
I have to tell you my Edge story.
Please do.
So
I'll tell you mine after you tell me yours.
I'll show you mine if I was sure you show me yours.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll whip out our edges on each other, huh? You first, big boy.
So, big boy, I was in Dunleary Market in '88. Dunleary had a huge market, and it was really good. There's an old warehouse, and my parents used to go out there every Sunday, like '86, '87, and it was just like, it was all kind of bric-a-brac and shit like that, So I'm walking through this place and I see this guy, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I know him. Why do I know him? Just give him the nod. You know the way Irish people give each other the nod?
Of course.
There's your man.
About 3 today.
There's your man with the head,
That's yourself.
Not yourself. It's the fucking Edge from U2. Oh, Jesus, I can't believe I did that.
I did that to Dylan Moran in Grafton Street.
Oh man, was he so
he was with his family too. They were eyeing up a guy in a giant leprechaun outfit because it was heading up to St. Patrick's Day, and my missus at the time was like really trying to notice him, and I was like, yeah, don't make such a big deal about it. Because we were literally eye to eye, and eventually Dylan just stared at me, wondering why this woman was like making all these weird gestures towards him, and all I could do was like, That was it. So he could
man, dude.
I just watched him in Vicar Street that night prior.
There's nothing worse. I actually did that to Brian Cowan. I was walking down
nice.
Kildare Street, and see this big fat guy, and went, and I'm just about to do the not know. Oh shit, it's Brian Cowan. And I did save myself from a lot of embarrassment, but. Yeah, The Edge, I did that. But in fairness now, he did nod back to me,
Amen to that.
Oh, Jesus, man. Amen to that.
My ma looked after his dad in the final few years of his life. Via a series of convoluted situations, she befriended the minder of the Edge's dad, and she needed help from time to time, and eventually she just looked after him, and sometimes she'd meet him, and once or twice I'd see him just kind of look out of the window as I'd be in the car, as she'd be getting into the car, and I'd just be like, oh, so there he is. And then he'd look back and just wave at us, and that was my Edge story. It's nothing. It's nothing. I have not a 6 degree, but a 2 degree of separation.
Look, it's Ireland. It's not even a 5th degree. Everyone has a 3rd degree.
Right? Oh, it's why I was shocked by you were so shocked that you met an Irish person. You go to Mongolia and you'll find an Irish person.
Yeah, you will. It's like what's that? Oh, is it Dara Breen who does the thing about Ireland? We just go in somewhere and we just invest. We don't, as a nation, we weren't like the Brits. We didn't invade. We just invest. We just go,
we're kind of like the rats on the ship. When the ship pulls into dock, the rats come out, and we're kind of like the rats.
It's very funny. He's like, Jesus, we're only gonna be here for a weekend. Oh yeah. And then 25 people come out of the fucking bedsit.
Yeah, they end up, and they're no matter how fucking integrated they are to the local society, they're still Irish. They're still they're proud of it.
Well, we are because I'm very proud of how we do act. I was telling you, I went to North Africa back in '94. And
what country?
Morocco.
Oh, nice. I've been to Tunisia a few times. Never been to Morocco.
Oh, it's fucking horrific. It was fucking horrific. So we were there, right? And Irish people typically abroad, Brits will go to the chip and eggs fucking cafe.
They build them if they don't have them. They'll construct their own fucking fart factories. What the fuck? Especially in Lanzarote. Those poor Spanish people. My God.
And 6 a.m. the Germans will be out with the fucking bath towels.
A true stereotype. I've never seen a stereotype true.
At 6 a.m. the Irish will be rolling around with the fucking headed doom.
We'll still, if you're in your 20s, you'll still be out in your 20s.
Yes. Yeah? So I was out. We met up. There's a few other Irish crowds around, and there's typical tourist traps or whatever. But I ran into this Irish guy. Said, "Oh, you have to check this place out. What's going on? Oh, this place. You have to do the secret knock. What's that the haircut thing? $5. Classic police knock.
Yeah.
So we did that. We went down to this place in Morocco, and far off the beaten track, and we went down and we did the fucking secret knock on the door. The slit goes down. Ilonde! Aye, good. Door opens. In barrels about 10 Irish fucking drunk guys. And typically the average Moroccan will. It was a belly dancing club, but nothing too seedy. It wasn't like a fucking bird or anything like that. It was just bad.
It was a striptease.
No, it wasn't even a striptease. It was just nothing too crazy. Load of old Moroccan guys.
I've been to Turkey. I've been to a few places like that.
But the locals would sit on a bottle of Budweiser for 3 hours. So in rolls 20 Irish guys, and the bar owner is looking at us going, "My pension is now made. I can now retire because we're just putting money in them," and it's just great. And the buzz was so good. We were talking with the locals, and doing they had restricted English and whatever, but it was such an interesting thing because very culturally together we are. Because I remember going to bed that night and waking up much later, and I thought I heard a Cayley band coming down the road. It wasn't. It was a North African band of street musicians, but it sounded so much like Irish music. I was astounded. It sounded so much like Irish music, the timing and everything.
Not quite uilleann pipes, but more.
More the time signature.
Yeah.
It was more 6/8, more 7/8. Very, very same same kind of skippy time signature. And I thought, holy shit, that is very strange. And do you know what the weird thing is? I did that DNA test.
You said that you had Middle Eastern
2%,
going on there.
2% Middle Eastern. Apparently, that's not uncommon. Any Irish person that does it, most of them will have 2% Middle Eastern because that's where their genes came from.
I wouldn't, because my ancestry is more Central Europe and Slavic and Jewish. Yeah, you see, I'm a mongrel.
You said to me your original surname from your family is Swords, which sounds...
Oh, yeah, well, it's Payne and Percival, so...
Payne and Percival, which
so,
is
yeah, I'm a tan, but also I'm a Jew, so I'm kind of like... I'm kind of all over the place there, but also I'm a proper... I'm a Jew. And what are you gonna do about that information? Seriously, the only time I've ever been, like, actually anti-Semitized was here in Leitrim Village. One guy heard that I had Jewish blood in me, and he, like, backed off like I had the plague. And everyone mocked and shamed him. Oh my god. He came to me the next night and apologized and didn't realize how much of a fucking foolish attitude it was. So everyone ended up looking okay. But my god, that was a strange experience to me.
Well, the weird thing is, like, I had a couple of Jewish friends in Dublin who were the last of the Jewish generation. And they went to, I was going to say Canada. No, Canada.
No, I've always liked Canada myself. Like, Canada represents what Canada is, you know?
I tell you one thing, dude. Canada, I was sleepless one night. And you know the way you have this app on the iPhone, listen to radio stations around the world. Catholic radio station from Belgium. And they were doing the, okay, I was raised Catholic, but I'm not into it, but they were doing the rosary in Flemish. And it was a Belgian...
Probably Wallonian, actually, in that case, because Flemish people...
No, it wasn't Wallonian. Wallonian is French. This is Flemish. This was in Dutch. And they were doing Hail Mary in Flemish. And it was like, Heilige Maria, de Heer is met u. Vol van Canada. Full of grace. Full of grace.
Full of Christ to Canada, was that it?
Yeah, Vol van Canada.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, my last girlfriend was a fluent German speaker. We had her on stream a few times, and she's actually Irish. Like, she was raised in Ireland, raised in Meath, I do believe, and in like a very hardcore like Christian school, Catholic school. But she would say stuff like, "The Dutch speak a bastardized," or like, she would say this word, retarded form of German. And I'd be like, well, you mean like a different form of German? And she'd look at me and go, I know what the words mean. I've lived them my whole life. Retarded form of German. I'm like, that's your opinion there, honey, not mine. Like,
oh my gosh.
Yeah. What a fucking elitist what a Prussian glory. Let's march in single file in Verdun bullshit is that?
That's some America shit.
Yes. Oh my god. Right? Like, because
you don't remember. Okay, let's wind back.
Hi, Shabisky, by the way. Shabisky's in the chat.
Hello, Shabisky. RTE Radio. RTE Radio. Do you remember Mike Murphy?
Yes.
Mike Murphy used to have a radio show early morning on RTE, and he'd play Erica every fucking day. I swear to God, my mum used to turn it up, and he said, "This is just to wake you up." And it's like, Erica, Erica. He played it every day.
March and goose step all the way to Stalingrad, like hard pass. You did not ask what Uncle Heinz was doing between 1939 and 1945. Yeah, we did not ask those sorts of questions.
He was making maps.
He was in Switzerland the whole time. We were yodeling. Oh, by the way, did you see Tuberty? Because I'm talking to another Irish person, I just saw a bunch of RTE stuff.
Tuberty admitted that he was taking tons of bribes.
Oh, look at my shocked face.
I know, right?
Look at my shocked face.
If I'm right, it was like 100,000 more than he was meant to be getting.
Dude, we had a storm out here in Meath about a month ago, and I had a big terrestrial aerial in the house, and it fell down and it was drooping over the roof, and I went, shit, I better get rid of that. You know, it wasn't. Let's try and reinstall this because I want to see no, just get rid of that shit. The next step is I'm going to get rid of the Sky Dish. I'm going to get rid of anything that can receive television because I'm not
if you want to watch something on TV, you find it online. That's it. That's where it is now. There is no more TV.
It is. The only reason, like my girlfriend is from America. She comes over and she likes watching rubbish UK television from free.
Like BBC 4, like the fucking costume dramas.
Oh, not even that. What's the thing? The Tipping Point. She loves the Tipping Point.
Oh well, you know what? I've been, you know, the Flowing Tide in Abbey Street. I watched the Tipping Point and I watched the Chase.
Man.
Oh, I've had some memories. I almost got roofied in the Tipping Point at one point.
We used to play the Tipping Point every Thursday. Or sorry.
The Flowing Tide. Yeah.
In the basement. Yeah.
I didn't. I never actually been into the basement. It was always on the upper level that I've been in because I'm always waiting for the bus to take me home. Like, because I'm from Swords. The 41C used to go right up there by the Life Centre. You know.
Or you're across to the Gay Theatre and like you see experiments.
Oh my! I don't know where I'm going with my career right now. All I know is that I want to act and I want you to eat my ass. Wait, what? Let me pour you another drink. That's how a conversation of my night went one time on the Flowing Tide.
In that order.
Oh, she wanted what she fucking wanted. I would have given it too, but then she vanished like the fuck. I went to the toilet, I came back and she was gone. I hope that her ass got ate. Like, she wanted what she wanted, like.
Dude, I briefly acted. Sorry, I briefly dated an actor from First City. Nutty is a phone.
Oh, I used to know an extra from in the Flowing Tide. Oh god. When you remember the Tudors?
I do remember the Tudors.
Yeah, Open Swords. I knew two guys who were extras in the Tudors back in the day. But go on. Fair City.
Where's the segue into the crazy woman I boned?
Just describe it. We've already established it. The establishment is already made. Go for it, man.
Typical actress, you know. Eating disorder. You know, really weird.
Did you meet her in the Tide, or did you meet her elsewhere?
No, I met her elsewhere. We used to play there on Thursdays as a band. The band was Benjamin Franklin, and like this has gone back to the 80s before you were even born.
I'm 88 myself, so
before you were
context.
even a naughty thought in the Milkman's Eye. We used to play there, and it was fun, but it's different. I don't know. It's just different now.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say you go after a show night in the Tide, you will find the exact same vibe. But every other day of the week, yes, it is different. The shit has changed. Hell, there's a Weatherspoons, only a few walks up from it.
Well,
God.
That makes me never want to go to Dublin again.
Yeah, the Silver Penny. Oh my God. There's like the Silver Penny, by the way, is where I go when I'm poor and I want to get shit faced because it's the cheapest pint in Dublin. You can't compete. You cannot compete. But there's no style, there's no class. You go there to get shit-faced, stare at a camera, or stare at your phone, maybe have a conversation with some fucking Korean tourists, and then, you know, go back and realize that you wasted more money than you could have saved for something more positive. Right? Like, it's a waste of an evening, honestly.
Speaking of travel videos, dude, I was just shocked. I watched. You know, I'm not gonna. I wasn't obsessing, right? I picked your first 10 videos, and I picked your last 10 videos.
There is no balance, no regulation, no consistency. I am who I am. Go on.
So it was interesting because if I want to get an idea of somebody, I'll pick their first and I'll pick their last, just to see where they came from, where they're going. And your videos are very interesting. You've got a really interesting energy about you.
A low energy, if you will.
Not a low energy, not low energy, not low at all. You describe it as low, I don't think so. Very interesting watching the St. Patrick's Day parade.
Which one?
I watched the one where you went out with the American girl, and then the one where she was prepping you with the beard and shit.
Wait, which one was that specifically? Because that does not narrow it down.
No, there's two of them. There's one where you went out, right? And you're watching the parade, and then there's the one. It was like a pre version of that where she was spraying you with the green dye.
Oh no, that was the German girl. That was that was lady.
German.
Yes,
German.
She's up in Drumshambo.
She's not fucking German.
She is fucking. That's what I was saying to her.
I was trying to work out her accent. I was going. She sounds a bit Irish sometimes.
She is aggressively Irish. She is, like I said, she was raised in an Irish Catholic school, and she told me some horror stories. And she was also shocked to find that, like, outside of schools and shit like that, Irish people have a different way of thinking. Yeah, of course we fucking do. You're the ones who wanted to get fucking lashed to the Catholic Church, not us. Like,
that's interesting. I thought she was. I thought she was very soft spoken. Soft spoken. That's why I didn't attribute her to being American, because they normally are.
Well, she's, like I said, she's not American. She's Irish and she's German. And I met her mother numerous times. Her mother is aggressively, like, she is Guten Tag, like, she is hardcore German. Never met the dad because the dad passed before I met. But
you've never gone into the Dutch strudel house.
No, I've actually never been to Amsterdam and never been to Holland.
No, in Dublin, just opposite Christchurch.
No, last time I was at Christchurch was at a funeral. So, and you know what? It was a funeral that what's his name? Gobshite Punches, not a very nice person but famous. MMA fighter, Irish.
Conor McFuckface.
Conor McFuckface. Yeah, I met him numerous times, and I have a connection to him. And he was to show up at the funeral. He never did. He was, like, related to the person, and he said he'd be there, and he never did.
So, winding the ship back, there's a Dutch cafe opposite Christchurch Cathedral, and it's run by a crazy Dutch woman, and she speaks in German. She doesn't even speak English. And it's lovely. You get lovely strudel, you get coffee. Oh my god, it's amazing. Because my girlfriend is Mongol, bit of Irish, bit of German, bit of Polish, and she loves going.
Also tough.
No, she's not a Jew.
Doesn't need to. I'm not really a Jew either, but I fucking love saying that word. It's a good word.
I love Yiddish. Yiddish is so expressive.
Yiddish is great. L'chaim.
L'chaim.
To life. Fucking men, brother.
No. When you say l'chaim, you have to say it like you're gonna fucking hawk up a loogie. L'chaim.
He died. Like, the guy from Fiddler on the Roof died either last year or early this year.
What was his name?
Big beard. If I was a rich man.
What was his name? I don't know. Who cares?
I can check.
Who cares? He's dead. Look at Boogie Baby. He's dead. I'm thinking of the guy from Oliver, which he wasn't.
By the way, you know Oliver Twist, the movie?
Yes, I do.
My ma actually was going to be one of the dancing girls holding the bags, the little satchels of bouquets when they were in the really fancy part of London for that scene of the movie. And then her dad died, and they had to move back here to Ireland, and here we are. That's how that's how I'm Irish and not English.
Yeah, no, I'm named after Mark Lester, actually. Apparently, I was talking to my dad last night, you know. I was conceived after they watched Oliver. And they fucked, and my mum said, if you have a kid, he called Mark.
Chaim Topol? Is that it? Yes, he died, March. Yep.
Oh,
Chaim Topol.
It's not Chaim, it's Chaim. It's like...
Chaim. Chaim Topol.
Who's the guy out of Kiss? Gene Simmons. His real name is Chaim. That's how you
I imagine his SAG card would have not been happy with him if he'd have kept his original Jewish, especially when he'd done Gene Simmons. Christ, they would have been like, yeah, no, your name is John Smith now. Oh, is this Ellis Island? It might as well be. Next. You know, like.
That's why I love freaking out Star Trek fans, because, you know, two guys, Captain Kirk and, you know, they were Jewish. They were Jewish. And not only were they Jewish.
William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah, Leonard Nimoy was Boston Orthodox. Shatner was Canadian Orthodox.
One of the best stories I ever heard was from about Leonard Nimoy was from William Shatner. He said in 1945, William Shatner was Leonard Nimoy was going to school. This is from William, by the way, and he was getting rocks thrown at him by a bunch of skinheads, like a bunch of, well, after 1945. Neo-Nazis. They weren't Nazis. They were no longer Nazis. They were neo-Nazis, the next generation of Nazis. What did Leonard do? It might not have been very Jewish of him, but he crossed the street, took the rocks, and started caving in the kids' skulls. He hit the first one, and the other three ran.
You know the whole "Live Long and Prosper," the kind of V sign.
Yeah.
That's a sign they make during
World War II. The V.
No. You're thinking the V,
the Churchill thing.
I'm talking about the other thing where they take the two fingers and separate them. That's
when you go down a girl, or
oh, Jesus, dude.
Oh, for God's sake, don't be that shocked.
Oh man.
Hey, this guy like this, and you think of England.
No, seriously. Live long and prosper, Star Trek. You know what he does? He gets his two fingers.
Yeah, he gets his two fingers across and say "Live long and prosper."
That's actually a sign they make in the Jewish temple. And if you ever read James Joyce's Ulysses, where he's talking about it, and in the film of Ulysses, they make the V sign like that.
I had a copy of Ulysses, but I never actually watched the movie.
It took me 5 years to read that shit, and don't.
It's not an easy read, is it?
But it's a lovely read.
It is. I love every once in a while I'd come back to it and read a little bit more of it. And you know what else? Like, I know what I'm gonna say. It is a great story, especially for the people who want to recreate it and go across Dublin and shit like that. But you know what? Sometimes it's a little too flowery. It doesn't need to be that flowery. It wants to be important, and it doesn't need to, because the themes are important enough to stand on its own. But then he throws in all this extra stuff to it about who am I? Where am I going in life? Who is this person? Why does this person during a thunderstorm have a fucking gun? There's a lot of things going on in that book, but
you have to understand that he devoted 3 pages to Leopold Bloom having this shit. What he was thinking about when he said shit. Nobody had ever done that before. It was fucking revolutionary.
Yeah, context is key.
Lost their fucking mind, and it was real life, and
it's why I think it was Dickens was the first modern day, quote unquote modern day writer to ever talk about having a miscarriage, and they show it in the movie. And I know this because I watched a fucking movie, and afterwards I'm like, why did they obsess? Oh, he actually had the balls at the time to talk about, yeah, so my wife had a miscarriage, I'm going to put it into a story about another couple and change the names, but everyone knows this about me. Which was a major issue on his part.
Incredible. Incredible, you know, and, you know, I know a lot of people aren't into Joyce. They seem as this kind of author on a fucking...
Was Joyce the one who was into cuckoldry? I remember one of them was in. It wasn't. It wasn't. No. The reason I bring that up is because I remember who was the one who went to Italy? Who was the one who went to Italy?
Oh, you're thinking of Nietzsche?
No, he was Irish. There was an Irish writer who went to Italy, and he liked to watch from a little fucking cubby while his wife got plowed.
You got me there.
I remember watching a documentary about it, and I keep thinking, well, it wouldn't have been, fucking, I keep thinking Oliver. No, not Oliver. Oscar Wilde. It wouldn't have been Oscar Wilde, because Oscar would have owned up to that shit.
I think I know what you're on about. It could have been Brendan Bean. Now, he was bi, and very weird. Could have been Bean. I don't know. Well,
this stuff wouldn't have been at most up to World War One. Anything afterwards, no. So it would have been the time from the end of the Napoleonic War up to World War One. Irish literature. There's a good chunk. This is when our people really fucking pen to paper. Like, we really made ourselves known. And there was this one motherfucker who... You know what? Why am I asking when I can just find out myself, right? Like this, we have access to more information than any other point in history. Let's find out.
Let's ask ChatGPT.
You are the one who likes to watch everybody have sex with your ear. Wait, what? Let me type that in again. No, your ear. You know you like it. You dirty earlobe. Oh God, they got me down to a T, haven't they? Irish author
this would be interesting.
Into
that's my good question. Cuckoldry.
Oh fuck it. 25 books by Irish authors you should read. Cuckoldry is blanked out.
No, I mean Joyce was into cuckoldry.
Ah, there we go. Was he the one who went to Italy?
Yes, he went to Trieste.
There we go. That's the one I was thinking. Yeah, so it was Joyce was the one.
The circle.
Yes.
The circle completes itself. Good Lord.
Yeah, but more power to him, so long as it was all consensual, right? Like, I'm not into that shit myself, but like, if everyone's agreeing with it, okay, it's not hurting anyone. I think it's a bit fucking weird.
It's a bit meta gay. It's a bit meta homosexual.
It is, and it's also, you know what? When you bring race into it, it becomes really fucking weird. Like, it becomes a point. Yeah. When you bring race into it, like yeah. Like, you're like, oh, okay, so you hate yourself for that.
So come here. Jeff. What we need to do, right?
Yeah.
If we ever decide to collab, you and I, we need. I have the perfect name for our podcast.
Oh, another podcast. That's what I need right now.
I was thinking about it.
I'm working on a sci-fi one right now.
You can have the money. I can have the glory. Okay.
All right, that's already gonna interest me. Keep talking.
Drum roll. Here we go. The big bearded baldy bowsies.
Too long. Shorten it by a third.
The big balded bowsies.
Not terrible.
Big
I've heard better.
Bowsies.
BBB. Hi, BBB in the chat. You see, it would cause problems. You know?
I love the word bowsies,
I love the word bowsies too. Bowsies is a seldom spoken of word.
So
I was
don't
thinking
know-
like Gestalt a few days ago, and like no one talks about the word Gestalt anymore, right?
Nobody. I love Gestalt. I love Gestalt therapy.
You have to say it with a
I'm very
hardcore
friends with an Irish band called Pugwash, right?
I've actually, I think I've heard. Well, maybe not from you either.
No.
No, I've heard it from my ears, so I couldn't have heard it because it's the first time I've heard your voice.
So,
I think I know Pugwash.
So Pugwash are very into an English band called XCC. Now XCC have an alternative band that they call the Dukes of Stratosphere, who are like a psychedelic band. And I was saying to the main guys I knew in Pugwash, like, you're doing all this great music, but do an alternative version of the Dubliners, because they were big, they were fat, they were bearded, called the Big Bearded Bowsies, and do piss takes of Dubliner songs.
Some people would argue that if you're doing piss takes of Dubliner songs, you're making fun of the Dubliners, which is stupid. But people will do
they
it.
make fun of themselves. I mean, it was a genre, you know, like the folk music scene in Dublin.
Hell, I used to drink at Eamon Doran's back when it was called Eamon Doran's, the fucking steakhouse. What the fucking shite is that?
And if you listen to the Dubliners' Seven Drunken Nights, they're taking the piss out of themselves, you know.
Of course.
You know, there's so much you can do with it. There's so much you can do with it, you
Ooh.
know.
What's your stance on the Foggy Dew?
Foggy Dew was just over the road from the place, the Flowing Tide. We used to.
I know the the Flowing Tide's up in Abbey Street. The Foggy Dew is all the way down by Central Bank.
Oh Jesus, that was like 3 fucking miles away. No.
Yeah, like what? The reason I bring up is because of the Bionic Rats. Ska. What's your stance on ska?
Ska, I loved it. So growing up in the 80s, we were all kind of a little bit older for that music, okay? So ska happened around 77, 79. We kind of matured.
Oh, it didn't bounce off until the early 80s.
And there's a group of my friends, right? We all like different types of music. And all my friends were into kind of cool music like ska and reggae. Now, I was the fucking guy who liked progressive music, like Yes, Genesis, and Pink Floyd. Nobody wanted to listen to my
And you were in the right, too, because they were the ones that set the tone for the 80s.
But it was kind of funny. Like, we're all good friends now. We actually set up a pirate radio station in the 80s, but...
Back when that fucking meant anything.
Yeah, exactly. But it was funny because nobody wanted... I was into their shit, but nobody's ever into my shit, and I felt like the kind of, idiot son in the family, you know. But I loved Genesis, I loved Yes, I loved Pink Floyd, and some of them only get into it now, but it was all good shit to me back in the day.
I have a soft spot for those 70s era bands that try to tell stories via music. Like the ones that Spinal Tap spoofed. You know, or if you ever watch F is for Family. You know, like, we are in a glen. Doodaloo. We are the truth givers. I kind of respect that because they were not just trying something new. They were trying to create a fucking mythos. And yet everyone of a certain era fucking loves the rock operas that had like the light scanning shit that would tell a story, like Mr. Roboto. Like everyone remembers Domo Emagato, Mr. Roboto, but that's a part of a fucking opera. Yeah, that's a part like that has like 7 different fucking segments with Domo, Domo.
I am the modern man.
Oh, by the way,
in Japan.
what's his name? Automatic Man. Automatic 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, I fucking love that song because the guy is so goddamn it in the closet. Like this is an unspoken of. I don't know if gay people take this for value, but like this is literally a gay album. Like this is a gay song, but also it's. Michael Santano. He was on the keyboard. Huge beard, bare as bare can be. Like, he is aggressively gay. This guy also worked on, if I remember right, like, he worked on a bunch of 70s and 80s songs that we kind of like this. I think maybe he helped with Yes at one point, but as in like owner of a lonely heart. But I'm thinking of the Box song, like living in a box, living in a cardboard box. What was the name of the band for they did that?
I know, Jesus, this is like
yeah. Everyone knows that one bit. Everyone in a box. Everyone in a cardboard. I think he helped with that song. I might be wrong. That's okay if I'm wrong.
Are people actually listening to us and commenting?
Yes, but you see, I didn't actually start this on my standard time. It's much later. Like, if you want to make a bad take, someone will call you out. That's okay. It's how you respond to that shit is what matters.
Yeah, so I was thinking if we ever did, right, a two-person panel, and I like your energy, I love your energy, dude.
Mm-hmm.
The big bearded balding bowsies,
the beard will come back in time. I just want a break from the beard.
I'm big, I'm bald, I'm bearded, I'm a bowsy, just, it'd be interesting, because I'm thinking there's a lack of Irish panel shows, and it could be an Irish panel show, on YouTube, because...
We'll get Jacksepticeye, the obscure streamer Jacksepticeye. We'll get him in. Why not? What's the worst that could happen?
Everything is the worst thing, dude. Definitely.
Always. Oh, actually, there is one YouTuber I would love to have on. Like I say with Jack, I'd have none in common with Jack, but with Matthew Matosis. He's out of Dublin, and he is I think he's a freelancer for gaming development, but he's done massive videos, like 8-9 hour long videos describing elements of video games. And they're really well put together. I can tell from his voice, he's probably from like Fox Rock or Dunleary. He has a bit of money behind him, and that's okay. That's fair. He's a Southsider, which is already making my heckles heckle.
Yeah, but it's okay. You can do kind of long segments like this, but if you want to make it, you have to do short segments in TikTok.
Well, as these days, yeah, but like, I'd love to at least chew his ear off on Coffee and Chat, which is a non-alcoholic show, which I do. Which, if you're up for it one day, I would have no problem talking to you about. Well, for me, it is very much alcoholic, considering I've been drinking since 10
a.m. or p.m.
a.m.
Oh, you fucker.
Yeah, well, it's all about the pacing, baby.
You pace yourself, dude.
I know, right? It's coming near to the end, not just with the amount of alcohol, but I'm going to bed at midnight. That's when I'm going to bed. So.
Oh man, I'm gonna get a pizza. I'm gonna get pizza. I'm gonna get some manky fucking takeout and dribble on it. Maybe
wait, what are you getting?
I don't know, but what I'll do. Typically, what I do, I order it, and it comes in. And I go, this is very voluminous. I may nibble on it now. I may wake up in the middle of the night, nibble on it a little bit further, and then it's breakfast. Yeah.
Well, I did that with. I've made a huge order from a chipper once the last 3 days. So, shit can indeed happen, especially if you have a fridge nearby. I always loved. Sean Locke, I think, said this, and it was so true. Up in Scotland, what they do is they get shit-faced. They get a bunch of chips. They eat some of the chips. They pop it into the fridge. They go to sleep. They wake up, and in the morning, that's a salad. And it's true. That's what we do. That's what we fucking do. We're no better. We're down here on the earth with the fucking grubbers, the same as the rest of them.
Dude, I have a car. I have a Jaguar. Let's do this shit.
Yeah. Hey, if you want to do a 2B, then my price is that we meet up in person in August when I'm in Dublin.
Oh, absolutely. Let's find out if we are actually fucking, totally
compatible, obviously.
Compatible.
We have until August to figure that shit out.
But
I'm going to be in Dublin anyway, so...
I've kept an eye on you. I think I could do a 2-panel with you. We're that compatible. We're playing tennis right now, right?
Yeah.
We're playing tennis right now. I like this. It's good, right? And
I don't feel like my skin's getting tight. I don't feel like the hackles on the back of my neck are flaring up. I feel chill. But then again, I am very drunk, so...
Well, then again, I'll when you visit me, I'll show you my Nazi memorabilia room.
Very, very good Father Ted reference there. I appreciate that.
No.
Yeah. See, I'm waiting from the Allies. 9. We don't have any of that stuff.
You see, I've met plenty of paddies in Drunken Peasants and the IPT rooms. But North County Dublin, it's a different fucking attitude. You're the homeboy from the Badlands.
Hell, Badlands be damned. I suck jet fuel since my earliest age. Give me airport camaraderie. I want more air. I want some airport. I want some airport kings.
I slept to the sound of.
They are readjusting before landing and taking off. You don't know what it's like until you wake up at 3 in the morning and hear from miles away, and you look out your window from your attic and you fucking see that the giant fucking hangar that they built at one point was the largest hangar in the world, one of the largest hangars in the world anyway, was just testing like fucking shit. Like I would cul-de-sacs would become giant like sound reverbers. Basically they would become like bouncing back. They'd bounce back shit. So you'd be playing football at the top of the road and you'd hear and everyone would stop and listen for 1 year, and then the other year you just all stop, briefly go, well, they're testing the engines. Yeah, they're testing the engines. That was just how that shit went. That was Sword's life. I want to meet someone who can tell me those stories. Like
so shut the fuck up, right?
Sure.
IP2 typical catchphrases. What's your end game? What's your end game? What is your end game with all this shit, dude? By the way, I'm Matlum Dulgadin on Catras Smash out of Holy.
That's alright. I don't have an end game. I'm just vibing. I like what I'm doing. I could end this tomorrow and I wouldn't give a fuck. What's your end game?
Did you not hear my question? I'm Matlum Dulgadin.
I heard the end game part. I didn't hear the other part.
Can I go through the fucking toilet, please?
Go on.
Yeah, okay. 2 minutes, dude.
Sure. Hold down to 4. And we're back to low energy. I never prepare I never sweep the place for when we have guests, do I? I have it for the podcast. I don't have it for just ya boy. Don't forget, everyone, that we have a stream goal. Anything given, greatly appreciated. Do not forget that I also have a goal where if you... more of a promise that when you become a subscriber over on YouTube, Twitch, I will bring you into the watch party. Don't forget that I'm also going to be streaming with Krendar in the next, 2 hours. Well, hour, actually. I gotta wrap this shit up in half an hour. So, yeah. I got nothing. Whop. It's your boy. Thank you so much for the donations, and thank you so much for the extra little bits. Now what's this? Aha! That's nice. I'll keep this up. Keep this up for the rest of the stream. And then I gotta move over to Bearded Ramblings. Bearded Ramblings is up technically within an hour. So when he gets back, I gotta end this. Won't be gone for that long. I want to quickly make myself something to nom on. And then I will... You know? I'll vibe.
Interesting. Yeah.
Greetings.
Was that a female I just heard?
No, it was me. It was a male, a aggressively Caucasioid maloid.
Shockingly Caucasian. Oh, that's wrong.
Whiter than white starch.
I do think you've got a great energy.
Thank you.
And I knew we would have this conversation. I knew we would have this game of tennis. You are very, very, very good. You know, I think we have the potential to do something really fucking good. But you know, early days, mister.
Yeah.
Early days, mister.
I'm currently working on a sci-fi show. I've got 3 drinks minimum, coffee and chat, the podcast, and I'm trying to set up the fan meetup for next year. So I'm not gonna lie, there's actually a bit on my plate.
You know, we can do a show, Knocker News, or you know, the PC version.
Oh yeah, we couldn't call them that.
Traveler Tales.
Traveler's Tales isn't terrible. I like Traveler. But then, honest to God, Irish Travelers would pop in and wonder why we were taking the shit out of their name. And we're like, oh, technically true.
Casey Smith, yeah.
Hey, I've been to the ferry house market 3 times, okay?
Dude, stop it. I used to go there every Sunday. Shut up.
My ma still tries to sell some of my old stuff there every once in a while.
Without much success, I do believe.
Actually, mixed bag, but mostly she comes back complaining that actual like Roma gypsies were trying to steal an object from her table.
It's worse if there's an even earlier Balbriggan market. I don't know if you heard about that.
I've heard it. I don't know if I was in Balbriggan market, but I know people who've
I
been
used to
there.
go there 4 a.m. on a Sunday morning with the mining helmet, and I used to get some I used to get crazy audio gear. I don't know, just basically people who died in their estate just shoved everything into a skip, and people took everything out of the skip and then put it into the market. Yeah, I used to get some crazy audio gear there. Yeah.
Raisin, just want to say I actually am wrapping up pretty damn soon in preparation for the podcast with Krendar. You want to see more low energy videos? Well, just wait a little while longer. But thank you for the vote of impression. In fact, I'm not even finished with all my drink. This is what it's called, pacing. This is what it's all about. I can get myself absolutely blackout drunk in an hour. So can every other person on the fucking planet. The real question is, how long can you last? And here we are. To that end, mate, I've got to set up for the Bearded Ramblings within an hour. Plus, I want to slice up some spuds and toss it into the air fryer and call it a dinner. Could you toss out any suggestions for anything people wanting to check out? Like, do you want to shill before I go, or and you want to shill before I let you go?
Wait, you talking to me?
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Yeah,
No.
I'm.
Jeez, dude, fuck off. Do whatever you need to do.
Alright, fair enough. Well then, it's been a fun 11 hours and 11 minutes, but and I guess I'll see you all well within an hour as I start Bearded Ramblings, and then I finally get to go to sleep. Until then, well, you know what to do. Check out the links in the description, and don't forget that, like I said, Bearded Ramblings in an hour. If you want more Canadian, you want some maple syrup with potatoes, Crandar will be here. Okay? Until then, you all take care, and